Okay, good morning, everybody. It's Thursday, November 7th. We actually have a work session on a Thursday, first time this year. And we are, let's see, three of us in the room. Patty and Francie are here. Steve is online. And Kelly is at a retreat for one of our, what do you call it, community organizations down in Denver today. So we've got upcoming regular meeting items. This is a review of the meeting calendar for 2025. And Charlotte, come on down.
Hi, Charlotte. Good morning. So, the large piece of paper at your desks. This was so that we could look at the 2025 meeting calendar, and you could look at all the holidays that might be conflicting and discuss any changes you'd like to make.
It's really embarrassing to look at how few days we're required to be. And you look at the whole calendar, it's like.
It's on.
Really?
Francie's mic.
Oh, Francis.
Well, it's just as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
That was the before the meeting comment.
Scratch that.
It's on now.
So the Rosh Hashanah and Hanukkah are the two things we need to discuss to see if you want to move meetings or change those around somehow. The summer CCI conference is June 3rd or 2nd to the 4th.
Mhm.
And you have meetings there, so I'm not sure how you want to do that, as well as CCI Winter Conference.
So how many people will be going to CCI typically? It's just regularly two, or?
It's been two. This year it was only one. I think only Steve went. The year
I don't-
before it
yeah.
was Steve and I.
So do we need to move that?
Well, and
Well,
maybe
a lot
Jeff.
of times there's staff there too. John will be there, Lindsay will be there.
That's true.
And if they wouldn't be available for the work session.
But you've got an assistant attorney, or assistant manager. I'm just wondering, is this disruptive to any other thing that's going on? Maybe it's not, maybe it's okay just to move it. I'm easy, but I'm just wondering is it really necessary to change our schedule if we still have a quorum?
Well, yeah, and then do we change it then for the Northwest Cog EDD
River
symposium?
District.
Do we do,
Right,
yeah, and
there's so
then do
much
we
of
change
that.
it for all of the meetings we're involved with? Then we wouldn't be here. So I think we just, because we don't really have another
Keep it
date
on.
other than a Thursday we can move it to in that week, our work session, because there's no other Tuesday.
Right,
So we'd be losing a work session in June.
correct.
Yeah, let's not move it for CCI.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll figure it out when we get there.
Rosh Hashanah, however,
Which is,
September 22nd to 24th.
Correct.
that's a regular meeting and a work session.
Correct.
And budget, probably, right, John? Let's cancel the whole week.
I mean, we could move it to Thursday and Friday, I guess.
I probably have Northwest Cog on Friday, on that Thursday. I don't have that schedule with me.
When is it the second Thursday that we have RAFTA, Greg, or is it the
Yeah.
first? The second? So it wouldn't affect that.
And Cog is usually the last Thursday of the month.
That Wednesday meeting could move to the 17th, but then that's
That doesn't
Back
give
to
staff
back.
time to
right.
get packets together. I don't know, it's, they take like a whole week off, and I don't know how we can honor that without disrupting the public process. I mean, I understand that it's their religious and it's their how they practice their religion, but I don't know what the answer is. I wish I did.
Well,
Yeah, we have been asked in the past, of course, to consider these holidays and providing the ability for all members of our community to participate in public meetings. And so we have been trying to identify as many of the holidays as we can and moving our meetings around them. I think if it's a practice that certainly has decreased public comment and concern around scheduling public meetings during times when some folks in our community wouldn't be able to participate, but I don't know the answer to your question, Patty, which is the calendar is what it is.
Yeah.
And, you know, it may be that maybe we make a choice not to hold regular meetings, but, you know, just work sessions.
Well, in December,
or-
what do we do? In December, it's the 16th and 17th, and then we have the 24th is Christmas Eve, then the 31st is New Year's Eve, and that leaves us the 10th, which is back-to-back regular meetings, which is impossible for staff to get packets together
Were you talking about this?
in December.
Back-to-back regular meetings?
Well, if we move the 17th regular meeting to the 10th,
Oh, why would we do that?
because the 16th and 17th are holidays,
Oh, Hanukkah, you mean?
Jonica.
But people work during Hanukkah.
Well, that's the question I
That
had, is
is-
what holidays do they work at
Yes,
and what
do we
don't
have
they?
somebody who knows the answer, maybe?
I do
And-
not know the
I
answer.
don't know the answer, I might know part of the answer. I think the issue with the historical review was sundown, but why don't we check with the community center, the Jewish Community Center? I don't know if they have a rabbi there, but let's just check, because,
They do, they have Rabbi Mendel.
yeah, let's just ask.
That's a great
I'll ask
suggestion,
about
thank
In
you.
fact, he's in my phone.
But Rosh Hashanah is the one I think we need to be
Why don't
most
we just
concerned
move
about.
that to the 25th and 26th of September?
Well, then I will not be here on the 26th, because
See,
it's
sounds
probably,
your problem.
yep, it's probably Northwest Cog meeting.
You know, those things happen.
Yeah,
So
If
move-
that's the issue, let's just move it and move on.
So
25th
what
to
are we talking
26th.
about moving?
September 23rd and 24th to 25th and 26th. Steve?
No, just a thought here. Who's more important to have at the meetings, is BoCC members or members of the public who, they don't usually show up anyhow, and they have other ways they can communicate with us? I would just ignore the holy days and just do what fits the schedules, you know, the BoCC schedule. And if someone from the public is really interested in something, they can always write to us if they can't come in person during that day. So that's just a suggestion. Of course, it will be Jeffrey in my place, and I'm just thinking if this is like brain damage every year when we hardly have people show up at our meetings anyhow, unless there's some huge public issue, in which case we could just schedule them for another week and not on a holy day when there would be that conflict.
Thank you, Steve.
so I
Writing
was,
to Mendel right now.
yeah, why don't we check and see which holidays he thinks are the most critical?
Yeah, I'm working on it.
Yeah.
And
I-
if I could suggest, I think in the past, when you've received public comment, then the board has wanted to change the calendar on the fly. And so, Steve, I wonder if a friendly amendment to your recommendation, if the board is wanting to consider that. I think for work sessions where you generally don't take public comment and such, it's really about board attendance, but regular meetings where we have public hearings and anticipate more public process, maybe those are ones we want to pay more attention to with the holidays.
So you're
and
thinking
such.
amending September 24th
Where are you?
move that to the 25th and then leave the 23rd alone?
You where?
Does that make
I
sense?
think that's a good
think-
idea.
That's a good idea because there are land use items that happen on that regular meeting as well.
Right.
And that has been a conflict in the past.
Yeah, I like that suggestion.
Okay,
So
great.
leave the 23rd, move the 24th to the 25th?
Correct.
Is that your
what's-
recommendation, Greg?
Yeah, I think that was John's recommendation.
You're right, you're at 10:40.
Well, I was just blending the conversation
Right,
that's happening
nicely
at the
done.
table, so.
Okay, and then,
The best way to accomplish something is make other people think it's their idea.
Right.
I don't believe that Hanukkah daytimes are non-work days, but I have written to Rabbi Mendel, and he'll get back to me.
I believe you're correct. I just wanted to put
Yeah.
that out
Thank
there
you.
so you
Thanks,
would know
Charlotte.
that.
Is there anything else we need to talk about on this?
I think that BOCC retreat, you can discuss at a later time.
the
that's
new
normally
commissioner
Is there a date,
February.
is there
Never
a
moved
specific date in
meetings for
here
that.
for working agreements? I just want to make sure John's taken care of.
Yeah, that's going to be the 2 days of your retreat in February, I think.
I think that falls on
Actually,
September. I think it's
it would
September
be really important
24th.
since we're gonna have a new commissioner.
I'm out of town those
It's
always
days,
been
John.
really-
Yeah, we're out of town. I
I'm
don't
out
know
of
what,
town those
we don't know
days.
what day it is, but we're out of town then.
You'll be there.
So the new commissioner orientation, we don't reschedule our meetings, but we never have in 22 years, so.
No,
Yeah.
I just,
He's on
again,
his
wanted
list.
to
Yeah.
let you guys know that.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
I didn't
Is
Thank
that
you.
enough of that? Thank you. Okay, now for the main attraction of the
It was
morning
COVID,
event. Is this
dude.
Joe?
So it'll come back to us.
I think that
Come
we
on
could
down.
do our retreat this week of February 19th to 21st.
I'm
I just called Scott, I thought he was supposed to be here
Nice to meet you.
at 10:30, but he's 10:45.
And it looks like you might be
Depending on the
fine,
river
so-
district, of course.
Red is on.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in. Thanks for applying. It's always great to see the public step up. Do you want to, are you going to do an intro?
I'll do a little intro here. We have a vacancy on the APSHA board because we hired Allison Bektesh. So we had 2 applicants, Mr. Mason and Mr. Woolley, and both of them will be interviewed today. The only thing I wanted to add here is that the city of Aspen has confirmed that they will interview both applicants on, let's see here, November 11th.
This is our joint seat.
Excuse me?
This is the joint seat.
Yes.
Okay.
So, so they're prepared to do those interviews at their meeting Monday, November 11th. So I will let you
That's a
ask
holiday.
questions. I know, it's a holiday for us, but not for them.
Great. Well, Joe, welcome. Thanks for coming.
They don't take veterans?
I'd love to just understand your interest and why this is the board you've decided you want to apply to get on.
So I'm an economist by training, and I'm always interested in unique economic applications, and affordable housing is certainly one of those. I've worked in this area since the mid-1990s when I was at the Treasury. I'm familiar with it in theory as an economist, and this isn't an especially important problem for the Valley that goes way back beyond current national interest. There's legacy here, there's need here, and I'm interested in seeing how it works really where the rubber meets the road. It's easy for people to complain about this from the outside. I was just over the weekend visiting a friend of mine who's had bypass surgery yesterday, and I was reminded of a quote attributed to Abraham Lincoln of, "I don't like that man. I think I need to get to know him better."
That's the way you feel about affordable housing?
Or is it us?
Well,
who are we referring
From
to?
the outside, reading paper, all this stuff, you get a particular view, and I think a lot of issues in today's economy, as well as the Valley, today's society, given the recent elections, are very polarized, and I don't think they need to be. I think there's a lot of common ground. Greg and I exchanged a couple emails about the polling system, and I think that feeds into it too, potentially. I need to get to know more about how that's undertaken for the city and the county. There are a lot of things we can do to better understand these processes and these essential needs, and better understand one another. And I'd like to see if I can help that.
Great, thank you.
Let me tell
Oh,
you
go
about
ahead.
an opinion I heard the other day and have you respond to it if that's okay. So it was about 1A and, passing the mill levy to support affordable housing. And this person voted against it because he believes that it just continues the serfdom situation that we have where we have quite a few wealthy people who are responsible for many of the jobs up Valley, and that if we continue to provide housing at the public's expense, it's like just giving a pass to these employers, and that people won't be able to come and work for them if we don't provide housing. Eventually, you won't have somebody cleaning your house or serving whatever. And so this is just going to perpetuate that problem and take the responsibility off of the people who need the workers and put it on everybody else who's a taxpayer. And, so what do you think about that opinion?
I understand where that opinion's coming from. When I came into this valley about 15 years ago, I was taken under the wing of somebody who'd been here since, I think, 67. He was, I think, the number 9th ski instructor hired at Snowmass. And he was previously involved in city and I think county government at one point in his life. And during that point, he's told me the story that he was very much an advocate for kind of private provision of employee housing, and that generally moved the other direction for more public provision of affordable housing. So there are these shifts. There are certainly these opinions. I know SkiCo has had some incredible programs. I really like their development down in Willits. There, I saw they're putting in new units today, dropping some in by crane. That certainly makes sense for seasonal employment, which is one subdivision of housing needs. It's a very complex problem, but I can see the point of view.
Okay. By the way, I loved your thing about food and wine. I completely agree. And family.
Steve has his hand up. Steve, questions?
Yeah, I was wondering if it's your wife who serves on our grant review committee for the Healthy Community Fund.
Yes.
Because you had mentioned that your wife was the one who recommended that you apply for this, so I was just curious if that's the connection.
Yes, she did. She did. And
So have you helped her any on, like, in a sounding board for some of the issues that the grant review committee has or looks at every year?
Not in a material way. I did help her the other day with an email she was writing on an appeal, and just told her that she was suffering from one of my biggest sins in writing, which is that she'd buried the lead. Take the last sentence, put it up at the top, get the main message across so people don't need to read any further into the details. So if you call that help, yes, I've had help and input, but I haven't seen any of the applications. She hasn't shared any of the materials with me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Well, I'm just looking through and just saying, I know we corresponded several times in the last several years on a number of topics, and I just want to say I really appreciate your thoughtful approach, your inquisitiveness, your skepticism. I think is valuable and important, and I really like the Abraham Lincoln quote. I'm going to have to remember that, find a place to use it.
Well, I think we could use it in a lot of places.
We could use it a lot, right, in many
That was a great
places
quote.
right
Thank
now.
you.
I know you've talked about things like the airport curfew and the intersection at Smith Hill. You're a Woody Creeker, right? You're somewhere
Yes.
down there. Got it. Yeah. Which is, it's great, and thank you for the thoughtful questions and I think hopefully you've been satisfied with some of the replies you've received on some of that stuff.
Absolutely, and I want to thank you in return for your measured replies, and of course thank the board for looking again at the Smith Hill intersection. I know that's all going to take some time, but I really was heartened that CDOT went away and came up with a proposal, and I'd love to see some progress on it. That's great. Thank you. Thank you all.
Great. Yeah, thank you. While we're on it, I know you wrote some issues with curfew violations at the airport because apparently they fly over your house, so you're paying attention to that. Thoughts on that? It's like we know we have
This
a
is
rule.
a housing issue.
I know it is. No, but I was thinking that we have rules that we have to follow, and then there are the other physical issues. I'm just thinking how do you approach it's a little bit fraught, and I'm wondering, how do you approach an issue that has some emotional energy behind it or some, real consequences?
Well, specifically curfew violations, if you look at other airports with curfews, I've done some research into FAA documents and rules regarding airport operations. I think every airport that has done some modernization, including DIA, in the last roughly 25 years, has all the docs that you're preparing online and available so you can look at them. And with airports with curfews, they routinely have violations, and they report those on an annual basis, and you see those. And you're going to have them. You're going to have them.
Right.
And so it's just a matter of, reporting them and keeping track of them and dealing with them effectively. My own viewpoint there as a Woody Creeker is that the FAA does also have land use decibel limits imposed upon businesses, residences, et cetera, et cetera. How those are enforced, I'm not exactly clear on, but there are decibels beyond which the land is deemed unsuitable for residential use, certainly without mitigation. WJ is in your highest decibel range if you look at the noise studies that have been carried out now for, I think, about 20 years. And they show a good trend. The noise has decreased. Now, they're not using the same methodology as the FAA, but certainly like to see things go in that direction. And if everybody's projections turn out to be correct, great. That. As far as growth in the valley, I leave that to a much broader debate, and passenger numbers and things like that.
I don't want to get too far.
As a Woody Creeker,
over here, but I appreciate.
I just care about decibels.
I think what I was hoping to do is just have you articulate some, to share your thought process and the way you reason, and I really appreciate that. Francie.
When you said when I was at Treasury, what does that mean?
So I was with the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, which is a division of Treasury in Washington. As a senior financial economist, that's how I started my career. I've always been active in policy issues and on the Hill. I've testified before Congress about 25 times, mostly on issues related to housing finance. Had a lot of interest in the Great Recession. I joke that my entire career as an economist, I've studied financial crises and securitization. But until 2007, if you remember the Alan Greenspan years, we were never going to have another financial crisis, and nobody cared about those, and nobody knew what securitization was. So that crisis came along, and I became very popular and was asked about my opinions on both. And gave those, and those were, of course, related to housing finance and housing generally. We could talk all day from there on how we've gotten to housing affordability on a nationwide basis. But again, I don't think that's so important, because I think that Aspen and Pitkin County we have a lot of resources here. We have a lot of great resources here, not just money. We have a lot of intellectual capital, artistic talent that we could bring to bear on a number of issues. And given our programs in housing that we've had here for multiple decades, we could provide a leadership nationally in terms of providing affordable housing. Now that we have a lot of constraints given by that legacy that we have to get over. But for instance, the architect that designed the art museum specializes in, I can't remember what he calls it, I think it's humanitarian housing. If we got his attention for the art museum, could we get his attention for developments locally to bring those in on budget and sustainable and meaningful to a population that does need housing?
Right.
Well, you'd definitely be a new voice on the board. I'm the only property owner on the board that doesn't live in affordable housing. So that's an interesting role. Or deed restricted in some way. I wouldn't say North 40 is necessarily affordable, but it is deed restricted. I could see a new voice on the board being interesting.
thank you for doing Halloween out at North 40. That's always great.
Oh, yeah, that's the best. We're not in charge of that, but it's the best. I try to go even without my kids, and my wife doesn't
For
think I
Halloween?
should. Yeah, it's like, I want to go. Thank you.
Steve's got his hand up.
Oh, thank you. I was about to get to that. Steve?
So, I wanted to dig in a little deeper with your knowledge about APSHA and the governance of APSHA, the rules, APSHA rules. It tends to be in the newspaper a whole lot, because there have been issues there. And I just wondered, what is your take on that? Do you have any ideas on how to improve the guidelines for APSHA housing, qualifications, how to manage it, how to make better utilization of the APSHA housing, because some of it is sitting only partly used, of empty bedrooms that aren't being used and whatnot.
Governance generally there is a huge issue. One of the issues I understand has been before them has been utilizing capacity, upsizing, downsizing for residents, trying to devise a mechanism by which to trade units. So, for instance, somebody whose children have aged out with a 3-bedroom might trade for a 1-bedroom, and somebody with children or forming a family might wish to take on a 3-bedroom, and how could we incentivize that? I've listened to some of the discussions. I think that a lot of the essentials are there, though I really would encourage them to discuss that matter very carefully, because in my opinion, what you're doing is you're building an economic system. You're building a pseudo market, a synthetic market, so to speak. And when we do that, we have to be really careful not to just do that off the top of our heads. To give an example, I created a remuneration scheme for a research project I was doing in my PhD, and it come up with what I thought was a pretty good incentive-compatible design to incentivize quality work and accuracy. I took a friend to lunch and let him take a look at the scheme, and he said, "I'll tell you exactly how to game this," and rip you off. And so let's take our time and vet that a little bit with some trusted advisors. I think they're on the right track generally. There was a podcast I was re-listening to because I really like it, and it's chock full of a lot of ideas. Stephen Levitt's podcast on people I, parentheses, mostly admire. And he has an interview. He's one of the co-authors of Freakonomics, a behavioral economist, and this is an interview with another behavioral economist, Dr. Mullainathan. And they're talking about using money to incentivize, in particular to incentivize people to come back to work post-COVID, and noting that, well, as an economist, we generally think of money as the perfect gift because you can do anything you want to do with the money. Think about it. When you get money for Christmas, like, you didn't really think about what to get me, did you? So there's a downside to money, and money doesn't solve everything. And how could you actually give somebody something better for coming back to work in the office that better than just money? And one of the things they touch upon was potentially flexibility, greater flexibility, even though you're working in the office. So there are a lot of aspects to this. So involved in that whole discussion is also discussion of HOA communications, HOA quality of operation, quality of the units, incentivizing unit owners or renters to maintain. Maybe you could dovetail those a little bit, and I don't know if this would work. I could be getting too complex for my own good. But if you ranked HOA quality and you ranked unit quality, and there's talk about annual inspections of unit quality and such, and utilize those to create this ranking, you could also incentivize a transfer of, say, a well-maintained 3-bedroom in a good HOA for a less well-maintained one-bedroom in a lower quality HOA that would improve that lower quality and allow and incentivize somebody to take that over. But in this idea of moving out of the three-bedroom without moving out of the system, I understand you. There's a need potentially to create some flexibility within the system. It's almost like once you enter into a shadow market or the synthetic market, and you don't have to live in that the rest of your life, but that's one thing you maybe could do, and maybe we could utilize that market development better.
Until you retire.
That's
There's a
fascinating,
snag
and I really appreciate
Potentially.
hearing all this. I want to talk to you about our TDR economy.
I
at
was
some
thinking the
point.
same
We were
thing.
thinking the same thing.
Thinking exactly the same
But we
thing.
can't do that today. But it'd be great to get together and discuss. I
That's
think
how our
having-
conversation, I think,
Right.
began via
Yeah.
email.
I
yeah.
remember us thinking, I want to have an economist on staff. I need an economist on speed dial.
I'd like to get
so
back
I
to
really
that sooner
appreciate it.
rather than later, by the way.
Yeah, let's do.
Potentially before the 13th.
Yeah, let's do. Well, thank you for coming. We've got to keep moving.
Thank you for
We're going to
applying.
decide when do we decide? We've
Well,
got one more applicant.
After the city.
After the city
After they
has
look at
their
it.
But we
interviews.
just have the two applicants.
That is correct.
Got
Just
it.
two
Thank you.
applicants.
Well, thank you for coming in, Joe. Great to have the conversation. And yeah, this is a rabbit hole. I'm happy to go down it at some point over a beer maybe or something. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Or wine, and
Yeah.
Yeah,
Jeffrey
right,
and
or,
I
you
have
know,
had
cheese
many
and
such
crackers, whatever
discussions
your-
over
choose your
beer or
poison.
wine or both.
Well, actually, it's bourbon for me, but.
All
Well,
right.
thank you.
Yeah,
Hey,
have a
thank
good
you.
day. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank your wife for us.
Absolutely.
Of course, I'm going to question her decisions today, but, you know.
That's what they're for.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Is that Scott?
This
Hey,
is
Scott, come on down.
How are you, everybody?
Hi there.
Thanks
Hi,
for coming
Scott.
in.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for your interest.
Absolutely. Thanks
We've
for
all
having
been
me.
looking at your resume going, wow, he's been everywhere and done everything. And, you know, we wanted to conduct this in Chinese, so Francie will be conducting the interview.
好的，你开始吧。
I'm sorry, I don't know one word in Chinese. He's full of
He's
whatever.
pretty good at it. He's pretty good.
He's
I
on a
did-
roll.
I have to confess, I did tell him the story when you got Trevor's onside kick in your first football game.
That's right. I was the second Aspen High School student to touch the football after we reinvigorated the program.
Yes, yes. I will
That's
never
great.
forget that, but
I
anyway.
did not stay in my lane on that onside kick. I
I'm
went
gonna,
straight to that.
I'm gonna hand this to Charlotte for her introduction.
Excellent.
So we have Scott Woolley with us, who is the other applicant for the APTA position. And again, the city will be interviewing both applicants on Monday, November 11th. And then both boards, I guess, will make a decision at that time.
Okay, so we've got a little time. Tell us about yourself. I think we've all seen the packet. Unfortunately, Kelly's not here. Steve's online. What's your interest in APSHA?
Yeah. So I'm a born and raised Aspen local. I was born here in 1986, actually in the downstairs guest bedroom of Fabi Benedict. So I'm
Wow,
pretty
that's
tied to the
auspicious.
community.
Auspicious beginnings.
Yes, indeed. And I've also been a long-time benefactor of affordable housing. My mom was one of these amazing success stories of going from very low-income homelessness to putting 2 children through college who ended up becoming successful adults. And that was in a large part possible because of programs like this. My background is in environmental policy. I was originally inspired to create change in this country, but after learning about the greater context in our world, I got inspired about the process of contributing to change through other countries, specifically China. Turns out, cut the long story short, and they didn't really want my help on that front.
There's a certain naivete that comes with youth and
Idealism,
enthusiasm.
yes, exactly.
And
So
he's tall.
it ended up being more of an educational experience, but I did spend over a decade in China starting businesses. I started an an English education training center, as well as a Thai restaurant and underground whiskey bar. Both of those businesses were successful for the time that I was operating them until COVID happened, and then things got a little bit complicated in China. Being and an entrepreneur with foreign interests is not looked upon nicely in that environment. At the same time, I realized that my family needed some help. So I did a U-turn and came back to our beautiful community. And upon arriving in this amazing place, realized that the community also probably needed some help. And that engagement was one of the ways that I could help. Having benefited from programs like this over the years, I figured it might be a great place for me to recontribute and be part of continually supporting programs like this and the Aspen and Pitkin County communities.
Excellent, thank you, nice. I'm going to open this up to questions. Comments, questions? Looking at Francie?
I'm thinking.
Oh, Patty?
So you're prepared for the amount of time, because Francie is a good witness on that one. Meetings are once a month on Wednesdays?
They're twice a month.
Twice a month?
4 to like 6:30.
Absolutely. The time investment is not the limiting factor. In fact, I usually spend those times on grassroots television or reading policy documents anyway, so this will actually be a good position where I'll be able to engage with the material in a more meaningful way.
Got it.
Do you live in subsidized housing now?
I do.
Okay, well, you're an interesting person, I can see that, and I think you'd bring an interesting perspective to the board.
Thank you.
And I really want to thank you for applying. It is a fairly demanding board. Some of our boards are more demanding than others, and it's a fairly demanding board. Kelly actually takes the lead for the county, so she goes to more meetings than I do. But
Okay.
yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see where we come out on this. We have two very interesting and different applicants.
Can I?
So.
Yeah,
Can I
Patty?
add? Yeah, and looking at Scott's resume and looking at Greg, who is our big climate building, wants things to be energy efficient, I think it would be an interesting voice to have on the APSHA board who sees things through those eyes of Scott's, as far as when we're looking at remodel, or we're looking at buy downs, or we're looking at neutral development kind of situations, what we can do to enhance the environmental and sustainable qualities of those units. It'd be great to have, not that that is the sole purpose of having the APSHA board, but it would be, I think it would be a great voice to have at the table.
Thanks, Patty.
Yeah.
Steve, comments, questions?
Yeah, I was looking at, you spent some time in Boulder, working on sort of environmental sustainability sorts of things. Also, a lot of time in China. Living those different places, you would have gotten a different perspective about housing. What lessons could you learn, could you bring to our community from what you learned other places about housing situations, and how could we improve things here?
Absolutely. So during my time at CU, I was actually one of the founding members of a group called SCORE, or Student and Community Outreach for Renter Efficiency. Through some research that we were doing, we discovered that there was what we call a split incentive in the renter stock for student housing. Essentially, student housing was degrading and was losing its value because student renters weren't willing to invest in the housing stock because they didn't have a vested interest in the property. And the owners of the property weren't willing to invest in the efficiency because they didn't have a lived experience inside the homes. And so there was this split incentive where it meant that there was no investment going into efficiency or quality of life within the housing stock. That split incentive actually is an expense for the city and for the utility providers who have to pay for inefficient kilowatt hours. So we approached Xcel Energy and the Environmental Center at CU, as well as the City of Boulder, and we established this program where we could get money from the utility to educate and install energy efficiency widgets in student housing, get them an energy audit, connect their landlords with programs to get energy efficient windows. Your question, how can I bring something like that experience back to an Aspen community? The split incentive deeply applies to our community. In many ways, our community is experiencing a split incentive, where we have residents and visitors who are experiencing this split. And because of that, we have a diminishing housing stock problem. I believe that there are opportunities for us to work with third-party stakeholders, with other amazing resource holders in this community and outside of this community, for us to create new programs that help benefit not only the people who live in these homes, but also the programs and the budgets that are supporting them. So that would be one good example. China, I think, is probably another conversation, but we can start there.
Seeing how our housing property tax passed the other day at the election, Aiken County will now actually have a good funding source for housing projects of a wide variety, and part of that has to do with maintenance of housing. I could see we could probably put more money into APSHA, maintaining APSHA projects that don't have a good capital reserve is one possible use of that money. But do you have any thoughts about how if you were in charge of it, how would you spend the $8.5 million a year income we're anticipating from that property tax increase?
Well, interestingly, I think that a program like the SCORE program would benefit our community. I don't think that it's only energy efficiency that's a problem. One of your last questions to the previous applicant was, how can we adjust the rules and regulations to solve this problem of kind of the ingress and egress of people who are part of the program? I think that engagement is the biggest part of that. Something that I found in working with the SCORE program was that when we started the conversation about energy efficiency with the landlords and the students and the city and the utilities, what ended up happening was that there was this kind of social norming where the quality of the housing stock kind of fleshed itself outward from those places that were being improved. I think that if we were to show as a community, as an APSHA board, as whatever it is, that we really do support this group of people by putting money towards making their lived experience in the homes better, that we would see a reciprocal engagement from those people, reciprocal support, more transparency in the reporting process, and that would, by and large, improve the entire program.
Thoughtful answer. Thanks. Thanks, Steve. Any more? Are you good? Okay. We're about at the end of our time. Thank you for coming in. And I have some questions for Charlotte. One, we have an 8-member board. Has anyone ever proposed that we add another member? And I'd love to put both these guys on the board, personally. I'd like to propose that. And then I also, back in the day when I was on the ACES board, I was given the task of being the Grim Reaper. And if there was a board member who just wasn't attending or wasn't paying attention or wasn't engaged, I was appointed to invite them to step off and make room for somebody who was doing something. And that's kind of a blunt way to put it. But does that ever happen? Are people on this board for life? Or is it just a couple of terms? I see
There has been some turnover.
Yeah.
Ward and John are fairly new to the board.
Carson's pretty new.
Well, Carson's been there since I've been there.
He's been there a while.
Peter Grenny is new.
Peter's fairly new, isn't he?
Yes.
Oh, that was my next question. So the first question is, could we propose to the city to expand this board by 1 seat, and what would that do? And
how would we do that?
And the second one would be, Peter Grenny is currently the alternate. Does this imply that he steps up and the new board member is an alternate, or how does that work?
I would have to research that because it is a joint board.
Right.
The city would have to make that decision too, I believe.
Not trying to complicate things, John.
I know, I'm sorry, I think staff will just have to take a look at what the mechanism is. I don't know if that is an amendment to the IGA or if there's, other enabling legislation between the two bodies that created
Like the Home Rule
the
Charter might
authority.
have something that we need to amend.
Perhaps it does, for APSHA. So we need to look into that, but I would like to examine that because I think when the quality of the candidates are so good, I could see wanting both of your talent sets, and so I'm hoping you're engaged regardless. Whoever ends up sitting there, if not both, I'm hoping that you're all stay engaged.
Absolutely.
So thanks for coming in. We'll be deciding in about a week Is that right?
I will be in touch with city staff to find out what
Their results
their
are.
results are, and then bring it back to an open discussion for you all to discuss it more and possibly make a decision.
Great, thank you. All right.
Get somebody on
Sarah,
board as
about
soon as
how-
possible.
How we would add another.
Okay, it's
meeting.
11:02. I need to take
Would you
about
be
a
talking to
2-minute
Sarah
break.
about how we would add
And-
another
and I'll
What'd
be
you
right
forget?
back.
What'd you lose? What'd you? Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, folks,
Thank
we're
you.
back at the work session on Thursday, November 7th, and up next,
Everybody happy.
Healthy Community Fund grant recommendations for 2025. Sam is here.
Yeah.
Are you Lindsay's not online.
Yeah, Lindsay is not available today. And yeah, so I'm Sam Lander-Casper. I'm Deputy Director of Human Services. We're here with Lisa Yorker, who is our grants analyst. And
Right. Good to
Connie
see you,
Baker.
Lisa. I only see you once a year. Is that it?
Heck.
No,
That's
we,
just
you
wrong.
have to go out to
Seems
the
like it.
building and say hi.
Maybe I bump into you there. Anyway,
We
welcome.
can start bringing her more often if you want. Like Greg mentioned, we are here today to talk about the recommendations for the grants through the Healthy Community Fund, also review some of the concerns and observations from the Citizen Grant Review Committee. I don't think we have anyone in here today from Citizen Grant Review Committee. I don't see anyone on the phone.
Two of them are traveling, I know.
Mm-hmm. So we're going to present the recommendations as they've put forth. I will note, getting on early, there are some changes to the information that you're seeing in front of you. We did have a few organizations appeal the recommendations. We will catch you up on those before we dive into the recommendations, just so everybody's on the same page. But I'm going to let Lisa give a little background on the Healthy Community Fund before we get going.
Okay. The Picken County Healthy Community Fund is a dedicated property tax fund established in 2002. And the mission of the Healthy Community Fund is to help Picken County citizens and employees be independent, healthy, and safe. The Picken County's grant program works to support nonprofit organizations that provide critical health and human services and community resources to people who live and work in Picken County. Excuse me. These organizations are categorized in two ways, either as providers of health and human services or as services designed to address community opportunities and enhance the quality of life, otherwise known as community nonprofits. The voters renewed the fund in 2006 and again in 2011. The fund was successfully renewed by the voters on November 6, 2018 for 9 years through 2027 and is budgeted to generate net revenue of $4,156,234 in 2025. In 2024, the Citizen Grant Review Committee is composed of 4 voting community members who evaluate each application against specific criteria that assist the county in creating a continuum of care that serves the people who live, work, and play in Picken County. The CGRC reviewed the grant request for this year using a scorecard based on 7 criteria tied directly to questions asked in the grant application. Excuse me. The current committee members are Michael Miracle, Barbara Reed, Andrea Garr, and Jennifer Mason. The CGRC met October 8th, 9th, 10th, and the 28th, 2024, to review the requests for 2025 funding. The findings and recommendations are represented in this document. Section C, CGRC findings.
Thanks, Lisa. And then, Connie, if you wouldn't mind giving us a kind of overview of the financial position of the fund for this year.
Yes, so before the Grant Review Committee starts their process of reviewing all of the different grant applications, they need to know how much money is available for them to work with. So on the second page of your memo, it shows how that comes about. We take the estimated property tax, any other revenue that would be coming into the Healthy Community Fund, like the motor vehicle tax and interest income. There are some set-asides. There's the treasurer's fees by state statute, 5%. And we always do a little bit of a contingency just in case there are some abatements with the property tax and any kind of decreases, just to make sure that we're working with a good number. We came up with $4,056,660 available to allocate, and then that is, according to the ballot measure, 22% will go to fund public health functions, so that's about $892,000. 46% for nonprofit health and human services agencies, about $1.8 million. Senior services at 15%, and community nonprofits at about $486,000. And then with just 5% set aside for Healthy Community Fund management. So that's what then the Grant Review Committee has to start working with.
Could you go back just to your previous, this one, the tax thing. So I heard you say something. I want to make sure I'm looking at the tax shortfall contingency. Is that the abatement, or is that if people don't pay their taxes, you may not get as much as you want? What does that mean?
No, generally, we receive about 99.8 or 99.9% of all property tax levied in Pickens County. We have a great percentage that way. However, there can be abatements, there can be changes from our original estimate.
Right.
This number is based off of the August 25th initial assessment, assessed values, but that can change before the end of the year. So there's always room for some changes that may happen between when we determine this amount for the Grant Review Committee and when we have our final property tax amount that we're actually going to collect. And there can be abatements that happen then during the course of the year in 2025. So we set aside just a 1% for a contingency, although the fund does have a pretty healthy fund balance. And Sam and Lisa have discussed that in the AIS. So we're looking at a fund balance of $781,000 at the end of 2024.
Great, thank you. Thanks for that. I don't know where you're going to go next. I did want to make sure we talk about the concerns, or what were the 4 points that the recommendations came up from the people making the decisions where they had trouble. It's in here somewhere. I was talking for difficult issues. When you want to get to it, I don't want to short stop your presentation.
We're pretty open to how you all would like to approach this. We can start there if you like, and then get into the updates on the appeals and what the current status
Right, yeah,
is of
let's
the
do that.
recommendations. We'll start there?
Yeah, thanks.
All right, great. So really the only changes that we'll have from the information that's in your packet with regards to the recommendations are based on the appeal process that took place this week. Rather than 68 agencies being recommended for funding, 70 agencies are being recommended for funding. And instead of it being 1.795 being the total amount, the total recommended amount now is $1,812,833.
So
And we can get
$20,000.
right.
And that's because you're drawing some down?
That's because a couple of the appeals were approved that actually related to funding. Some of the appeals were actually around the type of grant. So a partnership grant, which is a 3-year, or an annual grant. And we'll go through each of those.
But didn't
on a
I read you are
case-by-case.
drawing a little bit down this year?
We are drawing down from the fund. We spoke to Connie before the process started because we knew the requests outpaced the available funding, and just asked if the CGRC were to recommend spending down the fund a bit, how far could we go into the surplus or the fund balance? And Connie said we could probably go up to 200,000 while keeping a good balance. The total amount with the current recommendations that would be drawn down from the fund balance is $134,423.
Okay, thank you.
Got it, thank you.
It should be noted that because that's coming out of fund balance, that won't necessarily be replicable in
Right.
future grant cycles.
Right, got it. So that's like a one-off
Yeah.
this year. Good to know.
Unless we get lots more taxes again.
Now, do you want to talk about the difficulties they had, or do you want to tell us who you considered?
Yeah, we can go through the appeals here real quick. So we had 6 organizations appeal the recommendations. And I'll just go through one by one. So Grassroots TV appealed the CGRC recommendation that they be an annual grant. They had requested to be a partnership grant. The CGRC did take a look at the appeal and did decide to grant the partnership grant. So the appeal was granted for Grassroots. So rather than a 1-year grant, they'll be getting the 3-year partnership grant. Safe Passages appealed the CGRC recommendation of no funding. They provided additional information related to the comments of the CGRC, and the CGRC did vote to fund that grant application as well. I believe that was an annual grant.
And do you know how much that funding is?
It's
I think
10,000.
it's
It
10,000.
was 10, I believe.
I think their original estimate might have been 15, but then they revised that to 10. I
Let me
understand.
take a look.
It's in here, it's,
Close it up.
I think it's 10, yeah, that's
10,
what I saw.
they
10
they
and 10.
requested 10 and received 10.
Okay,
Yep.
all right, so those two.
Then we had Harvest for Hunger. This was an interesting one. So Harvest for Hunger was granted their original request of a partnership grant, but then they did appeal, requesting that it be changed to an annual grant. Their appeal was based on that they see changes in business and growth leading them to need to be a little more flexible in their funding moving forward. The CGRC agreed with that request, so the the amount remained the same, but they were switched from a partnership to an annual.
So that's basically 3 years down to one. Is that-
Exactly,
that's
yeah.
the-
They just, I think their thinking was they wanted to be ready to apply next year and maybe for a different amount depending on how their business changed.
Okay.
The Pauline S. Schneegus Wildlife Foundation appealed the recommendation of no funding, and upon appeal, the CGRC did reverse their decision and did recommend the funding for the full amount that they had requested.
Just 7,000.
I think it was, yeah, 7,000.
Thank you. Okay, great. So that was an appeal that went. So those the two you've just described, or how many appeals were?
6.
Oh,
Yeah,
there
these
were
are all
6.
appeals, but there were only two that
Only
were
two
changed funding
Where the funding.
amounts, right?
Thank you. Okay,
Well,
appreciate that.
we did have another request from West Mountain Regional Health Alliance. They appealed the recommendation of the CGRC of no funding. The CGRC did reject that appeal based on the information provided, so that appeal was not granted. So the funding was, the recommendation is for no funding on that request. And finally, we had Reach Out and Read Colorado. They appealed the decision not to have a partnership grant. They were recommended for an annual grant. And the CGRC reviewed their information and decided to grant or recommend the partnership grant for them. So those are the changes we have to the recommendations that are not reflected in your packet.
You guys just took away all my ammunition. I was getting so wound up over this. And
I
you
am
just,
so
you just
glad
solved
that-
all my
Well, I still
problems.
have some
I wasn't have to get an arm wrestling with my fellow commissioners here.
I do have a question about West Mountain Regional Health Alliance. So what was lacking or needed to be put in their request? Do you know?
Well, so I don't want to put words in the mouth of the CGRC. We don't have the comments on here. I can, based on the conversations we had, the initial decision was based on some historical performance issues that had been noted in previous years, even though funding had been provided. And then additionally, the financial information that was provided with the original application showed a poor financial position for continued service. And so on the appeal, they provided additional funding and budget information, and the CGRC reviewed and looked at that information and decided that that didn't really clear up their concerns about the stability of the organization.
Hopefully
I guess.
next year they'll have a better application that really clears up any confusion about their
Which
funding.
organization was
Yeah.
this?
West Mountain Health
And I think when the Board of Social Services meets next, there'll probably be some further conversation around this. Yeah.
Great. Okay.
So if you all would like, I was thinking we could move through each of the goal areas and just give anybody a chance to comment on any of the specific grant recommendations, and then we can move into more of those
difficult issues
Yeah,
conversation.
difficult issue conversation areas. Would that work for everybody?
Sure.
Sure.
If that
All
makes
right,
sense to you.
so, and I'm not going to go through each one. I just wanted to make sure that we give folks a chance to speak up on anything in each of these goal areas, if you had questions or whatever. So for goal area 1, we had family and youth well-being. Was there anything in there that folks would like to address or had comments about?
Let me just make sure I understand the way this is organized. So, family and youth. Okay, I'm there now. So above family and youth, however, is youth zone. And I don't know why it's not in family and youth.
It is actually, it's the last one in that category.
Sorry, youth zone is above goal 2. So the green is below it is the category.
At the bottom is the name of the category of all the things above it.
No. See, so if Connie's got the spreadsheet up there, so goal 1 starts with Alpine Legal and then runs down to Youth Zone. Youth Zone is in the goal 1 area, youth and well-being area.
But then
I don't see it on.
family,
It's the
okay,
third
so
page.
anyway,
That's
I
just
want
oh,
to talk
it's
about
over
Youth
here.
Zone.
Sure.
Because I think a $20,000 hit to Youth Zone is catastrophic for Youth Zone, and that it is an organization that has a long history. It's a partnership organization with us. They have a long history of providing really strong services for youth who are in peril. And they keep kids out of the justice system, and like for Yampa, for instance, they are an incredibly important organization because that Yampa, they have quite a few kids who do have legal problems, although there's plenty in Aspen too, or problems that could be legal problems if it weren't for Youth Zone. And so I don't understand the hit that they're taking, given the viability of the organization and their incredible history. And some of the other things I've seen on here that got fairly large awards is disturbing to me in light of Youth Zone being cut back so much.
So I can comment on the CGRC's discussion if that would
Please
help.
do.
Okay.
Yeah, so really this year we had a lot of our managers for human services not participating, but in the room with the CGRC to provide context. And so one of the key discussion points around this application was based around feedback from our adult and family services team, who commented around their experience working with Youth Zone in Pitkin County. And they had just expressed for quite some time that there have been challenges with getting the services for youth here in Pitkin County.
Up here.
That's their experience. So that did factor into the CGRC's decision. But y'all are obviously certainly welcome to discuss how you'd like to recommend this program.
Did they make an appeal?
They did not appeal, no.
Interesting.
I wonder if they're
We
getting.
can't go through all of them, but I was thinking you might want to have a conversation and find out
Why
why.
they didn't appeal, if it's gonna
Yeah,
hit
I
'em.
wonder if they're getting compensatory grants from Garfield or, I don't know. It was just a shock when I saw that.
Maybe
I
the
mean,
scope of work has changed or something where.
I don't think the scope of their work has changed, in my understanding anyway.
We don't know what has changed
Yeah.
so.
Okay, so is there another one?
No, not in that
That's the big
category,
one.
but I do have others that I would like to see reduced and given to Youth Zone, but, we can get there when we get there.
Okay, so carry on.
Okay, so you all don't want to have any conversation about updating that recommendation right now?
Well-
Not without knowing why they didn't appeal.
Well, plus, don't we have to know where the funds are gonna come from? I mean,
We have some.
if we wanted to give Youth
balance.
Zone more, doesn't that mean somebody else is gonna have to get less?
No, right now we have around 65,000 in that left from that $200,000 buffer in the surplus that could be allocated.
We could
however you see
consider
fit.
this, and we could also, we don't have to do this today, do we? If we thought, we're thinking of reviewing some of these red flags
Yeah.
at another time, we could,
Yeah.
knowing we've got a $65,000.
Well, we spent 17
cushion.
of that, because we gave 10 and 7. So we're down to
No,
about,
that was included in this updated.
Right.
number.
It was already
So
in.
the
Oh,
34, the 134.
I don't want to
is
feel
where we're at
rushed,
right
but I
now.
I
so we're
appreciate
not,
what
I
Francis is
don't
saying.
reduce that from the 66,000.
This,
Okay.
this would be, we have 65 left that could be.
Why don't we go through all of these and then we can figure out a way forward? Because
Yeah, I agree.
if you want to give them another chance to explain what's going on or make an appeal, is that something we can do without completely gumming up the works for the budget or?
Or at least
schedules?
understand why they didn't appeal.
Right,
Well,
yeah.
that's a question we
That's
don't have
something
the answer
we
to
won't,
right
probably
now.
won't find that out right
won't,
now,
yeah.
but we could find out.
And the appeal period is ended.
Yes.
Got it, okay, so, well, maybe this is something just has to be changed for next year, or we contemplate it for next year rather than,
Or maybe
Okay.
they found a solution that we
maybe
don't
they've
know.
got a solution, right, let's keep moving.
Well, as long as we pass the number, can we then take another time to discuss the actual distribution within the overall budget number?
So there's two processes that we're talking about here. One is the process to appropriate the funds, to give the total spending authority, which is what Connie, I think, is most concerned about, having held down for the budget. And then there's direction to staff relative to the grant applications, how those funds are dispersed. So you can separate those two issues as long as the direction on dispersal of grants doesn't exceed the total appropriation. So I think I think it's worthwhile if the board just wants to add in and spend down some of the fund balance to get that direction today. If you just want to approve a total pot, but you're not ready to make the decision about how it's going to be divided, that may be direction to come back. So that'd be good to have at least that level of discussion.
That works for me. Does that work?
Is that,
Second option?
and then Connie
Well,
actually has more important information.
Sam and Lisa, I don't know when you send out grant award letters.
We send out recommendation letters right after the CGRC meet, saying this is what the CGRC has recommended. And then we go in front of the BoCC, and they will give their final.
So the other organizations that you would maybe cut from to move more to Youth Zone, I think have already been notified of the dollar amount that they are now expecting to get, even though it's not final.
In
But-
that letter, I'm sorry, in the letter, it also says, if you want to appeal this, here is the date. So they're given that opportunity.
So
with
they're
that letter.
told they've gotten this award before it comes to the BoCC?
It's
So
a recommendation.
It's a
then
rec-
we're the bad guys?
We are the bad guys
Well,
at the end
that's
of the
true.
day.
But
Buck stops here,
It gives them
Francie.
the
I
recommendation.
would rather have the buck stop here before the letter goes out to the other
But
organizations.
they have to have some time to appeal it.
I understand.
So
but
we can't,
still.
we can't
Means
put
you have
that
to look
horse
at it
before
twice
that cart.
before they even had a chance to
Behind
respond.
that cart, the cart before that horse.
I understand, so maybe we need to move it back some, so they still have time to appeal. I mean, I don't wanna have some organization be upset because they were recommended to get 50,000 and we decide, well, we don't really support that. And then it seems like we could move this back a little bit so that we would have a chance to weigh in and come up with final final decisions before they get a letter.
But we can't do that without knowing if they're gonna appeal.
So what if we
Yeah.
gave them
So-
a second
I'm
appeal?
just trying to
What
figure
if we
out how-
solicited a second appeal from them? If
If-
they didn't, we don't hear back, say, hey, we didn't hear from you, we're giving you
No,
one
wait,
more
no.
chance?
Yeah, guys, I think it's a really weird profile to send out award letters and then say, do you want to appeal? Do you want to appeal? Do you want to appeal?
Well, I mean, if they don't get, I mean, if they
yeah.
get rejected in the first
It's-
round.
I think this is a group that is, for the most part, fairly experienced in our grant process and grant review process, and it is not unusual for partial grants to be awarded to these organizations, not just from us, but from other granting sources. The way we've set up the process is to share the grant review committee's findings and to provide an opportunity to appeal that. I don't know that setting up a multi-step appeal process to say, well, are you sure you don't want to appeal? Again, is actually gonna, right? I think it's gonna get us, because it's gonna become an endless kind of conversation about appeals. This board, though, if you have values that you feel are not represented, you are the final decision maker.
Right. We can
At
we
the
can
end
make
of
a
the
call.
day.
Right.
You don't have, all of these are recommendations. You don't have to fund any of them at this level. Now, you typically have, because you spend time vetting a grant review committee who spends time really going through, and in the past, this board has made adjustments to those recommendations based on your values or your concerns or what you understand. And I think that may be a better process than inviting all, because you may have 75 appeals
back for an appeal,
between
right.
now
Right, I understand.
and December.
I understand. That's fine. It's just difficult to disagree with an award and lower it if that's the way we feel we should go. It's just awkward, but fine. I'll take that
Can I offer a
responsibility.
Sounds like there's plenty of.
May not even happen anyway,
Patty.
so.
Yeah,
Can
you may
we
not.
move this forward as we've been doing it in this budget cycle. Bring it forward in 2025 to review this conversation. Because I don't think this is the place to be changing the rules, so I think we need a broader
No,
discussion.
I'm fine with not changing the rules.
Okay.
The good news is
Giving you an
we,
opportunity.
yeah, we actually as staff are going to bring some recommendations forward that have been discussed, I believe, with the grant review
It's in
committee.
the packet.
Yeah, that we think that there's probably some better ways to do this, and so we're going to recommend some changes to this body,
So it
just
could
like
be,
that.
could be, come out of that discussion. Thank you.
Great.
So
Thank you.
if we could
Okay.
just put Youthstone aside for a second and go through all the others and then go, after we're done going through everything, just talk about the few that we've red tagged or.
Yeah.
Red
Sounds
tag.
great.
And, we've taken up a lot of your time already, so we're gonna have to fly through this to get done.
All right. Goal 2, anything in there? Goal 2 is physical health. Oh, Steve has his hand up.
Steve?
Took my hand down. My
sorry.
question was answered.
Oh,
My
maybe, is
point
that
was
the
made.
cursor? There's a hand on your screen, but it's not the typical hand.
I did have my hand raised, but it's not up now.
The hand
That
is
was the
yellow.
cursor.
The hand is yellow. The hand's
Abby
yellow.
is just messing with us. That's
All
not a
right,
yellow
so-
All
hand.
right, moving along.
Goal area 2, physical health. Were there any agencies or recommendations in there that caught anyone's eye?
Let me see. I have to remember which is in which thing.
As I'm looking at it, the
Oh, yeah, okay.
most were funded at what they requested in this category. The only one that wasn't, it was denied. It was the Colorado Children's Campaign, which was a new organization.
We're on,
Yeah, see, that subtitle is underneath. Physical health is
yeah,
underneath.
all the titles
It's
underneath.
both at the top
confusing.
and at the bottom.
I have family and youth subtotals and then a blank. Oh,
and-
there,
and-
over here, where my hand was covering it.
Oh, I see that second
Yeah.
title. I didn't see that before either, Patty.
Yep, my hand
Okay,
was right
so we're
there.
looking at bridging bionics, but what about the Hospice of the Valley?
Hospice of the Valley was funded at their request amount for
3 year.
$833,333 for 3 years for a partnership.
Oh, that's what
Instead
that
of
first
one,
column.
Yeah, that's the
Yep.
partnership deal.
Yeah,
Got it.
so the orange highlight means a partnership
God.
grant.
I feel stupid. I spent so much time looking at this.
let's keep
didn't fully
moving.
understand
Okay,
it.
nothing in there. So if we move to goal area 3, mental health, substance abuse, prevention, there were some variations from the requests here. A Way Out had requested $55,000 as a partnership. The CGRC is recommending $40,000 for an annual. Callie's Backyard was not recommended for funding. Headquarters had requested $30,000 for a partnership. It was recommended for a $15,000 annual. Music therapy retreats was not recommended for funding, and the rest were all granted their requests.
Okay.
Mind Springs is back in. Got it. Okay.
All right.
All right. Moving on to goal area 5, environmental health, cultural, recreational, and educational treasures. This is a big category.
That's just kind of like the vintage thing. Like,
Hey,
really?
Steve, you better mute. Or somebody needs to. Thank you. Oh, somebody on your computer, laptop? Hello?
My speakers are muted.
It looks like you're, yeah, Connie. It's Connie's laptop. IT people will take over the world.
Oh, God, I hope they make it better. I wasn't quite sure how to respond.
Sounds much more serious when it's
All right, are we
If
good?
you want to know who really runs this
All right,
operation,
great.
it's
So this
Abby.
is a large category. I won't go through each specific one individually, but were there any organizations in here that, or recommendations that folks had questions about?
Well, I have a question about why queer communities are put together with disability, deaf, and neurodivergent people. I don't understand that. I mean, you might not either. It's
It
not
might
your
not fit in the
bailiwick,
hit.
but it just struck me as like, that's interesting.
Does it fit under environmental health,
It's
cultural,
under Cook
recreational, and educational?
Inclusive Company. Cook Inclusive Company.
Yeah, I was wondering, I thought we were gonna have a youth cooking program.
Well, the whole thing just struck me as strange. I just don't, I'm not familiar with it.
Yeah.
And it seems like, I don't know, it just struck me
Well,
as
so
strange.
so something that can happen is because the community nonprofits is almost a catch-all. If we don't necessarily feel an organization fits in another specific category, they may land here. Cook Inclusive has a wide mission, and they work with a lot of different folks, different communities. But one of the primary services they provide that's particularly recognized here in Pickens County is they provide vocational training and education for post high school folks. So they're helping connect people with jobs. So that's how that kind of landed in here more so than.
Yeah, but I just find it strange that they called out that they're working with queer people, because that's, I don't know, I just think that's,
That is a part of their mission, that they,
Reach out to that
they
populace.
work with those communities specifically around the vocational the vocational work as well.
okay,
So
thanks for that.
What is neurodivergent?
neurodivergent is the terminology that folks are that
autism.
folks-
It's
autism.
the word
how
for
they're-
autism.
Could be dyslexia, it could be any different way of autism, yeah.
But nothing like concussions, because we definitely need vocational. Because we know that people with multiple concussions, it affects.
Oh, I know.
That's why we're wrapping you in bubble wrap this next year, but
The list just makes it sound like being queer is a disability. That's my problem with this.
I don't even know where you're looking.
I'm
sorry.
under this Cook Inclusive Company.
it's on there, it's the
So they
first
work
one
with disability, deaf, neurodivergent
Got
people and queer communities, and it just makes it look like being queer is a disability.
Well, if they're putting that on there, then that's their choice to put that on there, correct? We
I
didn't
They
know.
put
wrote
that
the
on there.
description.
Yeah, that, I don't think
We didn't put
that
that.
was the intent of, certainly not the intent of,
Yeah.
the
But doesn't it kind
organization.
of look that way, the way that's written there? It's like, it's fine, let's move on. I just,
You need to call them and ask them why they put that on there.
So I saw you don't have the Pauline S. Schneegass Wildlife Foundation highlighted, although I think you brought them
They're not
back.
new.
It got appealed and
They're
was
not new.
granted 7,000.
Right, I didn't see them in this list, so
They're
there's
at the
nothing.
bottom.
They're
On-
the
all the
bottom
way
of
down
the
at the
second
very-
to the last page.
Yeah, I've got them there, but there's a 0 in the column. I just want to make sure that's not
Right, that's because it has that version was submitted before the appeal was approved. So
got
that
it. So that
we can-
appeal, I just wanted to confirm that
Exactly.
appeal's been approved, as has Safe Passages, correct?
Yes, correct.
Yeah, I had a note from the wildlife people, and they said, "Well, thank you for considering the appeal." But it's just an interesting. You understand how these things happen. It's like they had a new person write the grant request and didn't include everything. It kind of goes into the circumstances. It's like life gets in the way, and so it's nice that there's an appeal process.
And the conversations that the CGRC has are, they build upon the decisions they've made in the room that day. So
Right.
the way they're looking at these grants can change from year to year, and how they're determining what they feel is best benefit for the county. So, it can go in different directions. And this is why the appeal process is so great.
I think it's really important. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to point out that there was an appeal this morning from the Wildlife Rehab Center for anybody who's trimming trees, aspen trees in particular, because they have a huge orphaned beaver population, and they need food for those beavers. So, and the
I thought
beavers
about
eat
that with
bark.
my pumpkins. Do you want my pumpkins?
I don't know, they're looking for aspen trees. I'm not sure pumpkins fit.
You
in
used
that.
to take them to
Maybe they did, yeah.
Pauline.
So anyway, it's the thing is, we've got people in the valley. They buy a ranch and they remove all the beavers from the streams because they think they're a menace or a pest, or they're changing the landscaping. And then we're trying to reintroduce beavers every way we can.
Is there
not all the ranchers do that. You
Not
use
all,
the word
thank you.
all. I
Not
want to make
all.
it clear
They're
that's not
forgetting
true.
off-
Francie doesn't do that, or maybe she does, and the rest of them don't. I don't know. She's beaver friendly. And then just the other thing with the safe passages, with increased highway speeds and volume of traffic on the highways, it's more of a problem. And so I'm really grateful that's still in there. Thank you.
Well, I want to talk about the Farm Collaborative.
Okay.
That was a really big ask. And we already support agriculture through our agricultural lease program to a fairly large extent. We have very expensive properties that cost farmers almost nothing. And we do a lot of the farm to table kind of support things. And so I'm concerned about the farm collaborative and the fact that they had no gardens this year at Cozy Point. And I talked to Eden about why they didn't have
They had no what? Gardens?
gardens. And I talked to Eden about why they didn't have gardens there, and he explained to me that there were so many ground squirrels that they couldn't have the gardens. And so they did this solarization project where they covered everything in plastic and sent their staff down to Casey's place at
Sunfire Ranch.
Seeds for Peace, yeah, Sunfire. So I asked him why do you want all this money? And he wants it for staff to have a site manager and a production manager. And so I don't know. I just wonder, and I'm also wondering does Aspen own the property that
Yes,
that Eden is on, or does
City
they
of
only
Aspen.
own the horse property?
they own that property.
But why aren't they asking Aspen for money?
Perhaps they are.
I don't think Aspen has a grant program that would fit this niche.
And the conversation in the grant meetings more focused around the educational programming and the kids after-school programs and stuff like that that are offered at Cozy Point. So that was kind of more where the CGRC gravitated towards than the incubator programs and things like that.
So that's why the amount is half of what they requested.
Yeah, so they're building a 5,000 square foot classroom, and the attention to infrastructure when we have a high school and a middle school 10 minutes away, and we're building a 5,000 square foot building, when really, why aren't they outside in the gardens being educated? I just have a problem with that. So,
So, Francine, maybe we should have it after the first of the year, Eden come back in and explain what's actually going on there. There's been a lot of activities on that property on both sides of the fence, with the
Yeah.
dirt being moved and the
yeah,
drainage.
for paddocks for horses.
Yeah, the drainage and the dirt being moved and the
Yeah.
dirt pile that,
Lot happening
so, I don't know, Eden his spectrum doesn't reach out that far because he's, on the up valley side of it. But I would like to know, yeah, that's a good point, because I know that I was on the founding board for Aspen Tree, and they were looking at opportunities of where they could use existing buildings, and that kind of went by the wayside because of access and land and et cetera. They looked at T-Lazy 7, they looked at lots of different locations, and I don't know how they dealt with the school system.
Yeah.
But if they're just teaching indoor classes, but their building's already approved and going
Oh,
up.
I know. And a lot of that earth moving was for horse paddocks, and that to me is,
That's the city's.
the whole thing is,
Well, do you want to flag it and say we're good for half of it now, but you
well,
gotta come
they
and
only
talk to us
granted
about
half
the
of it,
rest?
but it's still a huge grant compared to a lot of the other organizations.
I'm comfortable just moving it forward, but
I'd like to have
bring
an
'em in.
explanation of their
Yeah.
process, come back to us after the first of the year and see what they're actually doing
Yeah.
and the numbers of their earth keepers. I see the earth keepers van, and I wouldn't put my kid in that van. I mean, they usually use it to haul
Well,
the
and then
llamas and the
Casey's
goats.
place, I mean, I love Casey, the work he does is amazing, but Jason Sewell gives him that land for those greenhouses. I mean, it's like heavily subsidized agriculture, heavily subsidized. Like,
Yeah, a lot of it is.
and is it viable or isn't it,
Right.
just,
At
I've got some
Sunfire?
concerns.
Okay,
Or-
well, it's
or
worth
Cozy
investigating.
Point.
Let's have a review of that next year.
Okay.
I'd like to have that come back and have them do a
Okay.
presentation and find out what actually goes on there.
Yeah.
I think Steve has his hand
Oh,
up.
thank you. That's a legit hand, Steve.
Eden sent out an email, he's looking for the farm manager position, $70,000 a year salary,
Site manager.
to basically take care of the whole property, it sounded like from the job description, which makes me wonder, well, what does Eden do?
Yeah, really.
He's a-
Raises money.
So I think, I agree with you, Francie. There's, there's something fishy going on there. And, he did combine with Casey. They're working together.
Not anymore, I
Two
don't
different
think.
organizations working together, and Casey's doing really good things down there. So, I would support still putting some money into it, but I would agree that the city of Aspen needs to step up to the plate on this. If they want to hire another person besides Eden to take care of the property, maybe that's a city of Aspen staffing position or something, that we shouldn't be paying for that.
Two more people, the site manager and the production manager. So the production manager is like the gardens, and that's like a $60,000 job. And then the site manager is 70 or 75,000, and that, because that, they have sheep and llamas also. I don't know.
Have them come, I think we need to vet it further in next year and have them come in and.
So the question is, are we gonna approve it as is? Go on the recommendation of, remember, this has
I think there's
been,
legitimate concerns, but I would move it forward, and with the stipulation, you come back next year, don't put in a grant application. Come back and talk to us next year.
okay, there you go. That works for me.
How would we communicate that?
We just
John?
call Eden and say, give him work session time, and
Who would reach out to him?
So the board is asking for one of the nonprofits to come in and provide more information.
How about provide more information first and then come in if necessary?
Yeah, I think it'd be up to us to do outreach. Is it, I think the challenge is are you looking for that relative to this grant?
no, I'm looking at it in 2025.
If the board directs it, we'll
We don't have time
schedule
between now
it.
and end of the year. So I think it's part of next year, we would like to hear what is actually, there's so much change there that gives us grounds, I think, to ask for an explanation of what is currently happening on the ground there.
What's the budget?
As grantors.
Who else is in? Right.
Yeah.
So we are
We
doing a
have a
site
right to
visit
know
with
as
them
grantors.
in the next month,
Oh, okay.
based on the collaborative grant that they're doing with Lift Up, but we will do also a individual site visit, so we could provide you with the report from that.
be
I
great.
would,
They're doing a
you.
collaborative grant with Lift Up as well as this grant?
Yes, from last year when we did the
Yeah.
collaborative grants.
Oh,
yeah.
just the leftover one. Is that a
Right, it was a-
recurring?
Is that what?
Is that a recurring grant, or was
No,
it
that
just
was
for this year?
That was a 2-year, $100,000 grant for organizations to partner with each other.
yeah.
Well, that's interesting, because the Farm Collaborative at Cozy Point didn't grow anything this year for Lift Up.
Well, we're going to be meeting, it's really about capacity building was the purpose of those grants. So we were trying to see organizations with similar missions who could come together and work together to build their capacity.
Yes, I'd forgotten about that. I'm glad you reminded me of that. So 100,000 for Lift Up and the Farm Collaborative this year for capacity, but now another $100,000 ask for more capacity for site and what's the other
Would
one?
you be more
Production.
comfortable pulling this?
No, not entirely. I mean,
I want it to come back to us. I think doing a site visit, but I would like them to be at the table so we can interact and ask questions that we have about what's going on there, what's not going on there, because obviously we have concerns.
well, there's a big gift here for, or grant here for Lift Up too. Didn't we just give Lift Up money? So why are they in this asking for money a different avenue with the county?
Well, the original ask was much higher, you might recall. We gave them less than they asked for in that go-around, and they're still trying to, meet their budget. And
They came in outside of the grant process, right? And asked us for money.
Yes,
and-
Yeah.
and we gave them money. Forget how much, 50,000?
Yeah.
I think so.
we've got some
And now
here.
they're part of this in addition to that. Excuse me. Yeah, they do amazing work, and they're part of the $100,000 capacity grant as well. That's a lot of money.
Right, might be a different category, so we probably need to have that explained to us.
Maybe I'd make this suggestion to the board is, we can look at scheduling in 2025. In the meantime, though, staff is doing a site visit, so why don't we provide that report See if it answers the questions, and if so, then, you can give direction as to whether we meet or not. And if not, then we can have, schedule something in 2025.
That's a great suggestion.
Does that
What he
work for you,
said.
Patty?
I'm fine with that. I want to keep the process moving forward, but
Yeah, we've got
we
8 minutes
obviously have a
left.
lot of questions about this one, and I don't think they're going to be answered by a site visit, but let's start there.
Yeah, and we can ask these questions in the site visit. There's not some,
Yeah.
Are you
Better.
doing a site visit at Cozy Point or at the other farm collaborative?
no, at Cozy Point. I think it's.
I
20.
want to
Been
get
there?
to our
Cozy
the
Point?
difficult issues conversation. We've got 8 minutes to do that.
Well, I think we do have to loop back to Youth Zone. That was the only other one that we had kind of a pin in. So we've got Farm Collaborative. Other than that, Youth Zone was the only.
That was
I
a
think we
flag.
keep Youth Zone where it is and find out why they didn't
Right.
appeal and if they're getting supplement, rather than give them more money when
I
they
think
didn't appeal the fact they needed
The
more
difficult issues may help answer some of that, because I had some ideas about difficult issues.
What do you mean?
There's a early on in the packet in the grant recommendations
Yeah.
under item E, difficult issues.
Uh-huh.
So the CAGRC had spirited and respectful dialogue on several topics. So we know they're thinking about this. I don't want to second guess them. So I feel good about how we're moving right now with our questions. They invite input on these topics. So I kind of feel like we ought to give them a little time. One, organizations that fail to provide complete financial documentation. I would just say they have an appeal opportunity where they can step up to the plate and provide it, or done. I'm happy to say no. We're not
justify
going
their
to.
appeal.
If you're not going to provide the documentation we need, you're not qualified to submit. Simple as that. That would be my perspective, and I don't think that's too harsh. It's like, hey, this is how many grants even respect an incomplete presentation. The second one is organizations that provide services that are very similar to services provided, so redundancy with other organizations. I'm kind of wondering if we'd have a policy of saying, well, if there's a huge redundancy here, we decide to fund one and not the other, or we give them both half and tell them to
Work
contemplate
together.
working together.
Well, I think we should look at other ways in which we fund things as well, not just through the Healthy Community Fund, such as our
Additional,
agricultural
right.
lease program.
Good point. That should be considered. Maybe that's another thing to put in here. So there's the redundancy issue. Redundancy of funding is what Francie's pointing out.
I don't have,
Organizations where the majority are of individuals receiving services do not live or work in Pitkin County, aka popular things, Shining Stars, Huts for Vets, Challenge Aspen. Yet they have a very strong volunteer presence. So we're funding a worthwhile organization of lots of local volunteers, although they're serving people from elsewhere.
we've talked about this at
we
length
have.
over the
Yeah,
years.
we've talked
and
about
we
this before.
decided there's a benefit if kids are coming from Rifle and or we're
whomever,
providing
wherever.
services, or if Shining Stars are coming from Detroit.
Everywhere,
We're
yeah.
providing a great
Right.
service, and I think that's what makes us a whole community.
I agree.
So I don't think there's an issue with that. So they don't tell them not to worry about it. We're still on.
We're taking that one off.
The
their
third item,
difficult list.
organizations that have substantial reserve funds and endowments, and understanding, the sentence doesn't make sense to me, and understanding the demonstrated need for additional funding. So they're having trouble understanding the need for additional funding
When they
if
have
they have
big
such.
bucks sitting in a
Right.
bank account.
That's a flag for me also.
Me too.
You know,
Me
like,
too.
if they're already wealthy, we don't need to give them charity, right? Everybody always wants more, right? So
Unless
that's
they could
I'm
demonstrate why they have this big remaining fund of some sort, it's for different
right.
work that they
Maybe
can't.
it's limited.
They
Maybe
can't
it's-
use our money for.
Right. Maybe it's.
I mean, I don't know if they can justify that or
So,
not.
we could update there is a question about their reserve policy, but a lot of reserve policies we've seen are outdated. We had an organization who received a $2 million endowment and hadn't updated their reserve policy, so it didn't really reflect. So
Right.
we could
Sounds like
make
you're
our
on top of it.
question a little more to get to the point of, do you have plans for these funds, or is this an endowment that kind of goes on in perpetuity, in which case, why do you need 20,000 for this?
Right.
And as
right.
far as the first point about incomplete we've talked about this for years too. When they file an application and they leave out documents for their financial justification why they need the money. That's why we have the appeal. They can come back in and enter, but I don't want, and I don't think we have a lot that do that because we nipped it in the bud some years ago. But if it's a repeat customer that every year doesn't fulfill the request for documentation, when is enough enough? You know, so if every year you're
Three
appealing
strikes and they're
because you
out.
didn't fulfill the application or fully fulfill the application, you should learn from your mistakes and not keep repeating them. So I would have an issue if there were repeat offenders.
Okay.
That
I
make
would-
sense?
Yeah, and I would appreciate it when you go to your site visit at the Farm Collaborative before we close up, that you get them to be specific about what are their contributions to the community. Like, what,
Other than the Saturday
why
market.
are we supporting this, like, other than keeping Ed employed?
And what other income sources do they have? All that, yeah. Okay. Does that, any questions for you, for us,
You have
from
more?
you?
No, I think that gives us some pretty good direction.
Anything else we need to do here on, for this, or are we done?
Let's see. No, we've gone over the recommendations. I mean, if people don't have, any questions about the CGRC's overall impressions, I think that pretty much covers.
Great.
Uh,
I just
what
want
we
to
have
thank
here.
them on
I was gonna
behalf of the
say.
board and the community.
Yeah.
Thank them for doing this. It's hard. It must be fun as well, but it's really worthwhile, and it's
Do we
part
need
of
more
what makes
members?
us special.
We do need, so Barbara Reed this was her last year, so we are gonna
Wow.
need a new member. We worked with the schools this year and did have a couple students who were interested, but with the short notice, it didn't work out. So we're gonna be going back up to the schools in spring to do another recruiting session and hopefully get some student.
Well, a suggestion for that is this school is, which I don't agree with, but they're going to this, everybody has to be in the IB program, because I don't think all kids are cut out for their IB program. But part of their IB program, they have to do something community-wise, I believe. So this may be a great avenue for those kids that need to fulfill their IB requirements. At the same time, they can be helping us out with having a youth voice on this committee.
Yeah, we had a good response. It was just a really short time frame with kids coming back to school in
Because their
September. and
dockets
then-
are so full at school with the IB program, so if we could at least help them out by combining, they could be on this and fulfill what they need to do for IB, would be a great way to advertise that.
I'd love to maybe extend it to CMC as well. CMC is in our community as they're talking about civil service programs and citizenship issues, and why not reach out to them because they might have students who would find this to be a perfect
We
thing.
could change the bylaws say they're high school.
Got it. Well, we could
Well,
extend
there's a
it.
lot of high school kids that go to
As
CMC.
CMC's, yeah, a lot of high school kids are taking CMC courses now, so I'm just wondering if maybe we'd have to change the bylaws, but that might be worthwhile. That's a conversation to have with Steve Skadden.
I was gonna say with Skadron, yeah.
If you're up for that,
It's your
Lisa.
bill of obligation.
Exactly, there you go, see? Thank you for coming. It's lunchtime.
Thanks, guys, appreciate
We're
it.
gonna take a break for an hour and be back at 1 where Connie's gonna thrill us with benign
With
and
budget.
mundane budget issues that just make the entire, we like you so much more after this election cycle's behind us. It's like, oh, I just can't wait to hear about the budget. It's- Okay, welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a good lunch. It is the 7th of November, Thursday, work session, and up next, we're doing our budget hearings. This is the Healthy Community, wait a minute, Flourishing Natural and Built Environment budget presentation. And up first, we have telecommunications. Easy for you to say. Connie, take it away.
All right, get the slideshow started. There we go. Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. This is part 2 of Flourishing Natural and Built Environment budget proposal for 2025. The screen keeps going out, but we'll just
I
keep
know.
moving forward.
We
Yeah,
can
we're
see
good.
that one,
You can see that. Okay,
but
great.
it's hard when you get numbers, little numbers.
Yeah.
So we'll figure it out.
So you've seen the first few slides about this part of the county's strategic plan and the areas that we're focusing on, things we'll be hitting on today that help promote the county's strategic plan. So I'm just going to move through these quickly. This section of our budget is about $164 million. That's 60% of the overall proposed budget because it does tend to be an area that's a little more capital heavy. And the 3-year expenditure comparison you also saw 2 weeks ago when we presented part 1. So I'm just going to keep moving along for the sake of time. We saw a number of departments last week, most of the infrastructure area of the budget. And now we're continuing today, starting with the Translator Fund, Public Safety Radio, REMP, Community Development, Healthy Rivers and Streams, and Open Space and Trails. And so we'll kick it off with Jeff and Drew. Please introduce yourselves.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I want to thank the board for the opportunity to discuss the telecommunications budget for 2025. My name is Jeff Kruger. I'm the telecommunications manager.
And I'm Drew Peterson, Deputy Telecommunications Manager.
And so, yeah, we'll be presenting today. First off, this is just a beautiful picture of the Elephant Comm site on a helicopter approach, which sits just above Redstone. And that was taken a couple of months ago now when the weather was really good.
What a cool spot.
Yeah. Go ahead, Connie. Next, our organization is made up of 6 people. We're primarily comprised of engineers, electronic technicians. We do have 1 administrator with Michelle and 1 very well-fed pug. But just to give you some interesting facts on our organization and group, we have 115 years of combined telecommunications experience. You're just getting a wealth of knowledge and experience with our team. But some of our extracurricular activities I think is kind of neat to share with all of you. We have 1 EMT, we have 1 person on ski patrol, we have 1 ski instructor, both work part-time for Aspen Ski Company. We have 1 volunteer firefighter. We actually have 1 incident management team lead who recently went on a FEMA exercise to the island of Guam in American Samoa. Wow. So that, I'm very proud of that. We actually have 1 Himalayan mountain climber
Who is that?
who did 8,000 plus meters. That's Dan.
Wow.
And this is a picture of K2 in the background taken from the base camp over by Broad Peak. We've also almost have a complete band. We have 2 guitar players, 1 trumpet, 1 saxophone. We're missing a drummer. So that'll be the next new hire, hopefully.
Is that an FTE or is that like a partial FTE? What are we looking for? What are you asking for?
Yeah. We've got five pet owners, and like I said, Rigby is our 7th member who's on floor patrol. So we do have a great team. We work out of the Southside facility. I think all of you know that. We're there every day. So that's our base of operations. We come in, we don't work virtually. We work out of that office daily. It's our center of operations really for all of our comm sites where we kind of plan our daily activities and do our work. So
Interesting that
Next
the
slide.
telecoms group was all in-house, considering we do so much remote
Yeah, I like that.
work these days.
let's see. So what does our telecom department encompass? There's actually 2 funds. One is the Translator and Broadband Fund. So this is actual property tax mill levy, And as such, we have an advisory board. Our advisory board consists of 5 people. They meet quarterly. They approve our budgets as well. And we also have an enterprise fund, which is the Public Safety Radio Fund. This fund is actually funded through public safety agencies. Our Picken Sheriff is one. We've got Police Department, Snowmass Police, Basalt Police, but we've also have fire departments that support that as well. And then we also have various other non-public safety agencies that support that. Road and Bridge is an example, Open Space and Trails all contribute. If you have a two-way radio, you contribute to that fund. So all of our, one thing I want to note here on this slide is all of our systems operate 24/7 by 365. There are no exceptions. We maintain all of these systems with a very small team. Whether there be a failure, and they tend to occur evenings and weekends for whatever reason, but we do have on-call, we do have rotate on-call, and so we do have to support those systems, especially on the public safety side, when those failures occur. So we have a very small team doing 24/7 operations. Next slide. Really just to kind of go over our responsibilities, I like to think of our department, we're kind of a facilities,
No.
are we okay?
This one's out now.
Yeah, just keep going. You can follow along on.
This is regular. It's just always like this.
Okay.
Just carry on.
But really, we're kind of a facilities department, we're an IT department, we're an operational technology department all rolled into one. We maintain 14 communication sites. We maintain 3 dispatch centers. We maintain 2 Meet Me centers, which are fiber aggregation points for broadband. We also do fiber and networks. We just recently completed the Roaring Fork broadband project. We have 2 miles of underground fiber now that we're maintaining. We also have leased fiber from Holy Cross Energy going up Valley. We've got a very extensive router and switch network, and we're also doing 811 locates on all of this fiber. This is now an added responsibility within our department. We get quite a few locate requests, which is surprising to us, given that we just started this. But this has now also become another big responsibility within our department. We also have 28 microwave hops. So all of our comm sites, the dispatch center, some of the fire departments are all interconnected via microwave hops. And we have multiple applications that we work with, whether it be network microwave applications, fiber management, facilities management, all of our 911 consoles. This is the software applications that we manage. And we also have unique hardware systems. But our customer base is public safety agencies. We have a translator, both FM and TV users. We have broadband subscribers. We are also doing things outside of our department, helping other departments within the county. EOTC is now a customer of ours. Airport is a customer recently. I can go over that in a little more detail. Next slide, please. Just real quickly, some pictures from this past year. When I say we do a lot of things, the very top left, we actually installed an air conditioning unit at our town hall, at our Snowmass Village Town Hall comm site. That was done by our team. So we don't do, we contract out, a lot of the heavy lift items, but a lot of things we just do ourselves. And that's an example. We have a kind of pretty extensive set of vehicles getting to sites, as you can imagine. Lower left is a snowmobile going up to Root Eye. So we do have a snowmobile, we have a tracked vehicle, we have a snowcat. So these are required to get to sites in the winter. We are all. What's that?
Just on lease. You don't own one.
Oh, okay, you don't see these.
We don't have
Look at
helicopter
your
yet,
helicopter.
did you say?
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Yeah. We're all certified tower climbers, so we do climb towers. But yeah, just some pictures of the team and the group. Next slide, please.
Steve has his hand up. He wants to ask about the helicopter. Steve? His hand's up. Is he there?
That's not the
cursor again, is it?
No, it's him. It's a,
And what is the matter
There you
with
go.
the internet?
See it, the TV's broken.
Are you having internet problems?
hey, Steve, can you hear us?
Oh, jeepers.
Uh-oh, he doesn't look like
I am.
he's,
He is, obviously.
He's got his mute on, doesn't he?
Here we go.
say something, Steve.
I can't hear anything.
Oh, we can send him a text.
Okay,
Now try that. Can you hear us now?
That's good.
Okay, you're good. Okay, great. All right, we're translator just operations. Go ahead, carry on, Jeff. Sorry about that.
No problem. Next slide, please. So just a kind of a short list of accomplishments we had this past year. We completed the Roaring Fork Broadband Project, so I'm happy to say that all of the facilities that are down valley are connected via fiber. So this includes the landfill, the River Park Center, the Southside Building, and we also connected the comm sites in Snowmass Village as well as the comm site up on Jackrabbit, which is Sky Mountain Park. So these are all now new facilities that are fiber connected. The Jackrabbit power line and fiber was completed. We replaced a 50-year-old power line this past summer. The automated vehicle counter system, this is an actual EOTC project that we volunteered to execute on and develop. We've actually now installed 8 camera locations throughout the city of Aspen. There's 2 that are in Pickens County, one at Brush Creek and one at McLean Flats.
And that's Maroon Creek there.
That's Maroon
Yes,
Creek,
the
yes.
new wall. Yeah, that's a vehicle counter. Okay,
Right.
so it's not a cable across the road. It's an eye of some sort, or lidar or
It's a
something.
camera system that includes IR capability. We're working on a new radio repeater site that's going to be dedicated to the airport. The airport is really the largest customer within the radio site. They've got some coverage issues over there because of where the current repeater sites are. And this will be an entirely brand new radio site dedicated to the airport. We've completed the design and engineering and the procurement. We will be installing it next year. That budget item was actually approved last year. We did some TV transmitter upgrades. We did generator replacements, one at Ajax and Crown, and we added a new one at Southside, given that we operate a satellite 911 dispatch center there.
Now your
and then
airport improvements are not going to enter. They're not something that have to be removed when we start reworking runways and infrastructure.
They do
out
not.
there.
We're putting it in a temporary cabinet. And the idea is that once the new airport terminal is actually built, we would move that equipment into the new airport terminal.
Got it. Okay, thanks.
We also added 2 wildfire detection cameras to our network, one at Crown and Elephant. For now, we have a total of 6 cameras. Next slide, please. So for 2025, this is the translator broadband budget request. Our focus really this next year is on maintenance and operations. We don't have a whole lot of capital requests for next year. We completed our first rebuild back in 2016, starting with Williams. So we've rebuilt all of our comm sites with the exception of one. But now we're in the process of really trying to make sure that they're maintained, they're inspected, they're structurally sound, and that we could continue to have a long life expectancy out of them. So that's going to be our main focus this next summer or next year. But we do have some capital improvement items. One is on broadband, and we do plan on starting to replace our access points. These are the fixed wireless systems that sit on our towers. We currently have 6 sites that are operating wireless broadband. This was originally put in 2018, so now we're approaching 6 years old. They're getting end of life, so we are going to start replacing those.
Are these the new ones on the bottom there? Is this part
These
of-
are actually the very top. These are the panels on the tower.
Got it.
The very
okay.
top
All
picture.
right, got it.
As part of that effort, we are going to be able to offer increased wireless packages. We currently offer 10, 25, and 40 meg down speeds. We will be able to get 100 meg down speeds with this new product. And the first phase is going to be Williams Peak. So This will kind of be the testing ground. We'll do Williams Peak first, and then we'll work on the others after that. We are going to be doing some propane tank replacements of 40K, and we're going to be adding a camera security system to our sites with 20K.
So you have to tell me what those boxes are on the bottom.
It seems like there's part of the slide's missing. Oh, I can't see it all. That's why.
Oh, you don't have
Sorry.
it? Okay.
So we are going to be purchasing some test gear now that we put in a fiber optic system. Greg, that's a good question. Sorry, I missed that. The one on the left is a fiber fusion box. This is for fusing fiber at our handhold locations. The one on the right is a fiber tester. It's an optical tester for determining if the fiber is good,
Okay, great.
the quality
Thanks.
of it. And this is our budget and 5-year plan. I think there's no real surprises. Do you want to go ahead, Connie?
No, not a lot this year, as Jeff mentioned. They're focusing more on maintenance and upkeep. On the revenue side, you'll notice the 1.2 million in property tax. That's the main funding source for the translator fund. The property tax is enough to cover all of their operations, but does not really cover the capital costs of the program. And so the general fund steps in, if you look at the third line up from the bottom, a transfer of $200,000 in 2025, and then that amount varies through the course of the 5-year plan depending on the capital projects that they have planned. So general fund just supports with the capital side of the program to make sure that this fund stays viable and they can continue to maintain the sites that they've worked so hard so many years to get to the condition they're in now.
Yeah, you made a lot of progress since I've been listening to these presentations.
Can I ask a question? So other revenue, the 43,200,
Yeah.
that's the stuff we get from the other entities that use our services?
There's the Skybeam lease for 3 mountaintop sites.
What about the money we get from the Snowmass Snowmass PD or?
That's in the radio fund. This is
Okay.
translator, yeah.
Okay. Oh, down here. That's the next pages. I'm
Any
just
other
looking at the whole picture.
So we have a decision point on the translator fund. Is the board good with moving this one forward?
I don't see
Oh, charges for service, 710,000.
a partial FTE for the drummer. Where is that?
No, but I do have a request for next year that the dog gets to come with you to clean our floors.
He's actually in the truck right now.
Oh, okay.
So
Waiting in
he's
the
a little
truck.
distracting, so he can sit this one out next year.
Thumbs up, is that what you need? I'll give you a thumbs up. Steve,
Yeah.
Steve's thumbs up. Francie's thumbs up.
Yep.
Good to go.
Okay.
Thank you. It's always great
Thank
to
you
catch up. I still
Yeah,
want to talk to
and
you
you
about
are-
starting. Oh, go ahead,
You are
Steve.
seeing me over Williams Hill broadband system right now. That's my link.
You're coming in loud and clear. Nice picture, Steve.
You're going to be upgraded, Steve, shortly.
Okay. I'll be a test case.
Yes.
Excellent. Excellent. All right.
All right. So the next item is the public safety radio budget. Like I said, we have 2 funds, one being translator, one being public safety radio. Again, we share infrastructure, both translator and public safety radio, so a lot of the focuses are the same in terms of maintenance and operations for next year. But our main items for improvements or capital requests are on 2-way radio replacements. So this is another item that's end of life. We're kind of at this end of life cycle that we're going through on a number of things right now. But we are requesting $90K to purchase new 2-way radios. We did a study this year evaluating radio options. That study came forward and we recommended some options. The public safety agencies concurred with those options. And we will be proceeding to not only replace our radios, but almost all public safety agencies will be in the process of replacing their radios as well.
And that's in the county or the valley or
Yes, valley-wide, yeah.
what does a single radio cost these days? How many radios
Depending
does
on
an ID?
features, they're not cheap. Anywhere from about 3 to 5K.
Got it.
So, yeah.
So on the budget, is that under machinery and equipment, 160, is that where the 90,000 is in there? Okay.
And then our team does the programming of all those radios as well. We have approximately 1,400 radios in the system. On the right, you can see examples of where we have radios, all the way from RAFTA buses down to Aspen Fire. Even the school district, Aspen School District, has radios. So it's a pretty wide gamut of both vehicles that are the mobile ones as well as portables that our public safety officials use.
Are all these radios capable of talking on the same frequency, or are they all discrete, different?
They kind of use they use a round robin, if you will, of frequencies. You make each one of our sites have what's typically called a 10-channel system. As you key up your radio, it consumes one of those channels. So we have plenty of channel capacity such that you don't get busy signals, and that's really the key.
Got it. But if a RAFTA driver wanted to, for any reason, talk to a fire truck driver, could they do that? There's
actually zones that prevent that.
Okay.
So yeah, there's talk groups and zones that allow only fire to talk with fire, police to talk with police, and so on.
Got it. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, go back. I'm sorry. And I think there was just a couple other things. We are doing some repeater gateway replacements, S40K, and part of the camera security upgrade that we're requesting. It's like I said, our infrastructure is shared between the two, so public safety radio is going to be paying for part of that in the amount of 15K. We do have some other budget items that we're working on. This is not for your approval today, but really just informational purposes. These were already approved by you. One was the airport DTR system that was approved last year. We're in the process. This is really going to be a 1.5-year project. So these funds will be carried forward for next year. But this is a 600K line item. And we'll be putting in a new 10-channel digital trunked radio system at the airport. And that's in progress. The other one is also to improve coverage. We have identified issues within the Redstone area of coverage gaps on the radio system. And you approved a supplemental at the last quarterly supplemental request for $400K to get that done. So. And that's an effort
for the Redstone back.
Yeah. So, and that's something that we're teaming with the Carbondale Fire District on that. So
it's just a radio site being a translator or at the Redstone Fire Station?
It's going to be at the Redstone Fire Station.
That's enough for you to handle the coverage for.
Yes.
Great.
Next slide. Yeah. Okay, and then this is our budget 5-year plan.
And on the revenue charges for services, a little over 710,000. This is where all of the different agencies contribute in, both county departments that use the radio system, public safety entities that use the radio system, and then, as Jeff mentioned, schools and RAFTA and so on. So it is an enterprise fund. It's funded by service charges from the people who use the system. As far as costs go, you will see the $167,000 under machinery and equipment. That's their main item this year. Other items are really just normal operations. Down at the very bottom of the page, you see the fund balance gradually increasing on this chart. And that's because they're building up for some larger capital projects. There will be the Ajax site replacement coming up, and so as we've mentioned with some other funds, we're saving up and then we'll spend down in future years.
Got it. Patty?
Significant difference under other revenue from last year to 2024 to 25?
Yes, so on.
Get some big grant or something that,
So if you also look down under the infrastructure line, about midway through the expenditures, you'll see 400,000 infrastructure in that orange column.
right,
And that is the Redstone site that was
Okay.
added as a supplemental.
it's up here under the 4K.
And then
right, okay.
400,000 will be coming from E911 to cover that cost. So it's flowing through the radio fund. They're the ones in charge of the project, but the cost is being covered by E911.
Because then I know it kind of goes back to the 30,000 range going out years.
Right.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, is that it? We need a thumbs up?
Yep.
Thumbs up. Steve,
Yep.
you good? We're all good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Always-
I just want to,
Interesting.
in final, say thank you to Connie.
She does amazing.
She's amazing. She makes this project and budget just flow so smoothly and makes everything very simple for all of us. I want to thank Connie. Thank you.
So what we're
She
going
is
to task her,
extraordinary.
we're going to task her in 2025 to find you a drummer.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you all.
I still want to talk about
Thank you,
like
Jeff.
a
Thanks,
pirate
Drew.
jazz radio station. What band can I put
I
that
would
on?
want to volunteer for that, but yeah,
Okay.
we
If anybody can do it, you can.
Just don't let the FCC hear that pirate word. They
Oh,
really don't.
They don't like
it.
that word. Okay, sorry, I'll remove that.
okay.
Thank you, guys. We appreciate it.
Entrepreneur.
Thanks.
Have a good
Now,
afternoon.
this is Suzanne's favorite
Now we've
topic.
got
Okay,
community
here we go.
development and REMP. We're going to start with REMP today.
And Kara's bringing it down. Alex.
He's on our way.
Who's on her way?
IT.
Oh, to,
This is cutting
They're
off
gonna
the
shake us
bottom,
down
so
for
if you
money
need
or
to
something,
trouble-
right?
I don't know.
we'll fix your
Yeah,
screen.
Yeah,
if-
their budget's coming up next, right? So
Yeah.
See the main TV.
you want this to work?
Their budget's not coming up next.
I know, I'm teasing.
I'm like, did I miss something here?
They're just getting ready to shake us down for money.
You're just having snacks for lunch, chips, that's it.
Here, do you want? No, we'll do this one.
Keeping an eye on you.
Moving furniture?
Yeah, I learned from the best. Musical chairs. You know that.
Hi, Alex. Hi, Kara.
Hi. You ready?
Let's go.
Good afternoon. So, Kara Silvernagle, Deputy County Manager.
And Alex Sanchez, Community Development Analyst.
And REMP is an umbrella that covers a few different, so it's within ComDev and hits a few different pieces. So you have Alex and I today. We'll be pretty brief. I think we've hit on this a couple times this fall, but can dive into questions as you want to hear more. Thank you. Mostly for the public and reminding you all the overview and purpose of REMP. It was established in 1999 with really the purpose to mitigate consumption of external energy use and incentivize on-site renewable energy. The fees collected by REMP through ComDev and the building department are used to reduce fossil fuel energy consumption, administer the IECC building and energy codes, community education about energy efficiency, and also achieve the goals of the Pitkin County Climate Action Plan.
I think CORE had something to do with that, right?
And it was started by CORE in 1999 with the city and county taking that on and implementing it. Thank you, Greg. And then as the building and energy codes over the years have gotten more aggressive, we've gone from less of an incentive and more of a regulatory on the external energy, which, as we've talked about with this board before, has, and we'll get into achievements from this year, is really anticipating that decline in REMP in future years, which you'll see in the budget moving forward.
Yes, I think now to talk kind of current trends and then projections. In 2024, the County Commissioners approved an exterior energy budget That exterior energy budget essentially capped the max rent payment that any property could pay. There's obviously some trade-offs if they want to go snow melt, pool, et cetera, but really the largest payment that they can make under the current rent program with that cap in place is $130,000. So that is something that we will track going forward. Now, rent payments are unobligated once a certificate of occupancy has been signed and 180 days after that. So while we are talking changes currently, projects can take anywhere from 2 to 4 years to close out and get their certificate of occupancy. So those payments that we're talking about today for projects that are under review won't become potentially available until 2027. And that's kind of a point later on we'll discuss a little bit more.
Alex, could you explain to me what you mean with the maximum rent collection for the exterior energy code? Like,
Yeah.
when does somebody have to pay a fee under the energy code?
So projects that are submitted after the energy code change was adopted and are under review, the 200 million BTUs essentially comes out to $130,000 rent payment. So that's when we say the max. They're maxing out that 200 million BTU budget.
So if they decide to put in 200 million, what are they called?
BTU.
Of outside energy, then they have to pay the 130,000.
Correct, and that payment is made at issuance. So before the permit can be issued, they need to pay the building issuance fee, any impact fees that are assessed, which could be REMP, affordable housing, road impact. All of those are made prior to issuance of permit.
And
Oh,
so
Jeff.
if they only use 100 million BTUs,
There's a chair.
do they still pay REMP?
So yes, the reason we say that's the max cap for the 200 million BTUs, because people have the option to decide how they're going to use that energy. So some may choose to max out and utilize the full 200 million BTU. Some may choose a smaller exterior energy. They wouldn't pay the 130,000. That would be a lesser amount.
But they would pay
But that
something.
would need to be paid prior to issuance if
When
they're
do they
using
pay
any
nothing?
exterior. What's that?
When do they pay no REMP?
If they're using no exterior energy, then there's no rent payment assessed.
Excluding required outside lighting by exits and entrances and.
Our chief building official can
Jeff Erickson.
jump in.
Yeah, I was just going to say that it is encouraged that folks install on-site renewable energy to offset the exterior energy use first. They can pay in lieu as a secondary option.
Yeah. So this is if they don't create their own energy source.
If they don't offset it, then yes, they would pay that.
And I think what we really wanted to highlight is prior to the 200 million BTU, some of the rent fees that the building department were collecting could reach over $1 million because of how many things were on there.
The excessive use of
Yeah,
outside BTUs.
so with that change you all adopted, the maximum is now 130, and so that shows you how much that you've been able to really ratchet down the external energy use.
And things like safety lighting, et cetera, are exempt.
Not part of the rent program.
Yes, no, thank you. I think that's all good to understand, and we will take a second and look back at the 2020 Energy Code and some of the internal practice changes that happened on the building department. So in 2020, there was an energy code that was adopted on Earth Day. With that, the building department required a PV permit to be issued concurrently with the building permit. So that electrical PV permit needs to be, essentially the system needs to be sized, and then there was also the additional layer of HERS. So in order to reach your post-HERS renewable score, you had to have a PV permit in place. Well, what we believe that was going to do to people at that time is, if I already have a PV permit to get my HERS score, and I know I'm going to have exterior energy, why don't I increase the size of that system to accommodate the internal and the external energy? And so that was done back in 2020. We believe that that was going to reduce the amount of REMP refund requests we were going to start seeing. And now with this 2024 energy code change, we've capped what that total payment would be, or the amount that would need to be offset. So a lot of these changes are building upon each other. Each code is looked at that code because there are certain parameters around when funds can be unobligated, what's required. But this is one of the complexities of REMP. We're looking at multiple codes and multiple items that are required within those codes, when the funds are unobligated, what the building practices are at that time. So as we're looking back at 2020, a lot of those projects are starting to close out. Again, the average time from submittal to issuance is about 2 to 3 years. So those projects are beginning to close out either last year, this year, or into next year. And the 2024, we are anticipating to see those start to close out somewhere around 2027. And that is really when we will begin to see that cliff fall of rent revenue collections happen, because you just don't have the option to pay in lieu for that exterior energy. Even if you pay, it's a much smaller amount that you're going to be paying for, whereas that wasn't the case in previous energy codes. So we really think those are just some important things to understand with the rent program, how it's changed and how it'll continue to change into the future. And then I think this last point here, we've discussed quite a bit, but there has been an accounting practice change. We are no longer recognizing payments made as revenue at that point. We are recognizing it as a deposit. Once that project closes out, the 180 days happen, and those funds haven't been refunded, that's when it becomes revenue, and we move it into a revenue account that can be spent. So that change has been about 1.5 years, a little longer in place.
Got it. Thank you for that.
So briefly for 2025, based on what Alex just shared, we are anticipating or forecasting $1 million and those funds being de-obligated. Alex can give a quick update on, we anticipate that there will be additional above the 1 million, but that will go into the fund balance and fill future years and obligations that we've deferred for 2026. So for 2026 right now, the only expenditure is the contribution to CORE, which you all gave direction last month for their full request of the $783,750. And then we are deferring to future years the payback to the general fund for the library electrification in 2026 and 2027, and then the human services electrification in 2028 and 2029. Maybe Alex, you can share just as an example, we don't know how much will be de-obligated, what that variability is, which is why we're sticking to the 1 million. And I think Alex could give an update. If we were to close out now, it starts to give you a picture of how we might see that fund balance in the next few years build up.
Yeah, so an important item on just the trends that we've seen over the last couple of years, a lot of our projects tend to strive to get their certificate of occupancy in November and December. A lot of those owners want to be in their home for Thanksgiving or Christmas. So we have a lot of C of Os that are issued and the clock starting essentially right around these periods. So a lot of the revenue that we're seeing in this year was actually de-obligated in the May, June timeframe for projects that had gotten their C of O in that holiday period prior. And so over these next couple of months, we're going to anticipate that that will hold true. Again, a lot of homes trying to get their C of Os, and then we'll look in May and June to see what's been unobligated. As far as this year's goes, we had anticipated $1 million. I just looked at the numbers again this morning, and we're at 1.6 million of unobligated funds. So an additional 600,000 has been unobligated over the last couple of months, again, with projects that had closed out earlier in the year, and that time frame for requesting a refund had passed. So that is where we're currently at, and those are just some of the trends that we see of when those funds are becoming available because of that C of O rush that we see in the holiday period.
Got it.
And this is just really good. Can you define de-obligated?
Yes.
That's an interesting term.
Yeah, so it's something we kind of have started to use for this specific process. It's moving from a deposit account to a revenue account. It no longer has an obligation that it could be refunded as a deposit. We are now able to recognize it as revenue that can be spent.
So you're saying if somebody doesn't request their refund at a certain time frame, then the money is de-obligated into the revenue fund. Okay, got it.
Yes. The way the code reads, you have an ability to request a refund up to 180 days after C of O. After that point, you're no longer eligible for a refund. We are no longer liable for that potential refund, which is really why that change was implemented. We didn't want to have people come in requesting refunds for funds that we had moved over into a revenue account and started spending, because that could potentially put us at liability, in the red. So that's where this kind of process and term has been created. It's a deposit until we de-obligate it into revenue.
So I have another to tag on. why would somebody not request a refund? They forgot, or their construction manager person forgot, or?
They didn't finish
Didn't
their
mitigate?
solar project in time.
Correct. They don't have the ability to offset. They might have, trying to achieve the HER score fully maxed out what they can put on site for solar, and that just additional rent payment is a payment in lieu, and they, can't add any more to offset that
So
to
there's
then
a
be
direct
eligible.
correlation to something, not just that they forgot to apply for it.
Correct. We have notifications built into the process letting them know this rent payment needs to be, a refund request needs to happen prior to that 180 days, because we're not looking to keep the funds if they did the right thing. These are for those cases
Right,
where they
okay.
don't have that.
Good to hear.
Or I might even flip it too, is the refund if they go above and beyond what they already committed to, right? And so the refund coming in is they put on more solar than they
lowered
committed
their
to at the
obligation.
beginning. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And you said 1.6 million of unobligated funds?
For
now?
2024, correct.
So this chart that you see has not been updated with those recent numbers. So that means that the fund balance numbers you see down at the bottom actually would be 600,000 more than what you're seeing. In 2024, you budgeted for 850,000 for the contribution to core, 500,000 for microgrid, and that was paid for the microgrid. The electrification projects for Health and Human Services and Library, those were not paid out of the REMP fund just because of this change with the funds that are being held in deposit and not having enough available in the fund to pay those out. So we held back and are planning for those in future years. As Alex and Kara mentioned, we have $1 million that we're anticipating in 2025. These are just guesswork at the moment, and it's difficult to be able to say exactly how much will be coming through on unobligated funds and when. So again, when those funds come through, they build up the fund balance. That leaves funds available for the board to be able to appropriate either to pay back the general fund sooner for these projects that are being done for building electrification, or for another board priority or something else that may come up. We anticipate the revenue declining in future years, and so depending on use of fund balance that could be available, we would anticipate that contributions to core or county projects would also decline with time as funds are no longer available.
Question, just on that very briefly, now that Karen, Jeff, and Alex are here, have we thought of other ways that we can create different REMP funds, if we call it that? Is there a need, do you see opportunities to keep moving toward our goals with other funds that kind of could REMP morph at all? Could we see it being used in other creative ways that may, one, continue to help fund our projects and core, but also reach our goals with electrification and energy efficiency in the community? Does it have to ramp down, or is it something that could be expanded? That's the question.
Well, I think this is, it came out of the growth committee recommendations. There is a desire for, again, if you think about this is mitigating something that isn't necessarily aligned with our community values. There's a desire, I think, from core. I know the city has been having these conversations from staff of, can we get those mitigation funds for more things now? So if we're moving into regulating what REMP was today, how do we advance it? I would just encourage, and I've been encouraging, it's a mitigation fee. I would not call it a REMP 2.0. REMP as it is will have to go down. Are we looking at a different mitigation fee to get more what we want for our climate goals and values?
Right, so that's the question.
Yeah.
Creating
And I
whole
think
new
everyone's
animals.
looking to see what that is, and I know that was definitely part of the Vision 2050 and the performance standards and tiering that's being looked at.
Great, thanks for the reminder. Okay, thank you. Are we ready? Do we need to make a thumb up or something? Thumbs up? Are we okay with this budget moving forward? Steve's okay with it? I'm okay with it. Francie's okay with it.
I've been part of RIMP since 1999.
Patty's thinking about it.
No, I already told him. I beat you to it.
Oh, well then. Thank you. Carry on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have community
Thanks for
development.
coming in. Always fun.
I'll stay put.
Except you don't even have to move.
Thanks, Jeff. Thanks, Alex. They're still here. They're not going anywhere.
They're staying put.
Okay. Hi.
Hello. So Suzanne Wolf for Community Development, obviously Alex Sanchez, Jeff Erickson. I think we have Larissa Lalonde and Nicole Rebeck Stout online. And I think Ellen's upstairs and probably missed our timing and I didn't text her, so it's all good. But the gang's all here.
I don't see Larissa.
Oh, you know what? They may not have
'cause
got
it's
the
running
time
behind,
change
yeah.
either, so we're good. They're just all here to back me up and support me, which is what my team does, and I love it. But we'll forge ahead.
We'll see if you can handle it on your own.
See if I can do that.
We'll support you.
So our org chart, I think you all are pretty familiar with our team. You get to see some of us, not all of us, but obviously, building planning, long range, short-term rentals, code enforcement.
Bye, John.
Bye.
Bye, Brittany.
All of our different pieces. Given this is our current org chart, it does show 2 additional positions. One is actually a conversion of an existing vacant position, which was the short-term rental enforcement position that we're asking to utilize as a code enforcement person. So we would have 2 people in that code enforcement division, which is definitely a place where we're lacking some capacity with only 1 person for the whole county.
So
What
that's
does that
just-
person do?
What does code enforcement do?
Responds primarily to complaints regarding building code. I mean, some of it comes up on building code inspections that might show up, but a lot of it is citizen complaints about their neighbors, something else in their neighborhood. Somebody's driving, and our big one is always, if anybody calls about the yellow piece of equipment in the river, somebody needs to respond immediately. So, I mean, it's anything that somebody's seeing out there, but generally it's coming to us by somebody submitting a complaint.
Okay, thanks.
So my question, so we're taking the short-term rental person, just moving it down 2 boxes to,
Correct.
so then the other one is over in the orange boxes.
Yes. The other position we're asking for is a proposed term limited position for 1 year in current planning, doing some succession planning. So looking ahead and wanting to build that internal capacity with someone who may want to retire at some point, looking towards to the end of next year. So we're looking to try and bring somebody on to have that cross-training. I think it's important to note sort of capacity on the planning team side. We did get in last year's budget approved for a new planner position that came on in 2024. Trying to recruit for and obtain a good employee for that took us through, I think, about August when that planner actually finally started. So for better or for worse, we've had that position since January, but didn't actually have a body in that position. So, we still are bogged down in planning applications and trying to dig out. We do have some contract help for that, but I'm sure you all hear it from people that their
Indeed.
applications are are clogged up. And I think it's always important. I always like to say we have no control over the number of applications that show up on our desk, similar to building permits. I mean, they come when they come. And again, we're trying to build up that capacity, but there's also the reality of being able to bring in somebody who's qualified in a planning position, learn how we do our work here, and really be able to roll with that. We've gotten 2 great new people in the last couple of years with Franco and now Rebecca Dunlap in that new position we've gotten. Again, so we're doing what we can to build that capacity. Having that term limited planner position will give us some, hopefully a good chunk of time to overlap. Looking hopefully to bring on somebody that can, has some experience in the more senior level planning realm, but we'll have to see what we can get when that comes around.
And are you budgeted for that person?
That is in the budget for 2025 for that term limited position.
I don't think that applications are going to go down, so why is the person term limited?
It's succession planning. For
What?
your succession planning, there's a plan is that somebody in the department may retire in a year, that person would move into.
And so what do you need to build your capacity even greater? What do you need to have us not get these letters from people who are super frustrated with the process? I mean, I don't care about getting the letters. That doesn't, you know what I mean? how can we make this better?
So, I mean, one solution is that you just keep adding planners. I mean, it's hard for us to get, I've already said, get a good person, train them, get them, functioning and doing that work. I think we're always finding this fine line. Right now, things have been gangbusters for a number of years now, but we all know the economy doesn't always go that way, and there is, we do see the ups and downs. And I've been with the department when we had a down, and a lot of people left the county at that time. So I feel like we're always trying to find the best place in the middle of that. And right now we're still, for better or for worse, riding the COVID wave of all the people who bought properties and still seeing that going gangbusters. I mean, what could I add 5 planners to try and, dig out of everything we've got so we'd have 10, but in 2 years from now, if we don't continue to have that, am I having to, let those people go? So, again, we've been trying to incrementally build that capacity, and I think that's a new position this year. But like I said, it took us 8 months
to find
get a person to fill that.
Are we looking for more people now?
We are not currently advertising. We do not have any vacant planner positions now. We are working with 2 outside contractors to try and take on some of that caseload work.
And
So does that cost us less than having an FTE?
It's pretty similar. I mean, going out to private sector planner versus staff, private sector individual usually has to carry their own insurance, which can create a higher hourly rate, but then you can also dictate how many cases or what they work on. So there's some trade-offs there versus having that in-house or external.
And Francie, for the most part, none of those are ever full-time, like a full-time person who's doing that work on the side.
The contract people?
The contractors, can take a couple of cases at a time, generally. So
They can
again,
ebb and
it's
flow with
trying
us.
to, I'm sorry?
They can ebb and flow with us.
Right.
If they get busier, we can give them more work, and if they get slower.
Right, and the people we're working with are not people who are looking to be a full-time outside contractor. They don't have that capacity.
Can we get more of them? I mean, I'm still where I was 2 years ago. Like, this just is, it's incredible pressure on you, and I just want to alleviate it for you and the people who are waiting forever, So can we get more contractors?
That's difficult too,
Part of the challenge, Francie, is that the contractors are also working on a lot of these projects. And so the capacity in the community that's available is low. When we start to go too far outside our community, typically we have unique sets of codes and rules and standards that are not like other communities. And it becomes more and more difficult to find folks that meet the standards that you all expect.
Well, what about more FTEs? I understand you may have to let them go at some point in the future, but it's been a while that this has been going on. So, I mean, if we hired 2 more people, how much impact would that have on the process?
Nothing immediate. I mean, if we added 2 more FTEs starting in 2025, we go out to try and hire people. Maybe we have bodies 8 months down the road. Again, it's a long-term thing. I mean, it's not a sort of, it's hard to find somebody who can plug and play.
And live here.
And live here, exactly. Like throw that onto the layering. So, again, trying to find that right sizing of the department, and there's always the,
Well, no offense to you, but I would say we're not right-sized right now, given how long it takes to get a building permit and to get through the process. So, and I know the city has the same thing, and the city is very intentional about slowing down growth by slowing down building permits. And I find that not the ideal approach to slowing down growth.
Talking about
So
building
hold,
permits?
yeah, let me jump in there, right. Differentiate, please, between planning application review, which we have a huge backlog and wait list for, and building permit review. Our building permit times, and Jeff can maybe speak to that, have been improving. We have much better data now with, our SAGES system and being able to show that. We can show the amount of permits that are coming through, but that's not the backlog.
The
It's not on
backlog
the
is in
permit side.
planning.
It's on the planning side. So yeah, just to be really clear about.
Okay, I appreciate that
totally acknowledge where
clarification.
that is versus on the building permit side.
And I think something on the succession planning that has been done on building that we are looking to do on planning is important. The building staff 4 or 5 years ago looked completely different than what's in the org chart today. And each year we would request term limited positions to bring and backfill somebody so they can train with that existing person to learn the process, to become familiar, to the point now where we've got a great team that, has learned from everybody who is there. We're now taking that same approach over to the planning side as we look to see retirements. And so while it's a little slower to bring somebody in, train them up, what we've seen on the building side, that turnaround time has, greatly reduced to the point where, we look at rent projects that started in SAGES submitted 2020. They're taking 2 years from when they are submitted to when the C of O is issued, which is remarkable turnaround time. So while I think it's slower, it's starting to actually materialize on building, and we're looking at that same approach on the planning because we saw, how well it worked on building.
And so the planning would definitely be, or would probably be applications that are not just like, I want to build a 5,000 square foot house outside of Basalt, right? That's not a part of the planning department. The planning department is more like a larger project. Does that require planners?
You're talking new build, every single one that comes through, new house has to go through activity envelope site plan review with us. You all don't see those. They're done on the administrative level. They have notice, but there is an application that goes with every single one of those.
Oh, really?
Yes.
And that's where the backlog is, those and more complicated ones.
That is the majority of the application types we see, whether it's for new house, tear down, rebuild, substantial addition, all of those. A lot of that is all being reviewed and approved administratively, and they aren't coming up to the BoCC. But that's a lot of what we are seeing is, those types of applications.
Thank you for your patience with me, Suzanne.
No, I understand, and I understand the concern.
Can I jump in now?
Yeah, go ahead, Patty.
Well, yeah, just to further, over the years, Francie, trust me, if 5 planners that could qualify that had housing here walked in the door, ComDev would come to us and ask for FTEs. The problem is there's no pool to draw from. You've had positions vacant for years at some point. So it's the availability of the body that's the hard part. And there's only so much you can do about that. I agree. I wish we did have more people in that department. And I don't want to be I've been in the position of having to lay people off. I will never do that again. And when I worked here, having to do that, it was brutal.
Actually, let me jump in.
But I think if there were bodies out there, we would be recruiting them and we'd be finding a place to put them.
Well, let me just say, if there are bodies out there, will you please come to us for an FTE approval?
Yes.
Put your feelers out all the time.
If we find a really good body, we'll come to you. I also wanted to add to that, right, yes, all of those things are going through site plan review. The other thing that's taking a lot of time right now is, again, every single person that bought the house that wasn't what they necessarily wanted in COVID. That's always sort of my take is you bought what you could get and now you're going to make it what you want for the future. If they're coming in and going through some process with us, it may not require a full site plan review, but it does require staff time to review it to determine if that might be exempt from activity envelope and site plan review under the land use code. I won't go deep on that, but there are criteria we review. It starts to look like reviewing an application, just like everything else. So we're doing a lot of those, which is intended to move things through planning to permit more quickly, but it creates more work for us as well. So again, there are additional pieces
Yeah.
to trying to get
I did
things
get another
through
letter today.
to
That's
permit.
why, you know.
I know,
You got
that
it
got
too.
flipped to me
About
right
where-
before I sat down, so I was ready for this conversation.
Where the response was.
Not that I would ever expect it not to come up, but.
Yeah,
Tammy's
Freddie, I'm not
response
getting, are you
was
getting
check
any?
back in 6 months.
You're getting them all, because
That
I'm
one?
not getting any.
I think mine might be
Something on
different. than
Snowmass
yours.
Creek Road. that
Yeah,
was the one I
well,
saw.
somebody wrote in and said this process is taking forever, blah, 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 blah. I think they were writing for somebody else. I have to look at it again. And then Tammy wrote back and said, well, blah, 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 check back in 6 months. And I was like, check back in 6 months? I think that's what inspired the person to suddenly say, what? Like, so that was just today, you know.
Yeah. No,
Yeah, because
there's a
I'm not
backlog.
getting any, I don't think, Greg,
Yeah, I didn't get that one.
you're getting them all.
You got that one?
No,
No, I might have just come to me because maybe it's in my district.
it doesn't usually matter.
Yeah.
Well, I just got it today, so.
Okay, let's keep it going here.
I'm good.
Did Jeff
Jeff
want to
wanted-
say
I was
something?
just gonna say, if the hiring more in the current planning, kind of pushes the bottleneck further down the line also, right? Like if you have all these, applications come out of planning, they're gonna want a building permit, you know, to issue, you know, tomorrow. So, like I said, you're just gonna push that bottleneck into the zoning and, referral agency the review process, so. It's not, creating more FTEs in current planning is not gonna it's not gonna be the end all be all to solving this problem.
And the hope, obviously, is if we could dig through the backlog, you know, again, we don't even know what it might feel like if we didn't have that sitting behind us and could go, okay, like what's coming in now? Can we get that assigned immediately to a planner and move it through? I mean, granted, right, we haven't been in that space in a long time, so we're trying to chip away at that backlog and always hopeful that maybe the number of new applications coming in might slow down a little bit.
Well, I want you to be in that place. I want to help you be in that place.
Okay. Keep moving?
I just want to promote people to, you know, why not buy a house and just live in it and not change it for a while?
That too.
I want to see how you're gonna pull that one off.
Okay,
now
let's
here
keep going.
here was our more, you know, our fun stuff, just some few facts.
That green one really disturbs me here.
That's our 21 plus years. You know, yeah, when we put numbers to that, we can easily put names to
High
those
value
too.
employees
But,
or longevity employees.
But I think it's great looking at that. You know, it's 55% have been here less than 5 years, but we have 45% of our staff who've been here over 5 years. I think that's a great testament to our department, and you know, so that was a quick one. And then we have two more fun slides, which is about our department, and you know, I think we have really strong connections among us. We're trying to support each other and support the community. You can see some volunteer opportunities here. Was doing the frying pan cleanup and the 9/11 volunteer day, working for Food Bank of the Rockies. We got to do a smuggler mine tour together as a group activity, which was such a cool experience.
Jay Parker, or who was it?
Jay Parker and
Chris Price.
Chris Price.
Yeah.
Yep. Jay Parker got 7 of the women from our office in his group, which he enjoyed.
He enjoyed that, I'm sure.
Now you need to do the compromise.
Pumpkin carving. We had puzzle competitors. So, you know, just, you know, I think we have, I'm so thankful for the great team that we have in our department right now. Everyone is doing really good and hard work.
Now, did you make everybody go through an approval process for the plan for their pumpkin and, you know, any
Well, it
sort
took
of
6
criteria?
months.
The one with Jeff holding the pumpkin was they apparently famous people were picked, maybe historical, maybe local, maybe internal, and one of them was Jeff Erickson. They had to carve a pumpkin of Jeff Erickson, which he was a little shocked about. But it does have the baseball cap on, and we tried to get the hair right. So, yeah,
Well, there was one tooth.
Oh, the
I'm like,
one
what is
tooth.
this all about?
The one
Apparently,
tooth
'cause I'm from
bothered.
the South.
That
That
was
one bothered
mean.
him. So,
Well, what
okay.
about the puzzle? There was a brutal puzzle in there the other day. Did that
Still
one
there.
get finished?
It's still there. No.
That thing was brutal.
And again, we're dog friendly. If you haven't been in our office lately, we have
Oh,
a
that's a
little
great crew.
wall of dog photos. So,
We have a wall of dog photos. Thank you
so-
very much.
Okay, Now we have to get back to business. Obviously, we've covered some first, but so our main priorities for 2025, the Vision 2050 project has a pretty large price tag attached to it, 1.7 million. That will get us through next year, which is we're working on updating and adopting the comprehensive plan and working on all of those land use, building, energy code amendments. So this is what we need for those consultants to help us move all of that work forward. So that is obviously, I would say, our biggest priority. We've got some work going on to continue to improve SAGES. I don't know, Alex, if there's anything you want to add in there.
Yeah, I think we continually refine the building permitting process to make it and the software work as best as it can for staff and the public. And this next year, we will have a specific focus on the planning department to really get their application process working in the software as best as possible. It was something that we had always kind of deferred to a later date when we originally went live with it. And now we're at a point with a list of recommendations and items we need to address. So that'll be a point of emphasis for 2025.
How's the input from the public on that as you're developing that and testing it? Do you have pretty good feedback from the community users?
We actually have regular kind of feedback from the public as we implement kind of one-off changes. You know, we'll go, yes, this really works, or hey, this doesn't, can you look at it different? Specific to the planning, we actually did an interview of private sector planners and had an hour session with them and a consultant to really understand what works well from their side, what doesn't work well, what can be improved upon. So that was some very valuable feedback that we'll be able to take and implement.
Great, yeah.
And then, you know, to that, trying to improve capacity, absent bringing in additional FTEs, but some of this is, you know, professional contract support. On the building side, we have Jan Patterson, who used to work in our department, who does some amazing work for us in really helping move things into that certificate of occupancy, that process, and has made it just very quick and done, and it's really improved that and helped with some archival work as well. So part of that is for Jan, and part of that is for an on-call inspector to help with that capacity on the inspection side when there are those crazy times that we have somebody that we can call on for that. And then the planning contract support we already spoke about. And then last one there is the short-term rental impact fee study. I think it's there.
Yeah,
it's not showing up on my screen, but it's on, yep.
Because it's got that.
Oh, the thing is on top, yep. And that again is something that had been budgeted in the past, but we were on hold for that. But sounds like we've got the go-ahead to move that forward and take that out for proposals next year. And then, so changes in the budget, we've talked about the 2 positions, the term limited planner, repurposing the enforcement position. And we're asking for 1 new vehicle for ComDev, which will help with that additional inspection capacity, as well as for staff, just sort of as a pool vehicle, really for ComDev, particularly with people working remotely some of the time, the ability to have a vehicle that could be available staged more down valley for people to do inspections, and not having to figure out coming up valley to get a car so they can go do a site visit in Redstone when they live in Carbondale, you know, things like that. So we're seeing that would be, you know, could be available for, you know, as kind of a pool vehicle to cover all of those. So.
And what's the vehicle? What type of, what's it going to be? Do we know?
I think we put in.
It's an electric vehicle.
Like a truck or a car or something?
I think that one was it
An
a?
EV, I think she said.
I don't remember
Was it
what
a truck?
type,
I think
but
it
I
may
know
have
it
would
was
have
an
been
EV.
a truck. I think because definitely a piece of it is for that building inspection.
Right.
I would prefer a hybrid.
A hybrid or what kind of
An
truck?
EV.
An EV truck?
Was it full electric or was it?
I
don't
believe they were
remember.
planning on a full electric vehicle.
I'm trying to picture a full
really
electric vehicle.
difficult with
truck.
it being down valley, but yeah, we can cross that bridge.
Like, I think
get
there's
there.
the
They
Maverick
are
before,
working
there
on
aren't very many.
a charging
Wonder what it
station
would be.
mid-valley.
But I was wondering about this because Healthy Rivers and Streams is also asking for a vehicle, and I was thinking about the vehicles that sit out at that aren't always being employed out at Road and Bridge. And I don't definitely understand what you're saying about coming up LA to get a car, because Charlotte has scrambled a little to help me get a car when I'm at home, you know. So I see that as an issue. I just, a little concerned about redundancy.
And
you
we've
know.
asked the question in the past of Fleet of like trying, you know, is there a way to have county pool vehicles staged somewhere down
Right.
Valley versus, you know, and that, you know, is difficult for them to, you know, where would it go? How, you know, who's managing it? Who's taking care? Who's ensuring that it's not blocking when the snowplows need to come through?
Right.
You
And
know,
there's
all of those
no
sort of things.
charges,
So my sense has been it's easier for us as a department to manage that for ourselves.
So it's like
than-
60,000 for
than-
a vehicle instead of in crazy amount down in Carbondale or something to have a place.
Right, and what we're seeing is we're getting more reimbursement requests from employees for their personal vehicles that they're using on-site visits. Because again, if you live in Carbondale or Glenwood and you're just, it's a lot easier just to go in your own car. But there's concerns with that, you know, we'd rather not have people doing that. So again, this was our effort to try and
Yeah.
reduce that.
Yeah, I get that.
And if you submit reimbursement for mileage, yet you're sitting in traffic for 3 hours, you know, just, you know, you're not being reimbursed for that with your car idling, are you?
You're not reimbursed for commute time, you're reimbursed for it.
Distance.
There's all sorts of complicated
Got it.
rules
Mileage, mostly.
we address with finance and IRS about, right,
What you can
you're
do.
not including your, what would be your
Got
normal
it.
commute
Oh,
time.
that's brutal. Okay.
So,
And the problem that we saw during Snowmass Canyon construction, putting the vehicles at the Eagle County building lot, there's not chargers there that we were able to. And you were parked over in this corner and you're right, snow plowing, clearing them off because they're kind of stuck over here. And it was difficult to, and there's no place to fuel them either.
Yeah, I always just took my own car until I got an EV. And changes going to Denver quite a bit. So now I figure out how to get the county car. But
So now we'll give you an EV from the county to drive to Denver.
So community development did request 2 vehicles. They requested one for planning and one for building. In an effort to keep down the number of county vehicles, Fleet had recommended, and county staff also, just one vehicle, and for them to use it a little more as a community development specific pool vehicle. Give that a go, see how it works, see if there's the need for that second one in the future or not.
I see.
Thank you
Fleet's
for that.
plan is an electric vehicle truck. But your staff can work with Fleet on,
Yeah.
Right, you can optimize your request when you
Until there's
consider it
a
all.
charging opportunity down there, it's difficult if you're gonna keep it Mid-Valley.
Okay, thank you. Do you need are we ready to?
any.
I think that's it on our side.
right,
Connie gets to take over.
So the budget for community development, under the number of FTEs, you see it going up only by 1/2. It includes the new term limited position, but our climate action position, Michael in the manager's office, used to be charged 50% to community development, and now in 2025 will be entirely in the manager's office. So that's the difference in the FTEs. The main change budget-wise is in that professional and technical services line, and that includes the Vision 2050 dollars in that line item. Any questions on their budget? This does not require an approval or a thumbs up because it's part of the general fund, and general fund will be brought back to you this coming Tuesday.
In our
Great.
quick budget review on Tuesday.
Thank you. I don't have any questions.
Nope.
Okay.
No, I think
Thank
we're
you.
good.
No, I've badgered them enough.
We're trying.
I know. I know that.
Thank you.
Is the board good moving forward with Healthy Rivers now, or?
Yeah,
or
let's-
okay.
I'm gonna
Good.
take a little break.
You want a
but
break? You want 2 minutes,
No,
3
I
minutes?
just want, you guys can get set up and who knows what'll happen.
Yeah,
with-
come get set up. We'll
That
we'll be back
beaver
in
looks
2
like he's got
2 or 3 minutes.
carrots in
Drink of
his
water.
mouth.
Not the teeth on that beaver is
I know.
weird.
I think they are. Okay, we're back with the work session, and up next, the moment we've all been waiting for is the Healthy Rivers, celebrity beaver budget conversation.
I know, but look what's on the next page.
Yep.
Yeah.
Got to get Pat Exasperi in there too. Great. Well, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Lisa McDonald with the Healthy Rivers Program, and we have Lisa Tasker also with the program joining us today to present our 2025 Healthy Rivers budget. I guess, let's see, I guess we'll start with the org chart. Everybody knows we've had a little change in the attorney's office lately. Rye Neely is our interim county attorney. I am the program manager. Jane Aki is a paralegal in the office, and Lisa is a Healthy River specialist. We also, have the Healthy Rivers Board. We were asked to include that in the org chart, and I've totally missed that throughout the years. So.
And you've got assistant county attorney placeholders? Is that
We do, yeah.
Is that contractors?
Oh, hopefully.
Contractors and or.
Hopefully things are coming soon. Yeah.
And I thought they were deputies, not
It was going to be you.
I know.
Aren't they deputies? Not assistants?
Yeah.
I'm not sure where that.
So some of the trends and opportunities and issues, I know we've come to this board and to our river board throughout the years, and you're probably well versed and well aware of some of our issues. But for the public's information, we continue to monitor bills at the state legislature, especially through participation in the Colorado Water Congress and initiating and participating in county action as necessary. Lisa does hop on those Water Congress calls. Coordination of the Fry Arc 3,000 acre feet exchange and Busk Ivanhoe bypass. Continued involvement in the activities of the Roaring Fork Wildfire Collaborative. You will hear on the 19th a presentation from the collaborative. They are seeking some grant funds for us for a wildfire
For the
action
Wildfire Ready Action
plan. So that's actually an interesting and kind of cool thing you will hear about in a couple weeks. Of course, climate action with increasing average temperatures and decreases in average stream flows, climate action related to rising average daily temperatures, increasing risk for fire, post-fire mudslides, and debris flow impacting local rivers. We always continue to monitor and stay in touch with staff regarding opportunities out at Phillips Mobile Home Park on riparian and river habitat improvements out there. We have recently started participating with the Pickens County Vision 2050 comp plan, which has been kind of exciting, working with Hannah. We just had a meeting today, and Lisa came up and participated in the comp plan last week, the public one, I think, out there. And of course, our beaver stewardship actions. Let's see. Our next slide is
Scenic.
Wild and Scenic. So we're going to tag team here, so I'll let Lisa take over on that.
Yeah, and I think that we've got a couple of board members that are pretty up to speed at this point on Wild and Scenic, especially, of course, Kelly. And Francie was just at our last Wild Shut, or the collaborative, which is called the Crystal River Wild and Scenic Feasibility and Other Alternatives Collaborative. It's just an absolute mouthful. But anyway, they did have a second meeting of that group. And of course, staff and some of the commissioners have been very good about participating and attending many of those meetings. I myself have never missed one of the meetings, not even a single subcommittee meeting, because I'm just very focused. But we need somebody who's really going to make sure that they're paying attention to at every detail. So, and just real briefly, it's an interesting space that we're in, I feel like, frankly, after yesterday, but we'll have to see how things go forward. There still, are a lot of people that are working on this process. So
There are 3 subcommittees that have been working. One that's working on an intergovernmental agreement to try and talk about no dams or diversions, at least through local agreements on the Crystal River. And then there is another in-stream flow subcommittee that is looking into if there's any possibility of grabbing some of the unappropriated flows that are left on the Crystal during high flows, peak flows, for a in-stream water right that is being looked at. We're doing a very big deep dive along with CWCB folks that are involved with the committee. And then, of course, there's a Wild and Scenic subcommittee that has been sort of moving right along and trying to sort of meet the needs of several folks that are on the committee who continue to constantly have questions that need to be answered. So they're trying to really make sure that they're covering every base. Of course, meetings occur in Carbondale, Marble, and Glenwood Springs. And the River Board has, as it says on the slide, has supported this process pretty thoroughly. We've funded EcoFlight. Well, right now they're coming in a couple of weeks along with the Roaring Fork Wildfire Collaborative for some grant money. And they have been funded twice, I believe, or is it 3 times? 3 times. EcoFlight and Wilderness Workshop as well has been funded 3 different times to try and work on getting towards a wild and scenic designation. So that's kind of an interesting conversation, but definitely something that has been funded through our grant program. So yeah, I think that covers that.
Well spoken at the last meeting, Lisa.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that was an interesting meeting. They're all interesting.
More or less.
Yeah. So then, of course, we've got nothing, we don't want to do anything that's really easy, so we're also looking at the Lincoln Creek watershed, right? And, environmental health and healthy rivers, we continue to really want to take the reins and are, very focused on taking the reins for the Lincoln Creek Work Group, which was formed last January after the EPA gave their big public presentation in Basalt. And I think that, obviously what the group wants to do is we want to find out if there's any kind of actions that are available to be agreed upon that can be taken up there from some hopeful experts. We did, of course, engage LRE Water Group, LRE Water, excuse me, they're called, groups, waters, whatever, collaborations. So Chip Fisher and Brent Johnson, you can see this group picture here. This was September 6th. This was most of the members, all of the members of the Lincoln Creek Work Group that have been involved with water quality monitoring this past summer. So you see, including Alan Ward, who's on the far left. He's with the Twin Lakes and Canal Company. Then there's Chip Fisher there, Brent Johnson, both with LRE Water. Those are our consultants. Then you've got Matthew Anderson, who's there for Roaring Fork Conservancy, Kurt Dahl, PJ Murray, myself, Cole Green Smith from the Forest Service, Karen Teague, her intern, and then we've got Mindy May with CPW up there. So that was a pretty impressive day. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yep.
I was, because with Greg and I, but the meetings are generally scheduled when we have work sessions or regular meetings.
Well, that's not very
so
nice.
We have not been able to have a board participation.
Okay.
Which was part of the original plan. Kurt does a great job of keeping us updated.
Yep.
With emails or text, however he gets a hold of us. But
yep.
Yeah, but it's been difficult to actually even log into a Zoom meeting when we're sitting at this table.
That's not possible. Yeah. Okay.
I don't know. Whatever works out, we'll figure it out. But just wanted Greg to know I've tried and failed.
Yeah, no, that's important to know because that was, it was a pretty, it was an impressive meeting, the last meeting, because LRE Water did give their report. And frankly, some of the tougher questions were asked by Heather Sackett in Aspen Journalism, and her article I think was very helpful.
Kurt's been good about sending us information, but
that's great.
Do you feel that the report's comprehensive enough and that you actually know all the sources of the mineral release? Like, are we pretty certain you know. Are
You
there
know,
still any unknowns? out
There, I think there are definitely going to be unknowns, and they're going to be really, I think the actual exact answer is going to be pretty tough to get to. But it's definitely, acid rock drainage, so is it coming out of some of the old test holes that were related to some of the mining? That's a possibility. So yeah, and but the biggest question is, how do you capture some of that? How can you actually capture some of that and actually maybe treat it in some manner, right?
Without impacting the environment more than what the problem is.
That's exactly right. And, so they came up with, this is actually out of Heather's article. I mean, there's the sulfate reducing bioreactors, which are these microbes that can strip metals from water. There's potential for some sort of chemical amendment, like an alkaline element that would be put in a lined channel, something like limestone. I mean, they have these. They've seen, Brent Johnson's been around the world and seen a number of these things. So at least we've got this really amazing perspective helping us. And the other thing is increasing the hardness of the water somehow, which would be adding calcium and magnesium, which would cancel out the toxicity of aluminum and the copper, which are the two of the biggest issues, right?
But what are the side effects of the other?
There's exactly, Patty, you're exactly right. So it's a very, we're just at the cusp of just having some really much more, I think, challenging conversations, right?
Yeah.
When you really start to get down to the nitty gritty, it's going to be
It's a tough one, especially if it's Mother Nature. It's hard to mess with her sometimes.
That's so true. Yep. And all we got to do is hope that there isn't some other tributary out there that's going to pop at some point if we get into some other temperatures.
That's why we had mining here.
That's correct. That's right. We have all those lovely metals that people
I
want.
think reintroducing beavers is the answer. It doesn't matter what the question is.
Well, of interest,
that.
there are beaver dams up there on Lincoln Creek, and they appear to be abandoned right now, but there is there is an old dam, and both Andre, Willie, and myself focused on that and took pictures at different times when we were up there. So that is of interest, and they definitely dammed the water that was clean, that was coming from, water that was not related to Lincoln Creek, but that was dumping into Lincoln Creek above the reservoir.
They were damming it above there.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
See,
So
they know what to do.
yeah, exactly.
Create another Silverton.
Yeah, no, don't say that. So obviously there's a lot more that's going on, and so what the board did is we put aside $100,000. They came in. We had one person on the board ask for more money, so we ended up with a $150,000 line item being suggested. So that's what we kind of have as a placeholder in the moment. And of course, with the whole Lincoln Creek work group, I think there's an expectation, of having multiple funding sources, hopefully, right?
We need to have somebody else pitching in dollars.
No, and that is, of course, another complicated conversation. But, it'll happen, and there's a lot of interest, and so we'll see what happens. So stay tuned on that. So then one more, we'll go to the next. I think we're good with that, unless you have any more questions. Let's just keep talking about beavers now.
So cute.
Yeah, they are.
It's not lost on us what you're trying to do here.
I know.
Every other slide's a picture of a beaver. They're just trying to get through the budget,
Corn osprey, beaver osprey, beaver.
Yeah. Well, I have to say, personally, I'm even more, invigorated and more inspired to support beavers because I just went to this beaver conference in Boulder 2 weeks ago that was international, and it had all of the people that I've met in the past and have done workshops with that are from the Northwest and other areas. There are people there from Europe. So it is incredible what is happening and what has happened in other places and what they've gotten to and what they've been able to accomplish in supporting beavers and, getting holding facilities built, teaching people how to live with beavers as opposed to constantly taking them out. So all of that is you know, it's nice to not have to reinvent the wheel and be inspired by all these other people who have been successful, right? But anyway, so where we are right now, we're still with this collection agreement with the Forest Service, which actually has a date of 2027 that we can keep coming back to you and saying, you know, what's going to happen the next year. We came back to you last year with a figure. We came to you this year. We'll always come to you and, you know, bring to the board here what the idea is for that year for the Forest Service and our partnership. What's happened this summer is they continue to do a little bit more habitat assessment, but they also have started to really look into both the Thompson Creek area and 4 Mile watersheds, which are both within the Roaring Fork watershed. Of course, one is in Pickens County, one is not. But so they're pretty focused on trying to do some of this low-tech process-based restoration up there, because they have been given some really strong feedback that, you know, these areas make sense. We're interested in a demonstration project eventually, so that you can say, you know, look, in this watershed we have a demonstration project, like they have one, you know, with over in the Eagle watershed now on Brush Creek, which is a pretty spectacular story. So then the other partner in this is the National Forest Foundation. They are also bringing money in. So we continue to try and, you know, obviously support the reintroduction potentially, these beaver mimicry ideas, which is low-tech process-based restoration, and the coexistence measures with the Forest Service. And in fact, Kevin Warner the other day in the water forum for the Garfield County Commissioners, which I was out of town for. I think we were all busy. I don't know if
it's Glenwood Springs.
It was in Glenwood, but it's Garfield County thing.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Interestingly enough, and Kevin Warner he did say and report to them that the Forest Service will be doing these low-tech process-based restoration projects up on 4 Mile and Thompson Creek. So that was pretty impressive to have it come from that higher level, because
They get the funding, because their funding has been cut by $500 million.
And the main issue is actually if they can take funding from their partners, because supposedly there was some comment about you can't even do that. So I've heard that maybe it's Bennett or Hickenlooper's office that has written them some kind of letter of some kind. I heard this on NPR actually over the weekend. Please don't stop taking your partner's money that will really keep you from being able to do anything.
That was a lot of shared partnerships, like for employees. That had a huge range, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So when we fund a ranger,
yes, exactly, it
up
had to
at
do with
North
that.
Star,
Yeah.
It's come from, and they were afraid that was their hiring freeze, is what.
I
a
know
lot
the
of it came
hiring
about.
freeze, yeah, and we learned about it from Kelly actually last week. Yeah. So, but anyway, there right now, which is really amazing, you know, so there is money from NFF, which is, you know, Walton family money, and they are very adamant about doing the planning for these projects and doing some of the NEPA work and the permitting, which I think is fabulous. And then the way Healthy Rivers would be involved, which we will bring to the board, is through doing the implementation potentially of these projects, which being asked for that kind of funding. So that's just a heads up on that in the future. So yeah, so anyway, and then there's also going to be, Clay Ramey's also going to be applying for money for doing monitoring after this, because whenever you do these projects, you want to make sure that in the very beginning you have a monitoring plan so that you can decide if you've been successful, if you need to go in there and make adjustments, and also so you can tell your story, right? Your success story, hopefully. So, yeah. And then the other thing we've got listed in here is how we're going to be going around to the schools, we're hoping, and other partners, hopefully reaching out to the caucuses with our About Damn Time book here, which we, got printed. So that's very exciting. I actually handed one of those to Brian Sullivan at the Beaver Conference, which he was actually happy to see, because they're doing a beaver management plan at the state level right now, which is also very exciting. So I think we're on the right track with beavers, and that's the beaver story. If you guys have any other questions, let me know.
This is great. Questions, comments?
Nope.
I think it looks great.
Great. Cool. And I think we're finally going to wrap up on some of our infrastructure at the Whitewater Park in Basalt. This summer, we saw the completion of part of the road shift that allow more room at the site. We moved a fiber optic line, which allowed us to move the road and have more room at the site. We completed the emergency access to the river for emergency responders to use. That was part of our original approvals that we had to do for the town of Basalt requirements. So we worked with the town, we worked with their planning department, we worked with fire and the police department on that access, and finally wrapped that up in late September, I think it was. So that is all complete out there. It's only for emergency use, so it is gated, and it has locks, I think, on it. So no one can use it because there's no access to, it doesn't go anywhere. It's just a path for emergency responders to use.
We did have a driver try to access
Yeah, we did have somebody go across and down through the fence, but fortunately they didn't wreck the path at all, just the fencing. So we're working on
Someone missed a turn.
getting restitution on that. We also did finish the railings out at the Whitewater Park. So there were 4 projects out there this year that we were able to complete. Our final phase, which we just met with the engineers on Tuesday, I think, includes an upper walkway that will connect the park to the boardwalk, so you can walk from the boardwalk, from the top of the Whitewater Park, all the way down to Fish Park. Seating along the bank, restroom, and signage and landscaping is the final phase. I just included some historical information on that. The idea of the park goes back to 2006, first conceived to protect the recreational in-channel diversion out there on a piece of property that the county owned. So I just went into a little bit of a history on that for you all, just because I think sometimes we forget how long it's been and how long a journey it's been to get that park going.
How's the feedback from the water feature been this last season?
I think we've not heard. We met with actually one of the angling community and one of the rafting company, and they were interested in the lower wave structure now. They're not so concerned about the upper, and we've engaged River Restoration to look at that, but I just don't know how much tweaking you can constantly do.
Given the flow regime and
yeah.
It just might be what it is.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But we did meet with them.
We did.
But we've had some great input about kids using it. GR's kids use it. Everybody, from the schools and stuff, after they have football practice, run down and play in the park.
Oh,
So
that's good.
Yeah, there's a lot of kids.
Safe enough they can just go hop in the river.
they just hop in the
Perfect.
river after practice.
So will we be doing sometime, maybe late spring, summer, another ribbon cutting celebration?
Yes,
I'm not going to get
we
into
will.
the details.
We just met with our landscape architect, and we have some thoughts on some type of memorial down there for John Ely, who started the whole process. And we're going to connect with the family as well. I've spoken to Aaron Ely, and we're going to come up with some ideas and plans, and we will bring that all back to both boards for review. Yeah, we're excited about it.
It's really exciting.
Yeah. So in the budget, like I said, we just met on Tuesday, so we don't have final figures on anything like that. We will carry over what we have left from this year's work and come back probably with a budget supplemental for the remaining work on that.
Very exciting though, because the last bit
Last of the last year.
is really amazing. That streamside amenity piece.
Yeah. So some of our partner projects for 2025, we're going to continue our landscape work at the Sam Cadell State Wildlife Area, partner project that we did with CPW. That looks to be about $87,000. You can see a couple pictures of the work down there. We've gotten great feedback. We've met with the Roaring Fork Conservancy, Chris Lemons, through one of our board members, and he's a member of the Roaring Fork Fly Fishing Guide Alliance. People are like over the top excited about the project and can't wait for it to be open. It's still closed. CPW just put out their request for proposals, I think, last month or early in late September, received some bids, and the last time I drove by, they hadn't started working, but they're going to do the upper portion of the road work and expect to open in March. So hopefully maybe have a little ceremony or ribbon cutting down there too, because
Did Garfield County put any more money into the project?
not anymore, about 116 and maybe some in-kind work as far as I know from CPW. Yeah.
So related to the parking.
Yeah.
They might be able to work with their new county commissioner.
New
on that.
commissioners, right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He has got some history with CPW.
Yeah,
just
just a
having
little,
two new
just a
ones.
little history.
Yeah. We are also looking to work with, and we have been working with the town of Carbondale on installation of automated head gates to increase efficiency of the public ditch system there. We've carry forwarded some of, is that even a word? These funds for a few years now. We have met with one of our board members, Bill Yoakum, has been actively meeting with town officials. We've met with, not officials, but with town staff. And so we're hoping to maybe get a plan together with some of their engineering department to look at some efficiency projects with the town.
Great.
You guys are busy.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
a lot.
Also, some information on our communications plan. The 250 looks huge because it encompasses everything. It's not just radio and social media presence. Let's see. We do have radio and social media. The radio coverage includes KDNK, APR, KMTS, all the mountain stations, and Aspen 82 spots on the mountain. That's what's in your packet today. This is board members and invited guests went up on top of the mountain and interviewed with the local channel. Kelly went up, talked about Wild and Scenic. Clay, as you can see, went up and talked about beavers. We had everybody. We invited the Conservancy, CPW, Andre. Those are played on Aspen Daily News's website, and they're also on a lot of the hotels. So when somebody comes in and the TV's on, they play, all their spots are played on there. So let's see, what else? Oh, the Beaver campaign is included in there. And a website accessibility compliance we included for $50,000. That relates to a 2021 law that was intended to improve accessibility to government documents for individuals with hearing and vision impairments. Our county website, outside of the county's website, our Healthy Rivers and Streams website is pretty, it's all mostly a click website, use your mouse, and so we have to bring that into compliance with this law. And if we do that, we're going to have to move our platform to a more, I don't even know what you call it.
Hearing challenged friendly platform.
Yeah. As opposed to what we have now. Yeah. Matt Annabelle has done all of that work for us with Back 40 Stories, and he estimates something like that to hire somebody else to do that work could be upwards of $50,000. We don't know what that might look like, or if we even really want to do it. You know, it's. But I think we've had great success with the website, and I think we have traffic on the website. But Matt provided some stats for us for 2024. We have 732 followers on Instagram. That was up 10% from last year, averaging about 800 views per reel that he puts up, and that's up 100% in viewership from last year. Let's see, Facebook, we have 484 followers, and that's up for about 10% last year. And that most of that traffic came through the Aspen local reels after the board was interviewed up on the mountain. Let's see, we did 7 interviews up on the mountain. Our website stats are on par with from last year, about 5 to 6 unique visits per day.
How many per day?
5 or 6.
Yeah, 5 or 6. Yep. And we had a couple spikes, when some of these reels went out, like we did the small videos on the West Bank web, when Matt does these little reels out there on West Bank and things like that. So then we get little spikes up to as many as 30 a day. We're on the 6 local radio stations, and we do email blasts, and that's grown about 10% in the last year. So a little bit on the communications side. So I didn't want to scare you that we were spending $250,000 just on the radio. So yeah. Let's see. I think as you talked about too with Suzanne and their department, we put in a budget request for a vehicle. I think you heard about that from Matt at his at the fleet budget meeting as well. So as you know, our work and projects encompass the entire watershed from Independence Pass to Marble and Glenwood Springs down even up as far as Meredith. And the watershed is 1,451 square miles. Our work takes us to meetings at construction site at a moment's notice, to meetings with entities, committees, subcommittees, and oftentimes in the evenings during all seasons. These can range from local cities and towns to statewide meetings. Construction projects also require us to travel to numerous sites for engineering meetings, pre-bid meetings, pre-construction meetings, concrete pours, best management practice inspections. If there are calls regarding issues in the river, we meet with contractors on site weekly or bi-weekly for all team meetings. We generally use our personal vehicle for the majority of travel. We've spoken with Connie, and the fund can support the purchase of a vehicle estimated to be about $65,000 per fleet. We also haul all of, like somebody just went through the fence at the the Whitewater Park. So I'm storing fencing at my house. So I have to throw it in my car and run it down to Basalt for somebody to fix it. There was a tree that fell down on the boardwalk. I threw a chainsaw in the car and went down. So we just have all of these, unique situations. Yeah, that we're definitely using our personal vehicles for. And I think the admin team who reviews the requests also was concerned about some liability when we're using our personal vehicles, especially down on construction sites with heavy equipment operating, and we don't have lights on our cars or anything like that, like the engineering department does. So just a few things to put out there.
Is this a vehicle that could be shared? Say,
Well,
with the attorney's office?
that's
Because I
interesting
know
when
that
Suzanne
the
said
attorney's
that.
office has to do site visits and travel and things like
That's
that. So
exactly
I would
right.
rather
Yeah.
have a car utilized than parked.
Yep. And we had I think I had talked to Brian and even Fleet previously about even sharing like environmental health vehicle, because they have one, I think they have 2 at the Basalt offices, maybe that's something we could share, and we have discussed that with them, so
Yeah, well,
that's
I'm saying
always a
if
possibility.
Healthy Rivers and Streams gets a vehicle, share it with the attorney's office or
Yeah.
something, but I'd rather, again, see that, and the type of vehicle needs to be appropriate for where you go and where it's parked
Yeah.
and how it's fueled.
Yeah, right. Yeah. mean, there might be concerns going up to Grizzly and a
Yeah,
EV,
going
I
up
don't
to
know.
Lincoln Creek, that'll be interesting, yeah.
Yeah, this one I don't think is budgeted as an EV.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Connie.
Yeah.
What do we got, some anti-EV people over here? You're starting to
I
make
just
me a
worry
little
about
nervous.
I just worry about staff getting stuck at Lincoln Creek
Right.
and there's not any charger.
I say we leave it up to Public Works.
They have to
Yeah.
wait for an electric storm to come up there.
Yeah. The Lincoln Creek thing is a trick, boy.
Yeah, you
That
need
is.
some-
I don't
you
know if
need
you
ground
guys
clearance is
have
what you really need
anybody,
there.
Yeah, if anybody's been up there recently, it's always a.
If we at the decision point, is there more you want to go through?
I'll give you a
Okay,
little
the
review
quick one.
of their
Thank you.
fund. Healthy Rivers, as you know, is funded by a 0.1% sales tax, estimated to bring in $2.23 million in 2025. That is their main revenue. Occasionally, they've received grants or some contributions from Basalt or others, but that's about it. On the expenditure side, in the professional and technical services line, the main increase in that for 2025 are those Lincoln Creek costs that you saw in an earlier slide. Property services includes various repair and maintenance costs, along with a placeholder for any potential water leases. Other line items in 2024, you see 1.1 million in land improvements. This is the Whitewater Park, and these are the funds that were carried forward from prior year, and whatever is not spent in 2024 will be carried forward to 2025. You see the vehicle for $65,000. Other expenditures are mainly overhead and liability costs. And then in the grants and contributions line, they have their normal grant pool. In 2024, this amount was so much higher because of that contribution to the West Bank Joint Project with CPW. And there is $87,000 included in the amount for 2025 for that same project. They're maintaining a steady fund balance, and that's about it. Any questions on this fund?
No, I think it's great what you're doing.
I'm giving it a thumbs up, Greg.
Okay, thumbs up from Patty. I think we've got
Thank
thumbs
you.
up here all the way around. Thank you for
All
coming.
right, thanks, you
Thank
guys.
you.
Yeah, always fun.
All right.
Good to know what you're up to.
We'll be back.
If you want to fill your Tesla full of aspen branches, take it down to Silk for those beavers. Okay, I think the plaid team is on next.
Somebody noticed? We have actually.
You guys are very, very cute.
That was Liza's idea.
Did you really,
Well
you really
done,
planned
Liza.
that?
Liza was like, we should all come in plaid and see if anyone noticed. And
It's interesting because we were doing pregnancy testing with the cattle the other day.
yeah,
I did not have on plaid, but as I looked around at the vet and the guys from Steamboat who were down and all of our guys, it was mostly plaid.
mostly, yes.
So are you guys gonna do pregnancy tests on cows in your plaid? Is that the question? Did you say pregnancy
There was an
test?
interesting connection there. Okay.
Can I officially say no comment?
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, you can.
Are you the only one? Are you gonna like?
No, they're all going to come up. Do
parade
you
them
want them
around?
all up there right now?
No,
But-
but you
You
have
need a group
65
photo. You
minutes.
definitely
I
need a
wanna
group
know what
photo.
you're gonna do with that 5 minutes.
I will give you, I think we can do this in more time. You guys have had the packet. You guys know a lot of the things that we're doing. So what I'd like to do is bring them up because they're the ones who actually make this happen. I'm just the big mouth up top. And so there are some big projects for next year, and I'd love to bring them up when we do that. But we always like pretty pictures at first. And so, we always, I give
I love the
Janet and
bear.
our rangers and everyone else on staff who takes pictures, we just get incredible pictures. And then we had to put Anne's firefly photo in there because it was just so cool
yeah,
that
that's
she
such a
did the
great
time lapse on the fireflies
Yeah.
out at Faloha. So that was pretty cool. And so yes, just wanted to start off with the pretty pictures and then pop into the next page, which is my update every year to you guys on how did we do last year or this year. And this year was a pretty stellar year. We ended up spending our entire fund on properties, and You know, obviously the big one, even though it seems so long ago, it was just in February that we purchased Stonemass Falls. And so that was the big bump in acreage of fee-owned. But we do have some conservation easements, and they are, you know, kind of the back 80 Johnson parcels. Those are in near Marble Base Camp. And then you have Yank Creek up near Thompson Creek. Those were done with tax credits, but we got the conservation easement on that. And so it's been really good. Trail mileage has not gone up a ton. We did an equestrian hiking trail that we're about to open, probably not till next year, due to some ditch crossing stuff, but that's near Glacier. And so that project's done, but that was not a huge increase in trails. And so, but overall, that's from 1990 to 2024, kind of see these big steep jumps and kind of a continuation of what this fund has been able to accomplish with the majority of our funds. So, on to the next page is the program and all the staff that we have. And I just want to pop this one up because we are asking for 2 new staff members for next year, 1 full-time and 1 seasonal. And the full-time ranger is just something that we have just seen over time is, as I talk about it every year, growth, not just in our system, but growth with the amount of people that come visit and also with the complexity of the people that do come visit. And so what we have seen with our ranger program is, you know, the full-time rangers that we have, the 3, you know, basically they're the only ones on from now through April or through parts of April until we bring the seasonals on. And this time of year that you think is quiet is not. Hunting season's a big time of year. We have violations and we just need to watch the properties. Then we put closures on a majority of our properties. So the majority of our properties are closed in the winter. And so somebody needs to watch those and enforce them. And they go all the way from Redstone all the way up towards North Star and everywhere else. And we have a Nordic ski program. And making sure that, you know, people are staying on the trails, not going off the trails, and where the dogs are, where the dogs shouldn't be, and everything else. So the reality for the rangers is being able to staff up and be able to have enough people on at a certain period of time, because you think 3 is a lot, but when we staff every day, all day, and that's 24/7 for the entire year. And so, you know, only having 3 means there are some days where you have 1, and that's 1 from Aspen all the way to Redstone. With 4, you can actually have 2 on most days, and that means much bigger coverage, because if we get a call from a landowner or we get an issue down the Crystal and they're all the way up in Aspen, that's an enormous distance to travel. Plus, if they're out cross-country skiing in the Aspen area, getting back to a vehicle and the response times are there. It's also a burnout issue too. You know, rangers, like deputies, deal with a lot of interesting situations and people, and they need breaks and they need time off. And summer's really busy, but we have the help of the seasonals, which have been awesome. But being able to have them take the time that they need to recharge and everything else, plus being able to have the coverage that we need all through the county, that's why we're asking for that one. So I'll stop at that one if you have questions, and I can bring Rick up if you want to ask him direct questions too.
So, this photo you have here on the page where you have staff additions, are you going to hire Maverick?
You would have to deal with some county age
Okay,
issues,
just wondering.
but you know.
Great pictures.
But yeah, Maverick is really cute, and the ranger program that we have, yes, we put them all up there. They're awesome. They've been it's a really great program. Our seasonals, it seems like all 3 of them are going to come back next year, and so we've had really good longevity with our seasonal rangers, and maybe one of them would want to see to become full-time. I don't know. Some of them have really great winter jobs, and they kind of like that seasonality piece, but we'll see what happens with that. But, you know, the Rangers are a critical component to it, and you know, when Rick came to me and really started to discuss this, and so we talked about this with the Open Space Board. They are very supportive of the staff additions. So any questions on the Ranger before I go to the other piece?
I'm good.
I'm good.
Okay. Steve?
I think the work you guys
Steve's
do
good.
is amazing.
So, okay. So the seasonal tech, the maintenance tech is, you know, seasonals are, our seasonal maintenance crew is harder to hire. It never was like this before. We always were able to get some ski co employees, but it's been more difficult. This was the first year we didn't hire them. I just want to be transparent about this because we're asking for more. But the reality is we have more property and we have more maintenance, and we've done a lot more since we've adopted our biodiversity policy. We've really gone into restoration in a very large way, and having people on staff to be able to manage those restoration projects and to be able to handle all the noxious weed issues that we have and everything else. Plus, our agricultural program has grown, and the agricultural program now has lots of lessees. We have a great employee who's sitting back there, Drew Walters, who's also the CSU extension agent. And, you know, the reality is one person can't be everywhere at once, and having kind of a shared seasonal maintenance person or like a seasonal tech will help him be able to monitor and manage some of the, you know, kind of the irrigation work, and you'll see that when we get into work plan, and be able to add capacity to the program. So that's why we're asking for it, and I can bring them up to explain it more if you'd like to.
Let's keep moving. I think
I'm trying to keep
you're making
you-
a good pitch.
I got the memo this morning that you guys wanted to keep this moving. So if you had big issues, they can come up
Who
and ask.
sent you that memo?
What?
Who sent you that
Telepathic.
No, we're making notes. We can come back to our notes and bug you at the
I know.
end.
You can. I just
Stuff
want to.
is
I want to
super
move
interesting.
through.
We
They're
got a lot to
here.
get through.
Everyone is sitting behind me, ready.
We can call them up to
explain.
interrogate whenever we want.
We're not gonna let you off
Can you,
easy.
it's just interrogate me. Be nice to them. You usually are nicer to them than me, but all right. So on to the next piece is, as you guys know, the big things that we do a work plan, and the reason why we do this work plan is not just to make it easier on staff to watch what they're doing, but we also respond. We actually report to two boards, your advisory, open space board, and the BoCC. And for them and you to keep track of everything that we do is critically important to put it in this work plan. I'm not going to go through every single thing on this work plan unless you have specific questions on it, but I would like to bring them up to explain some of the big pieces of the puzzle, because we put on this page kind of the main priorities, and we'll walk through those priorities while we're doing the work plan. So in your packet, we have the entire work plan. We have the work plan up here on these next slides. And so with that, we'll get into the planning and implementation world. And I will bring up Jesse and Carly, who do that. And we can roll up another chair. You got to talk in the mic, otherwise your new name will be Mike.
Welcome.
Hi.
Good to see you.
Should we start with North Star? It's on the first
I
line there.
Now, haven't you given Gary a list of like who designed your shirt and what the the tartan is or whatever, however you do that with plaid? Isn't there like a provenance to each one of these designs?
There is.
You should know this.
Yeah, I thought you wanted to keep moving.
Okay.
I think Paul's the only
Nice,
one in
Gary.
a Scottish plaid, so the rest of you
Well, I was
are.
about to say, I'm saying this because I have no idea. Paul might know.
Well, Paul thought plaid all had to be red, so.
See,
It would have been better if it was all red.
he's a traditionalist. You could sing the lumberjack song. But meanwhile, we digress.
Did you guys take a picture?
We will take a picture before you
We
leave.
will when
Yeah,
we get out
you need
there,
a
'cause, yeah, it's
group
the first
photo.
time we've ever done a staff
Costumes.
theme for clothing.
Alrighty,
Everyone
North
has
Star.
a gimmick.
Let's go to our favorite property here. So North Star, the first line item there, that 35,000, that's for the management plan update. So that's for the typical process that we do to update our management plans. And that fund really covers a lot of the outreach and sort of incidentals that the planning process includes. So that's a separate line item from the North Star Visitor Management Study. So in the 2024 budget, there was an item for us to hire a consultant, DJ&A. They're a visitor use management consultant. And we hired them in 2024 to conduct those visitor use surveys that happened through June and July of this year. So we'll come back with a full report on the results of that study. But that portion was funded in 2024. So this additional balance is to cover some needs that came out of that, which is that we need to conduct facilitated user group outreach. So this dollar amount here is really to support that targeted outreach with HOAs, with the other neighbors, the caucus, community members, or just the general users, and commercial operators. So DJ&A will facilitate those conversations. So we have a neutral, skilled facilitator that will be leading those conversations, and those will hopefully happen, or they're planned to happen, January through March timeframe. And the results of that feedback will directly inform that first line item, that North Star management plan. So there's a couple different line items that are going to result in the final management plan, if that all makes sense. So,
yeah, so if you ever need me, since it's my district and I've been very involved, just let me know.
Yeah.
As long as that one person isn't there who scared the out of me that last time. That was pretty scary.
Well, he might be. So we'll work on that.
Thank you.
Francie?
Yes, so studies and plans and infrastructure, as you know, are hard for me to deal with in your budget because I'm interested in conservation, period. And so I know I am concerned to think of a study that's $100,000 that involves talking to the neighbors at North Star. And I mean, you guys are the professionals. You guys know as much about conservation easements and this kind of impact study and this kind of river maintenance as anybody in the world. You guys are the pros. And so it's hard for me to imagine you paying somebody else $100,000 to do what you guys are already incredibly good at doing. So that's a hard one for me.
Well, and it's, you bring up a good point because, North Star is one of those properties that gets a lot of emotion. And you saw it when we came last year at this time, there was a lot of emotion there. So the hardest part is you need to get that public feedback some way, somehow when we do management plan updates. So getting that public feedback, being able to support it with data, hopefully will get the public on board with the management actions that come out of this. Because yes, we feel very comfortable doing it ourselves. But in the end, we need to get the public on board with it. Plus, in our documents that our conservation easement with AVLT and our management plan with that conservation easement with AVLT, there is a user group that needs to be consulted on all matters of North Star. So we feel really good about this. Yes, it costs money, but this is one of the most spectacular and important properties for the public and right in Aspen. So we could write you a pretty good, we would write you a great management plan, and it would be supported by our data and LISA and everything else. Does the public support that? And do you just sit there and have people screaming at you at the end? Or do we try to bring everybody along where these people have also looked at, they've worked in other places. They've worked around, this is part, Chris Mullins is part of this, who's worked on, Rocky Mountain National Park and other places. So they're going to come out with recommendations. And it's from a neutral third party, it's not us. So I think in this case, it's warranted. I feel very comfortable about spending that type of dollars. The Open Space Board had the same reaction at first when they looked at $100,000. But as Carly explained it, and what I'm trying to explain now is these management plans are critical for the next 5 years. And we need to show that it was a data-based but also public supported based piece. So I feel very comfortable with this and supporting it. I totally understand where you're coming from, and I appreciate it because we do feel like we're not trying to just give it to somebody else to do, but we're trying to have somebody help facilitate us to get to a point.
And another point that we made with our board that I think is important to bring up here is nationally across planning trends across the country. The APA, the American Planning Association, is seeing more of this type of need for facilitated outreach in contentious planning efforts due to distrust of data. And so, we may have the data, but what we have noticed with North Star is that the data is not necessarily accepted. And so in some cases, such as this, these facilitated conversations are really the next step in order to get that data understood, digested. And hopefully what we will be able to accomplish are compromises on all sides so that, we're not just, it's not just the neighbors that we are listening to. I mean, part of the user groups will be all of us, or the user group meetings will be all of us and conservation organizations as well as the operators and neighbors.
Well, it's an interesting industry that's grown up to deal with our country's divisiveness, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
Well, because it's funny, because like Smuggler, we're doing Smuggler right now, and Patty was here when we did original Smuggler, and it was contentious, but staff dealt with it, and it was more they trusted us. We did Smuggler this time. You'll see that Smuggler management plans coming to you guys for adoption. This time, totally different. They trust staff. We've done a really good job. No need for major facilitation. Didn't cost nearly this amount. North Star, different. It's just a different deal, and I think you hit it on the point. It's acceptance, and it's really bringing that third party. They have knowledge. They have done it in other places. So it might be an industry that's created to deal with distrust of government, but in the end, I think it's a way for us to get here in the end with people not screaming and not conflicted, and we can sit there and have a conversation with folks.
I hope it turns out to be that way.
I'm hopeful too.
It's a high stress area.
I was just going
Patty.
to add that I, having been to some of those very heated meetings at North Star from when we developed the first North Star plan years ago, which Mick and I were part of, I do not want to subject you guys to that kind of treatment. I'd rather pay a consultant to have to take the brunt till we get it smoothed out, because it got really heated. There's other words I could say, but yeah, and so I think it's a good way to start it off, but to have some familiar faces in the room, so it's just not all consultants. That's why I am willing to step it up and bring an armed guard with me.
And I'll just add that I don't think it's an expense that's going to be needed every 5 years. I think we're hoping that this will kind of establish, a longer term strategy for management of the area. So
Perfect.
we're not
Thank
going to
you.
hopefully be back here in 5 years asking for the same amount.
I can bring some history to the table too,
Yeah.
so I'd be happy to help.
Okay.
Good with North Star. Go to Roaring Fork Outdoor Coalition.
All right, so the Roaring Fork Outdoor Coalition, that line item there is almost entirely being offset by a grant that we received from Colorado Parks and Wildlife's Regional Partnership Initiative. But we have to include it in our budget, and then CPW will reimburse us that amount. So,
And is this the group where we met at Mortgage Commons, and we met at
Exactly.
at the Gant or something one time?
yes, exactly. So we received $75,000 last year to facilitate community conversations. So that was a grant to hear from the public on what the biggest priorities were for recreation and conservation. And from that, there's a report online. It identified five guideposts, so 5 things that this group needs to focus on. So now this group is going into a 2-year planning process. So we've received $125,000 for year 1, and then pending an additional $125,000 for year 2, based on some completion of some requirements from CPW. But the deliverables from year 1 are going to be a few different tools that everybody in the watershed can use when thinking about conservation and recreation decisions. The other part that I think is important to note about that $125,000, that it will also facilitate convening a group of community members. So you might have seen in the paper, there was a call to assemble a community advisory group. So this formal group will provide feedback throughout the planning process.
I didn't see that in the paper. What is that?
It was in the Aspen Daily News maybe a couple weeks ago by the Aspen Environmental Journalism arm.
It was a big article from Elizabeth Stewart Severy on the whole Roaring Fork Outdoor Volunteer Coalition, but it also described the group. So we're trying to get community members to apply for this group.
So who's in the group now?
So the partnership, the Roaring Fork Outdoor Coalition, is every land manager from Aspen to Glenwood Springs, actually. So you have Pickens County, Eagle County, you have the federal agencies, BLM, Forest Service, CPW, I forgot Eagle County there, and then you have Aspen, Snowmass, Basalt, Glenwood Springs. So all of those communities make up the core. So those are the core partners. Now this community advisory group is an extension of these core partners, and this is a group that is being selected now, so I can't tell you who they are, but we have over 50 applications, and we have a separate party selecting the applicants. And these will be made up of, community members, different key organizations like ABLT ACES, Wilderness Workshop, most likely.
So non-government people.
Yes. Correct. And they will advise and provide feedback at key milestones through the next 2 years.
Okay. And so how do I stay involved in this?
You'll stay involved because you will get multiple presentations on this and have.
Say that again?
You'll have multiple presentations on the work as it progresses and opportunities to provide feedback. So every board, this BoCC and every other municipality's board will have that same opportunity.
So the goal is trying to make.
Garfield County is not involved, but Glenwood Springs is included.
Is there a reason why Garfield County is not involved?
Yeah, 3.
That's what they do.
We asked them, and we asked Carbondale too. And so right now, the reality is we're not excluding them. They just didn't want to be included.
Well,
so
maybe
hopefully,
Patty will get Perry to join in.
well, honestly,
he owes her
anytime they want to join, we
But
can have
I will say that we have a lot of applications for the community advisory group from the Lower Valley, including Garfield County representatives.
Great.
But not.
Hey, Gary, I just want to keep
the
a track of
government
the
side.
time.
'Kay.
We can't go this granular through your whole budget.
No, we're not. And so,
We're
but
ahead of
these are the
schedule,
big.
but I want
these
to
are
get
the-
us out
these are
early.
the
This
big
one's a
boys.
big one because
Yeah.
it's going to involve the community at all. So we just wanted to give you an update.
Got
So-
it. Great, thanks.
So the rest of these are just kind of pieces of the puzzle that we're working on. You guys know about, that we're still doing the Utah State University stuff. You know what we're doing at Snowmass Falls. We're not really asking for any budget for that. We just put these in the work plan that you can, the community development comp plan. We want to make sure that our staff is involved, but also the Open Space Board gets a chance to go on to that. And then the next page, you guys know about the Wildland Land Use Change, the Brush Creek Park and Ride, the Rio Grande Trail. Node plan has been in effect. We've been working on trailheads for a really long time. It's just continuing that. Still working on Penny Hot Springs. We'll bring back, what we got in the future. We're not asking for any budget on that. The Emmett Town site, same thing. We're working with Human Services. and other food security and agricultural people on that one. North Star Management Plan projects, obviously, we just put a placeholder in there in case we get something. And then we start going into our every year things like general outreach and education. And then all the other stuff that we do, our partnerships with ACES and Roaring Fork Conservancy. And then we'll get into the next big piece, and I can let Carly go. And it's the housing piece.
I wanted to ask real quick, just on Snowmass Falls, are you guys, how's the weed management program going up there? I did get a call from Marge saying, you know, she knows where the weeds are, you know.
We know where the weeds are too.
Yeah, okay, okay, just wanted to know, but you've
the,
got
the reality is
bandwidth
that
to handle
Snowmass
it.
Falls, I mean, she has a passion for it, but for us, Snowmass Falls is easy compared to some of our
Right,
properties.
sure,
I mean,
yeah.
because she's done a really good job in the past. I mean, Snowmass Falls is not there are weeds and we'll get them, but it's compared to if we go to other properties that we purchased, like up Thompson Creek
Right.
and other areas, Snowmass Falls is much easier to
Much
deal
better.
with. So,
Oh, good
yeah.
to know. Great.
So,
Like the Prince Creek parking lot weeds that I sent you pictures of last year. Remember, outside the parking lot, the
I thought
weeds.
they got them.
We did.
Yeah.
You got them?
Coach and
Yeah.
grass.
Yeah, it's the kosher and stuff like that. Yeah, it wasn't the big thistles, but it was definitely that. So yeah, Ted's here. He got it. I send them right to them, like, and they did.
Right.
So the two big things.
Wait,
Sure.
So when will we get to the Owl Creek Trail reroute design?
That's the elk. That's coming up right here.
Okay, so I'll wait till you.
Yes. Well, the
It's one of my highlighted on my.
We're happy to talk about it. The first one's on this it's a pretty significant amount of money, these two projects. And so it's, you know, the two big projects for housing next year is the historic house on Glacier.
On
We've
what?
been working on, what?
The historic house, what?
Glacier.
Open space. So, you know, it's the Frida L and Frida H Glacier Homestead and their house, and it's a historic house, and I'll let Jesse talk about it, but we've been working on this for a long time. The Open Space Board feels this is a priority to get moving on, because they, you know, with houses that need a lot of work, we're concerned and their board is concerned about, you know, losing that house. So with that, I can tell you, I'll turn it over to Jesse to say what we're trying to do with it.
And Philoha, you'll talk about that too.
Yep.
Aloha, Ted's here. Well, I'll talk about that next.
Yeah, I think you guys probably can remember I was here in October asking you for your blessing to apply for the state grant, which we have turned in our application and are awaiting the outcome of that, hopefully, or not hopefully, on December 1st or so. So that will mitigate some of the costs, and what we're hoping to do there is kind of restore the historic house and as well as add an ADU, which is allowed within our conservation easement on the property, replacing kind of that square footage that we're removing that was non-historic, to really maximize the housing and the flexibility of the housing on the property so that we can use it both for our staff and land stewards as well as lessees of the property, which is key to their operations. So that's the basic gist of it. We also have a substantial amount coming from Eagle County, who's been our partner with this property all along, and it's in Eagle County, just over the line. So all things said and done, Picken County would be responsible for about 64% of the total project costs, with the State Historic Fund coming in at 15% and Eagle County chipping in 21%. So I think it's a really good partnership project. We're excited to get it underway.
And the reason why we're the big funder is we manage that property, and we're also going to be the ones that dictate who can live there.
Yeah.
So that's also the big thing, is if you started getting more and more money from Eagle County, they might want to have a
little
say.
more involved.
Yeah, we
Right.
know how that
And
goes.
so, but they've been a great partner. Eagle County has been awesome on this. It has not taken much of an ask to get what we're getting here, and they're excited for it. because they also see the future of the whole site. Is we have a historic barn, we have the original homestead house on here, we have a blacksmith shop. So this is just a step. If we can get this state historic grant, this is the first step. It's just the house is the critical piece of it. Like the barn going down is not as big as the house going down. And the house is in poor shape. And it's, I haven't been in it in a year and a half.
I don't like going in it.
So yes, I don't force them, but they sometimes have to. And it's the roof, the whole roof structure is starting to crumble. So
And who's gonna do the work?
we're gonna put it out to bid. Yeah, but we need to get that state grant, historic grant, and once I think we'll be successful this time, once we do, we'll go out to bid and we'll see who's out there, who's willing to put in and be able to do a historic house restoration.
Who's brave enough to take it on?
Well, and it's honestly the hardest part is, as you might have noticed, that getting contractors in this valley is not easy. We think we've been really conservative on this budget, and hopefully we've been conservative enough. And so we're hopeful that, the good thing is Susanna Reed, your historic preservation officer, has been our main architect on this, and she has been meeting directly with contractors and engineers to help us get better cost estimates. So, but we'll put it out to bid and see who's available to do it next year.
Well, I just happen to have two sons who have done historic, but look, I know we can't hire them, but they are two of the people who've done complete historic renovation, so maybe they know somebody too.
That's true. And I don't know, we can get into why we can't hire them.
Oh, I know we can't. They know that too.
Okay. So,
But there are others in the valley who do
There are.
historic.
There are.
so hopefully, because we had a real, who did
Key elements.
Key Elements did the historic house at Emma, and so then they did a really good job within our budget.
They did a great job.
So anyway, so there are others in this valley that have been able to do it. So hopefully, somebody kind of wants to take this on as a cool
Yeah, it's a
project.
cool project.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's it, the Glacier House. If you guys have any questions on that one, I feel the Open Space Board was pretty adamant that they would like to get this one done. The next one is a lot of money, but we have two housing structures on this property, and it's the former Wilden parcel right in next to Faloa Meadows. And to be honest, I feel like when you have housing, we need it. And then I had a conversation with our sheriff, Michael, and he would love the opportunity to participate in this one too, because having ranger presence, sheriff presence in the Crystal River Valley would be critical. And so it is a lot of money, and Ted could go through what we'd be looking at there, but being able to bring these houses up to speed and be able to make them as flexible as possible, flexible spaces. Glacier is a flexible build.
You
where
mean
can
flexible,
lock off-
like how many people can live there, that kind of thing?
You can do lock-offs, you can do, the unit mix could change over time. And really, one of the houses that you see on this, on the slide here, could potentially be more than just a single-family home. We can make it two. And so that we put costs in to kind of do that. We'd like to come back at a different time. We don't want to discuss exactly how to do it here, because Michael also would like to be here, because he was, and we understand that, the budgets for the sheriff would be, come out of the general fund, but we're not necessarily asking for that. It would be more on a rent basis, because we look at these projects, they're forever. And so and the thing is, the sheriff might not always have somebody who could live there. And so this could be a rent thing, and the Open Space Board liked that, because in the end, the Open Space and Trails program with that fund owns and manages that property. So, why not keep it and then have other departments? Because you have to kind of meet our mission. We can't just turn it into affordable housing the way our fund works with our charter. But you could do public safety people. They work directly with us on all our properties. We could do a Forest Service employee, a CPW employee, as we do with Curtis on Deer Creek. And so, and we just charge rent or
On Wheatley,
maintenance
is that what you
fees.
said?
What?
On Wheatley, is that what you
Deer
said?
Creek.
No, Deer
Oh,
Creek.
Deer Creek. Don't we have somebody on Wheatley too?
Not on Wheatley, on Lazy Glen. But
Oh.
at Lazy Glen, we have ag producer. We have an ag producer and a ranger.
A
And
ranger,
so,
that's
yeah,
right,
so
yeah.
one of our rangers and an ag producer, and we get rent. So if you look at these, you know, yes, we make the capital improvement now, but then we get rent over time. You know, paybacks are not tomorrow, and there'll be many, many years. But in the end, that program pays for their person who's on there. So we would like to get these done. The Open Space Board was kind of like, can't we just take one shot and one shot? I'm like, well, do you see that in the budget number? It's going to just increase over time. We feel we have the capacity, especially potentially putting both these houses at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Could we get a bigger contractor to come in and do both of them? Maybe. I'm not saying yes, maybe we can't. But if we can put them out at the same time, we could potentially get two to do it. And so those are the big asks. And the Open Space Board in the end was very supportive because they know like housing is such a big issue for everyone. I'm so psyched you guys got that passed. I give you a ton of credit for having the courage to put it out there to the public to accept it, because it's a big deal and it's huge for our
Overwhelmingly
department.
accepted.
Right. And-
Overwhelmingly. It's
yeah,
amazing.
no. And so I feel like if we buy properties with houses, we're not looking for properties that actually, you know, we're not trying to buy other houses, but these have two houses on it. Let's do it. One of them has an incredible garage that is going to be kind of a land management based thing for the sheriff, for the Forest Service, for CPW, to kind of have a place to go to connect, because we have a great line of sight with the new Elephant Mountain translator site with broadband. So we have a great line of sight. So we're going to be able to go here.
Well, I love these requests for these things. Usually I would not be in favor of infrastructure for open space and trails. I'm more about land, but it kills two birds with one stone, and by having affordable housing without building anything new.
Development
And that's
neutral.
huge.
Yeah, we are not
huge.
expanding.
Key for stewardship.
Yeah,
going
we're not
forward,
expanding
too.
the footprint of these at all.
I'm
Yeah.
looking at that, the roof line of the Faloa house. It looks like it has a curve. I was going, wow, a curved roof. That's really kind of, you know.
I think
and I
that's
realize
just
it's just the
That's
lens.
the camera.
Yeah, I
It's the
think that's
lens.
the camera
Okay, it's a
lens
wide
or
angle
something.
lens. Yeah. So I thought, wow,
But
that's
Is it
It's
interesting.
not
actually a
far from
freestanding
curving.
structure, or is it a double wide, an old double wide?
It's a house.
It's
isn't
a stick built, but at first we thought it was a manufactured home on a foundation. But the more we dug into it, it actually is stick built. It's just cheap,
And what kind of condition is it in?
terrible.
And it needs lots of environmental upgrades.
That's everything.
It needs everything. It's a full renovation.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, we thought about, like in the past, Greg brought up when we're doing Deer Creek, can we just put a modular on this spot? And the reality is some of the bones are fine.
Yeah.
So
I
if we
mean,
rip off the kind of like
The
what we did
cheap
at Deer
siding.
Creek,
yeah.
if we rip off those pieces, we're always conscious of our environmental footprint, and sending less stuff to the landfill
Yeah.
is critical here. And there's pieces of both structures that the engineers feel are good. So
And the foundation looks pretty solid.
Foundation is very solid. Both houses.
Okay.
And good roof stresses and everything. So
okay, if you guys are good with that,
Yeah.
and
good with
we'll
it.
move on. The
keep going.
the two next projects are big dollar amounts, so Ted will go over them really quickly.
yeah, one is the Rio Grande Trail Capital Improvement Project, which we've been planning for a few years. It's basically encompasses the section of the Rio from Gervais Way to basically to that intersection of North River Road, Lower River Road, and the turn to Snowmass Conoco. And we're just addressing parts of the trail that are getting undermined. They're on basically narrow sections or narrow platforms of the old railroad bed, and the trail's it's just sloughed off and it's gotten undermined. So we need to go in and put in some ready block walls. We want to address and update the safety fencing in those sections, and then go back and pave once we're all done.
Where's the trail down there? Is it between the highway and the river?
It's between the river and Lower River Road.
Oh, that part of the trail, okay.
You can see that we have one picture up on the screen. The picture on the thing shows you like how the trail is undermining itself and falling apart. And there's just no way to fix that without building retaining walls.
Yeah, we looked at different options. We thought about digging down into the platform, therefore getting a wider platform, but with fiber and RAFTA's concerns, that just wasn't an option. So
This is the rail right of way, so you can only mess with the rail right of way to a point.
You have to keep it on grade.
Yep.
I know about that.
Exactly. So that's why we can't do a whole lot. And back in the day, they put a fiber line, like they just ran it right next to the railroad
Oh.
track. So that's
really constrained what we could do. So yeah, so that's that one in a nutshell. We're also doing quite a bit of paving next year, trail paving. We got a section of the Rio Grande Trail between Basalt High School and basically the Basalt Mass intersection. And it's not a full mill and pave the entire stretch. We're just hitting the worst sections, although it is quite a bit. And then we have a short section of the Basalt Mass Trail that we're doing basically top of the hill down on the Rio Grande Trail on the east end of that trail. And then the Crystal Trail, same as the Rio, addressing the worst spots. And
You mean like patching the
It's
pavement that's already there?
it's
Or
longer
overlaying?
it's a longer stretch than what we would normally qualify as a patch. And it's a full mill and replace.
It's not new pavement.
It
You're not newly paving.
It will be new pavement.
No, I mean, you're not paving dirt.
No.
That's what I was asking.
Existing
Yeah,
trail.
okay.
But there's so many long stretches of pavement that's really good that we don't need to do the entire stretch, just hit the worst
This
spots.
Crystal Trail's pretty young, relatively.
It's about 10 years old, maybe a little older,
it's
which is
oh.
normal life expectancy for
Oh, it
pavement.
is?
about 15. Yeah, so I mean, the reality is we can't crack seal trails. Imagine a bike on a crack seal trail. You don't get the car traffic to push those little bumps down. So,
Yeah.
so in the end, we kind of let pavement go for a while. We patch it and we'll crack seal it. But once it gets to a point when it's in really bad shape, this is pretty normal over time.
Yeah, I was just worried that you were paving dirt, but you're not.
We are not.
Nope.
And then we're also paving North River Road, which we've kind of adopted more or less because we have the trailhead there and Lazy Glen property on that road. So it's in dire shape of needing new pavement, so that's on the list as well.
And since we have a trailhead there too, it is a public road. So, we kind of took it on ourselves because we do allow the public to drive up that road. It's basically when you
Is it the one that goes down to Phillips on the other side?
no,
Where is
it's
it?
by the Conoco.
Yeah.
So when you come onto Lower River Road from the Conoco,
Uh-huh,
when you make that right turn,
uh-huh.
North River Road's the left turn. So the RCRO
Does
trail,
it go somewhere?
Yeah,
the RCO trailhead, Lazy Glen,
It goes to Lazy
and
Glen
to
Farm.
a few houses.
yeah.
Oh.
It goes to Lazy Glen.
But it
goes
doesn't
to-
go through?
What?
It's a dead end?
No, it dead ends.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's it for paving.
And
But-
so the next piece is, about Redstone to McClure. That came through. And now you wanted to talk about Owl Creek.
Yeah, what section of Owl Creek Trail, because of airport changes? I'm confused.
It's more of a placeholder in case there are
Oh.
changes that impact the
I was
trail
gonna say, do you
alignment.
guys know something we don't know about the airport?
So there was
I know, we're gonna have to shift, but that's what I'm going, as far as
Well,
we
and
know
this
right
is-
now, we're not shifting, so
Well,
let's
we-
keep the
thing is-
placeholder just in case.
Just in case.
Right. And it's
Good.
also to really look at those switchbacks. The switchbacks on the Owl Creek Trail were not built to any standard. When you come up those switchbacks,
Yeah.
they are super steep and they don't meet the turn radiuses.
Ask John, he falls down there all the time.
No, he avoided it and got hit by a deer.
That is true.
But there's a lot of,
I'm not kidding. He avoided it because he didn't want to deal
I've
with that.
seen
And he
a
went
lot of
down Owl
moose
Creek
through there
Road.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And got hit
There's a
by a
lot of
deer.
wildlife.
Okay,
and
I'm
the
I'm
deer
good,
hit
we
him.
can move on.
Yeah.
Here, we can.
So yeah, it's a necessary improvement at some time.
Okay, we
You
can
say put you
It
in
has
office.
nothing to do with the airport right now.
just, like, what do they know? We don't know. Okay, I'm
Okay,
good.
next
We can
page.
keep going.
So these are just
Terrifying.
projects that we work on every single year. I just want you to see them all. It's a great way for us to keep track of them all and be able to explain them all to not only the Open Space Board and you and the public, but also for our staff to keep track on. So these are just projects that we're doing. I didn't need to go through any of them unless you had a.
I do have a question. On the one with the Shell Bluffs to Cemetery Lane,
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Shell Bluffs is on the highway side. So how are you getting from Shell Bluffs to Cemetery Lane?
Well, we also call that section of the Rio Grande Trail
Okay,
that's not
Shell
paved.
Bluffs, on the other side of
Yes,
the river.
on the other side of the
Shell
road.
Bluffs.
So you guys are just seeing if we're reading this stuff, aren't you?
I'm psyched. I'm looking. I'm like, what?
I've
Like,
been, I've
okay,
been
you got
reading,
it.
highlight with my blue pen. You guys got it.
I like it.
Okay.
Next. Okay, natural resources. So I bring up Liza for that one. And so on this page, it's everything that we do for natural resources. And like, so, you know, we do tons of forest health assessments and noxious weed control and all this stuff. So unless you have a question specific on this, I want to get to the big line items.
I'm so happy to be on to natural resources.
I like the barbed wire here in this bottom. Somebody's rolling up barbed wire.
There's a lot of it.
Yeah, so, okay, so
Everything
go,
about barbed
yeah.
wire today.
And so this is, again, it's all in your packet. These are just normal line items that we have to do every single year. And go to the next page are the big ones.
One more.
One more. She does a lot.
Nope.
Nope, back. Where is it?
That page.
Stats page.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so the big ones are,
The first one I would say has to do relates to the Thompson Divide Ranch Preserve, which, as a reminder, is the 400+ acre parcel up the Crystal North Thompson. That was called the Hunt property, but is now Thompson Divide Ranch Preserve. And that's really in anticipation of OST creating a management plan for that property
Oh, yeah.
in 2026. In 2025, this budget number that you see is to collect a good deal of ecological baseline data that will include wildlife surveys, hydrological surveys, and comprehensive vegetation mapping, which will then directly inform that management plan process. So we need to get the data this year for the planning in 2026.
And this is the place right at the Bertard Gate, right after the Bertard Gate. Okay.
Correct.
That beautiful piece of property.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Yes.
It's exquisite.
And then the other main one, and we're going to highlight.
Can I ask one more question about that? I'm
Yes.
sorry. So will that still be available to Ty to run it?
well, yes, we're going to keep going with Ty until we create the management plan.
Uh-huh.
And then the management plan will dictate, do we continue with Ty or not? And so most likely I wouldn't, if he wants to keep going, I think we'd have to lease that out and have to go through our leasing thing because, you know, we can't just give preferential
Right.
treatment. But Ty has been doing a great job, so he's nothing's changing for next year.
Okay, great.
Anything else on that?
God, it's beautiful.
It's beautiful.
And then, you're going to go into those?
I was going to go on to the next main priority we were going to highlight today, which is the sort of the biodiversity partnerships we have budgeted. And that includes Roaring Fork Safe Passages, so the wildlife connectivity element that we have in several adopted management plans, as well as direction from both boards. And that is the 40K you see to complete mitigation plans for 3 additional priority sections. So you guys have heard about the airport to Woody Creek sections and the progress they're making in analyzing those. However, when they did the full watershed prioritization, there were 3 other high priority sections within Pitkin County. And so this money is to help them complete the mitigation plans for those areas, which are Emma, Snowmass Canyon, and Crystal River North wildlife corridors. And then the other big biodiversity partnership is the $60,000 for forest health projects at landscape scale. So that includes things like prescribed fire support, weed control, pre and post burning, and then also the Douglas Fir Beetle Project that we've been doing for a couple years now up on Aspen Mountain and Shadow Mountain in partnership with the Colorado State Forest Service.
What do you do for that? What are you doing with the beetle kill?
That one is a combination of pheromone packets that repel the Douglas fir beetles to protect some
It
of
just
our.
sends them to the next tree, guys. Sorry, but
It
Sends
does,
them
and
to
that's,
trees away from where we want them.
and that we're
That's
not
fine.
doing it across the whole landscape.
Uh-huh.
We're not going to be able to protect all of the Douglas fir trees, nor do we want to. They are a native species and have
They need to come and
past
go.
ebbs and
Yep.
flows.
they've been hit really hard up there.
Yeah, and so the Shadow Mountain and Aspen Mountain have been identified as those sort of high value Douglas fir areas, and also for wildlife protection to reduce the number of dead and dying trees we have in close proximity to town. So that's the partnership with the City of Aspen, ACES, and the Forest Service. So that's the other.
Wildfire? Not wildlife.
Does that include?
Oh, yes.
Oh, sorry.
It was
Trying to-
wildfire
Wildfire,
mitigation.
Both when I
That
speak and
live
type
trees,
get confused.
live trees don't burn as well as dead trees, so that's why you do it around.
Any removal of standing dead in there or not?
No.
It's so steep.
Yeah, it is. It is so steep that it's hard to even get. Like the biggest cost there is labor to get people in there to
Get it
hang
to do
those
it.
packets.
Or you'd have to do
And there's also the other element I was gonna say is there's also traps to attract them. So when they do get repelled in that vicinity, there's another pheromone that attracts them, and so then we actually trap them, remove them from the landscape, and that's how we will be able to track over time when this sort of Doug fir beetle pulse is starting to ebb, and then we can stop the treatment because it's not going to do this forever.
Right.
It's a short term.
Do you know I have 10 years of sitting on this board dealing with these
Different
issues in
beetles.
Washington, D.C.
We're losing
These
400-year-old
beetles are-
trees on our property
Yeah,
to
the-
beetles.
These beetles
It's
have been studied for a
painful.
really long time because Doug fir is a commercial species, unlike lodgepole. So this MCH works. The other stuff was a little different, was a little experimental, but this stuff works, and so because they've been developing that for the commercial
Well,
species.
lodgepole was used for the mine shafts and because it's
Yeah.
like this, where the firs are pretty.
Okay.
Yeah. And then other than that, we just are continuing to maintain our restoration projects, control weeds, enhance wildlife habitat, and all of those various projects are listed. Happy to answer questions about them, but those were the big ticket items.
Good, thank you.
Great.
Okay. Next up
Next big.
is the agriculture and our easement projects, and a lot of them are, as Drew and Paul show up, a lot of them are just our normal management annual expenses and stuff, but we do have two big projects, two big dollar items that I just wanted Drew to give you a quick update on.
All right, hey everyone. So I will cover. Sorry, I don't have it in
Here,
front of me.
I'll put you.
Sweet.
Here.
Thanks. Oh, thanks.
Your poor neck at the end of the day.
So I'm going to cover a couple of the bigger items. I'll just run through them briefly, and then if you have any questions. First one is coke ovens, open space. You all might remember back in the spring, kind of one of our biggest concerns is that Beeman ditch, which we are the only water user on. There's a couple of particular issues that we really want to address with this. First is we need to rebuild the head gate for the Beeman ditch that pulls off Coal Creek. It is in rough shape. We also want to put a flume so we can measure water coming off that ditch. And then finally, piping that ditch section that runs along Coal Creek Road, which is a particular hazard if we ever have ditch blowouts.
Is there vegetation along there that the ditch has been keeping green and now it's going to die?
There is vegetation along, but that's really on that whole hillside. As far as like change of vegetation, it's all pretty much the same on that hillside. So I don't foresee it, being a major issue like where you have certain ditches where you have like cottonwoods that are kind of isolated. This is kind of all fairly uniform landscape all up that mountainside.
Okay.
And really it gets disturbed so much because of ditch maintenance that you don't have a lot of like this area that we're talking about 1,500 feet. It's not like bigger trees in that area necessarily.
Okay, great. Thanks, Drew.
The next item is glacier open space. So we have some irrigation improvements on the home supply ditch. One of those being we have an old splitter box that we pull about half our water right from at Glacier. The other half is pulled from the head gate that goes to the pivot. So that splitter box is really old and rusted. It's a old steel splitter box. Needs to be replaced. It's kind of a deferred maintenance deal. And we want to replace that because we also have a couple other projects on that ditch, one being replacing the trash catcher on the ditch. Over the years, the trash catcher that's directly upstream from our head gate, the ditch is widened, so we need to replace it. It's also in really rough shape.
Is it on our property?
It's on the home supply ditch, but it's right upstream of our head gates, so it impacts us. It's also kind of a point of like an emergency diversion for in case a ditch gets too high or flooded out, it can fall over into safer territory than, you know, on the hillside, which could cause slides.
Yeah, okay.
And then finally on Glacier is, it's actually a trail crossing, but it'll be on the home supply ditch, and it's Nancy Path to Glacier Connection Trail. So those are kind of the three big Glacier projects, all on the Beeman ditch, or sorry, all on the home supply ditch. And then the last one I just wanted to touch on, because we did have a question from our board, was Snowmass Falls Ranch. I have a fairly small line item in here, but it's just for repair and improvement of the head gates. Primarily the issue there is that, you know, the head gates that are at Snowmass Falls, I don't know if y'all have seen them. It's just sticks and tarps.
Yeah.
It's kind of a safety concern. So I would
safety concern?
Yeah. So we had.
Why is it a safety concern?
So particularly on West Snowmass Creek, I was up there quite a bit this summer with Rolf, who did irrigation up on the property throughout the year. And on West Snowmass Creek, we pull directly off the creek, and that thing is cooking.
It's ripping, yeah, okay.
And so in order to manipulate those tarps, in order to get correct flows, you have to be in the creek.
Yeah, okay.
So I want to reinforce several of those just to make it safer and more functional.
You just want to hang out at Snowmass Falls because that's another property that's
Probably, but also
guilty.
You know,
Are you going to do it with like concrete and wooden gates, or?
It probably just going to stick to something that's temporary for the time being, but just getting more robust, you know, materials up there than just this, you know, fallen sticks that you can find.
Shovelfuls of sod.
Right.
He's going to solve the problem of that wagon and the root ball of that tree.
No solving. No,
That's a sculpture. That's history now.
That's total history.
Historic object.
Too
What
cool.
is that? Yeah.
Too cool.
And then, any other questions you have on those or anything else on the budget?
When did you start calling the Moore place Wapiti Meadows?
know,
I
I-
heard the name, but I hadn't seen that before. I love it.
We kind of just, we needed to call it something. And so, you know,
Nice.
it's kind of like one of those things where every single picture you sent me when we were trying to buy that property had elk on it. So why not call it Wapiti Meadows?
Perfect.
We've been trying to slip Wapiti into one of
There
these
you
properties
go.
for
I've
a
been
while.
calling it the living room.
Yeah.
But that works. The Wapiti Meadows works.
The Wapiti living room.
Yeah, right.
Okay. Any other questions for them? Because I'll keep going.
Good.
Cool.
Thanks.
Nordic Ski, I just always want to bring it up because it's a decent line item every year. There are no changes anticipated. It's just increase in staffing wages, and we do. We have a great deal with Billy Grange to actually use a piece of his property for Nordic skiing, and we pay kind of a little stipend to him to allow us to do that because we don't have an easement to do it.
Wow.
And so it's allowed in the conservation easement, but we don't allow it. So honestly, it's a really cool thing that he allows us to do because it's great ski terrain in basalt, and it allows us to get almost 1.5 kilometers of extra. Plus, it connects to our new trailhead that we built.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah, it connects to the new trailhead that we built for Light Hill and
Oh,
the
yeah.
bike park. Yeah, which is great. And so, you know, it gives us an opportunity to have ski terrain when the Rio might melt out, but that might not. We'll be able to still ski it. And so that's just it's a small number, but it's on there just in case you had questions. But other than that, it's just normal maintenance and capital improvements. So
I love seeing him drive around on the side streets and south side in his little four-wheel.
he drives right through the town of Basalt with that.
I know he does.
So yeah. Okay. So we get to the big multi-year projection. And so, this is where you see what comes in with the property tax revenue and, what's going out with the property tax revenue. And so, obviously 2024 had a pretty large acquisition. So, it was a 35.278 big year for that. But with the mill levy and of last year and the mill levy of this year, we're seeing a replenishment of that. We also got a $10 million grant from GoCo, which is awesome because, as you know, we have a few projects that potentially will come to fruition over the next year, and that capacity will be greatly needed to be able to potentially do some of these things.
Is that
So-
GoCo a grant or a loan?
That was a loan.
It's a loan, sorry.
Okay.
It's a loan.
Like they gave it to us?
Don't take it for
Well, they did give it to us. Interest-free for 3 years. And so, but we do have that money coming out in 2027. So you'll see that come out in 2027's budget. So that 10 million is leaving. But hopefully by that time, not only our revenue has increased, but, potentially we'll see what happens with the Land and Water Conservation Fund. And we'll see where we're at too, because we could always go back to GoCo and ask for part of that to become a grant. We could always ask for another loan if we need it, if we have another property that we need to move that money to. So GoCo has been an incredible partner with us.
And hopefully we're gonna spend some of this money.
Oh, I'd be shocked if we didn't. I would
Make sure of
be
that.
absolutely shocked if we didn't.
Well,
And
if you
so-
don't, we will push you too.
Well, I know. Don't worry, we're getting pushed by one of you right now on one. So
Oh, I
anyway,
know, I've heard
so-
about that one.
Yes, but anyway, there's a lot of stuff. So now we are at your decision point.
Thumbs up.
And
I just want you
Oh.
to know that I do support your new employees, the seasonal and the full-time.
Okay, cool.
I think
Connie,
that's
do you want to go
important.
into any other detail?
there were a couple things
Okay.
I
Yeah, go
wanted
ahead.
to show
Before-
you
Before we
on,
get excited here.
on this plan. Just slightly different from the other 5-year plans that we show you. You see here, there's 2023 actual column, 2024 initial or original budget, and then budget adjustments, and then projected savings or overages. These two columns with the budget adjustments and projections are on all of the other spreadsheets, but we just hide them when we're showing the plans to make them a little bit more readable. The reason I've got them shown here for open space is because it makes such a difference. With the original budget each year, they don't have acquisitions included. So if you look at 2024 original budget, 11.5 million, but then the final is 46.5. So there can be a huge difference between the original budget for open space and then what happens during the year if various acquisitions become available. The other item I wanted to show you is in the projection column, the 10 million that's was received, and then the repayment is included in this other expenditure line in 2027. There are a few other things in that line item too. But just so you see where that's coming in and out. In 2025, we do have the full mill levy at 21.3 million. That's the main funding source for the fund. All of the different projects that Gary mentioned are either in the one-time projects line or else in the various capital line items down below. This year it is a little bit bigger with some of those trail projects that they were mentioning of repaving, and then the building and building improvements, that one is larger than normal with the housing projects. So just those, a few things to point out. On the annual surplus or deficit, open space is almost always budgeted with a surplus, sometimes a large surplus, because again, we don't have those acquisitions added in. You see a lot of blank spaces where there could potentially be acquisitions coming in those years. You see surpluses now and building up a fund balance, but then that could very well change through the course of the year. So
So when
that's-
you're talking land, when you're talking acquisition, it's under land and land improvements, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I was looking for acquisitions on here, but I tracked it by the numbers, so thank you.
Wonderful. Now you're ready for thumbs up.
Now I'm ready.
Thumbs up for me.
Yeah, good job.
All right. Steve
you,
got
guys.
thumbs up.
Don't
Thank
forget,
you.
we need a
Thanks.
picture.
Yeah, you need a group photo.
We'll get
You
one.
guys did a great sales job because I thought I was going to be objecting to a lot more than I actually did.
It's a
So
plaid.
nice job.
It's the plaid. We did it.
The plaid, right. See, the other crew brought beaver pictures. You guys have plaid, you know. It's who's on next? What can we possibly expect
It's just
next?
you. We were last.
We're
You were
done.
last, so it's just us.
Well, we have 25
We need
letters
team
over here that
t-shirts.
keep flowing in.
Thank you all. Thanks for coming. Great to see you.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, so where are we now? We're ahead of schedule, which I love because I need to get out and go to a RWAPA meeting in Basalt.
Except we've got 5 letters to,
Well, I think we can get through that pretty quickly, and I'd like to. Do we want to go right to future agendas?
I can go right to that, John, do you mind?
Yeah, I've got things, but now I've got to get back to my electronic memory.
No problem.
Oh, thank you. So I do have a few items for future agendas, if you want me to move forward with those.
I've got some, you can go first, I don't care.
Yeah, go ahead.
Doesn't matter to me.
You
Go right ahead.
Maybe you'll capture mine.
So we've got the new director of the Colorado Department of Military and Veterans Affairs who wants to do who is doing meet and greets in the Northwest region. They have scheduled one at our Human Services building on November 14th from 2 to 4 in the conference room. And to see if anyone was available to attend that. They'd love to get a commissioner or two there. Is Steve still on? No,
yeah,
that
Steve's
one
there.
might be one Steve's interested in.
Yeah, I have a meeting that is done on Doodle poll, but nobody's decided on what it's for Northwest Cog, and it's around that time frame, so I'm not gonna commit to being able to attend that, because I might be doing John Stemney's evaluation.
Yeah, I could go to on the 14th.
That'd be great, Steve.
I'm putting it on my calendar. It's a tentative, but I looks like I have a window.
Schultz Building?
That's correct, Steve.
Got it. Yeah, I'll put it on mine as well.
Okay. And then coming up, I just wanted to do another check-in as to whether anyone was planning on attending the CCI conference, December 2nd to 4th. Steve, are you planning on attending that?
I have not decided yet. I think I'll wait until I see how my eye thing goes tomorrow, for one thing.
Okay.
Because if the treatment is going to work on my eye, then I'll feel a lot more better going.
What dates is it? I'm not going, but
It's December 2nd to 4th. It's in Westminster.
so we just have a work session on the 3rd,
Mm-hmm.
which is a busy day for us. That's our joint meeting with Open Space and Trails on the 3rd. That's the Embraer 175
The Embraer.
inaugural flight.
Yeah. It does look like we got the Open Space and Trails meeting. They just left, actually moved back till noon that day also.
Yeah, I talked to Charlotte yesterday. Thank you, John.
The
And
Bell,
she's gonna notice that flight thing too.
okay. The Bell Jack Blue site visit was scheduled for November 13th. So hopefully y'all have that. And it should be in your future agendas.
It's not in future agendas.
Yeah, I saw it. I just saw it.
I think if you have a paper copy, it may have gotten added since that was printed.
What time does that
Adding.
start?
There was no time,
You know, I don't have the time here either.
10:15, meet at the Woody Creek store, the outfitter place there, Woody Creek.
Got it.
I didn't get that.
Thanks, Steve. And you're seeing that on
Oh, here
future.
it is, but there's no time on.
Yeah, I think it's been updated.
So 10:15 at,
Woody Creek.
It's the Aspen Outfitting, which was the old community room there next to the tavern.
we'll have to figure out if we're gonna carpool, if we're gonna,
And it's scheduled through 12:30.
Got it. Great.
The NACO conference is coming up on March 1st through 4th. Patty, I wanted to
I'm going.
check in that you're planning on going to represent the resolutions.
Mm-hmm.
And so registration is going to open soon. Was anyone else?
I'm kind of interested in that. When is it?
But we're only
where
gonna
is
be
it?
doing the fee
Right.
generation on off-site. We will not, as far as I know, I haven't talked with Jessica Monahan
Yeah.
yet about the other, that when nobody's gotten back to me whether or not it violates the platform for that committee or not.
Okay, I'll have to check in with her.
Because, yeah, so that would be the carbon tax or fee
And what's the
rate.
date on that?
It's March 1st through 4th. We don't know, we don't have an agenda for it yet, so we don't know when the policy committees that Patty had presented to. And I assume it'd be a similar format, Patty? at
Totally
this one?
different.
It's totally different at this one?
Yeah, this is moving them forward to Congress.
Ah.
It's that next step. How do we get,
Okay. So we'll have to get more information on which day our item would be considered and such.
Got it. All right.
Let's see. And then we did receive information, Laura Maker's swearing in is on November 12th from noon to 1:30. It will be in the district courtroom with the reception to follow, and I believe there's a email that came for that. So
Got it. What date on that again? Sorry. I had
it
in there.
is November 12th,
Got it.
so next week from noon to 1:30.
and what do we have?
Work session. Noon to 1:30.
I think, isn't that a Tuesday?
Yeah, it is.
It's a Tuesday. We have
Session.
budget at 1.
Yeah. So if anyone wanted to pop over there at lunch.
Okay.
And that's all I have on future agendas.
Okay,
Alrighty.
Greg, may I?
Please, go ahead, Patty.
On the 11:20 meeting, agenda items, I'm hoping somebody's listening that can, agenda item 7 and 9 is the same item. So we're doing a first and second reading on the same day, so we need to correct that.
Okay.
And then I have, for some reason, on 12:10, a special meeting regarding budget. Do you have anything about that, John?
That's a final adoption of the budget because we don't have a regular meeting prior to the, it's a 2-read process, and so that should be the second reading of the budget prior to the December 15th
Yeah, it's just not on our
deadline.
agendas yet.
Okay, we can, we'll add in some of that
Okay,
detail.
because I think we're starting to get booked up again, and we're gonna have people, if they don't know for sure on that, we won't be able to have a meeting.
I'm out November 20th, by the way.
This is December 10th, is a special meeting. That's a Tuesday,
It's already listed. Okay.
so that'll come through on our future agendas next time around. And then Greg, we did, just to really quick for what John and I were talking about with the 175, the
Oh, right.
Embraer coming in.
Yep. And what's the day on that one?
That is the
December
3rd.
3rd.
And John, we'll just need to have somebody give us a time that we need to.
Let me see, I think Dan gave that to me. It
Did,
just
but
will
then
not
somebody else
stick in
said
my-
they sometimes come in early, so we might want to be there earlier.
Right.
And then we need to be back here at noon to have lunch with Open Space and Trails, go into exec, and then have our meeting with Open Space and Trails. That agenda, Greg, that day ended at like 3:30, so we just pushed everything back.
Got it.
It worked out okay, just to let you know. I talked with Charlotte, and she's meeting with Sam, I think, tomorrow morning.
And so sometime by 9:30 or 10 is when the plane comes in.
Yeah. And I want, John, I don't know if we'll get to see the plane take off, but I heard that the jet blast is a significant issue for safety.
Well, it's definitely a difference because of where the engines are placed.
It blows equipment towards the terminal and staff. I have a video of it. So, and do we have tugs at the airport?
Yeah.
Yeah. We've got pushers, I believe.
But I don't know if the pusher's the same as a tug.
I actually would have to look at that too. I
Because
believe they are.
if we have tugs, we could actually pull the plane out rather than the jet blast coming at the terminal. Because we have guests going to a plane past the
It's a good
Embraer.
thing to make a note of that for Dan.
Yeah, they're gonna get blown away, literally. So I think that's just something we need to keep in mind. And if you want to see the video, John, I'll send it on.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Did you know that
Ollie
in this
drove
election,
tugs
King
there.
County moved 7 points to the right compared to in other elections?
Which did?
Interesting.
I'm sorry, we were lost track of where are we?
Yeah. So we are on future agendas. The last thing that I have noted is getting a description in for the December 10th meeting, noting a time frame, I think, for the December 3rd arrival of the E-175. Patty's gonna send me a video of some of the challenges out there, and Greg, you're out on 11/20.
Correct, yep,
That's what I know so far.
excellent. Okay,
Would you repeat that, John? No, I'm kidding.
all right. Anything else from anybody else?
We will be having a ribbon cutting coming up soon for the Dolores Stutzman Bridge. Just to let you
Oh,
guys
good.
know.
Gary will tell us about
It's-
that.
Yeah, it's very exciting.
And I did miss one future agenda item, just to let you know, we are working on a joint meeting with Eagle County Commissioners. We haven't done that for a while.
Oh, we are.
I think we would be hosting, we're looking towards the end of January, beginning of February. We're
When they
trying
have
to-
their new,
When they've
they
got-
have
we've all
two
got
new
new
commissioners,
people.
Francis?
I
Never
think-
done it since I've been on the board.
Yeah. I need to go look, I don't know what their results were, I actually
Yeah,
should know
did they
that,
have
yeah.
two new commissioners? Did I
I
hear you
don't know,
mention?
I never
I think
checked.
at least one, for sure.
Yeah, Kathy.
And I think
Kathy
one,
Chandler's.
and I think Matt Schur was up for reelection. I don't know who won that race.
Yeah, Matt won re-election and Kathy is replaced. There was somebody running without an opponent for Kathy's seat, a Democratic guy, and I can't remember his name, is replacing Kathy.
Got it, okay, so that's,
Yeah, that'll be good as both our new boards are seated,
that'll be great.
to have that intro.
Are we
Sorry, I
gonna try
missed
and set
that.
up a meeting with Garfield County again?
We can do that.
At some point,
Yeah,
somewhere.
well, I will definitely have some things to talk about, as some requests are going back and forth on detox and such. I think if we let those conversations mature a little bit so that y'all have some facts at the table, we could probably go down and actually have a real conversation.
we got open discussions, you guys are here for that? Okay, why don't we get you guys out of the way first? We're ahead of schedule, but, Rick, come on down.
Yeah, right on. Yeah.
It doesn't look like good news. You walk in, it's kind of ominous. It's like, okay, well, what's going on? You want to come up?
This is the library.
You can come on.
Y'all need the.
You're the only one, you're the only one smiling,
On
you
the
know?
computer.
I was wondering if we had,
Yeah, they're all like ready to go.
Yeah, thanks. I'm Scott Mattice, Deputy Public Works Director. We just wanted to come in and give you a quick update on what's going on at the library. It sounds like most of you are in the loop, but just wanted to make sure. So we brought, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Jeff Pendarvis, Facilities Ops Manager.
that was somebody at Steve's house, I think.
All right. So, what's the story? New sewer line backup, things falling out of the ceiling. What is it?
Deterioration of 30-year-old pipes.
Yeah, that's what's going on.
Yeah, so we exposed the pipes. We got in, diagnosed that we needed to address the pipes out from the building to the main. And so those pipes have been cleaned, descaled, and lined. It's currently curing. That should wrap up tomorrow. And then they will go in and just video, make sure everything looks good, and so then you will have new pipes from the building out to the sewer main in Mill Street.
So the lining is something that you inject and it adheres to the inside?
Correct. It's a PVC lining that goes in and it's adhered with
A
an
balloon,
epoxy.
right?
And you go in with a balloon, exactly.
And then it cures with epoxy, so it
Yeah.
stiffens
That's
up.
awesome. You didn't have to do digging all the way out.
Have to dig. Well, we digged in the facility, but, so we exposed the intersection, the way the pipes all come together. And our plan is right now, once the work lining the pipes is complete, we're gonna create a vault so that if we ever have to get into that major plumbing, network of pipes, we don't have to dig up or excavate. We'll just open a manhole cover, go in, do what work we need to do. It'll all be exposed and available, to work on.
Nice.
So who's the contractor on that?
Right now, it's All Valley Resources. You might know Brian
my
Flynn.
best buddy.
Yeah.
There you go.
He's been
He's
spending way
everybody's
too
best
much
friend.
time at my house.
Yeah, he comes to Fat Belly and my house.
Yeah, he told me that.
He actually has he has a partner named,
Diego?
Forrest Folker. Was another guy a long time in the valley, and Forrest has been leading that aspect of the project.
Got it. All right, so great.
It's a good job.
We also have Shay Stutzman Gerbaz on board. They're gonna help us put the vault in the floor.
Great.
And SGM's been doing some engineering and consulting work on the
Jeez, you
job.
guys
So
are,
you guys are on top. It's all happening. I thought you were coming to talk about something new. It's like, oh, here
they're
they
gonna
come.
come, yeah.
We just, when we come back to you and say, here's the bill, here's the money request for the or the fourth quarter supplemental, we would just want to let you know.
No, you don't come to us for that.
Tell
We don't come to
Genevieve
you?
Genevieve could have a book sale.
Well, somebody's been telling me the wrong thing.
I'm watching you.
Sale, then
Well-
we'll do a bake sale.
You do come to us.
So Connie did advise
Yeah.
here that we come with a supplemental
I was
request.
being very
Oh,
sarcastic.
Yeah. Yeah.
She
we
fell
we
for
do
it. She's
come.
like-
I know.
She was in.
We got a lot of new leadership here, Patty. You gotta be careful. Yeah.
Yeah, just it's,
I'm gonna
it's
remember that, and then you fall for it.
Just writing checks left and right.
but it being an emergency fix, we want to get it fixed sooner than later, and then we'll come back for the Q4.
Right. Great. Well, that's not so bad. To be expected.
Steve's hand is up.
Steve wants to ask a question. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was wondering, where is the location of the vault? Is it facing Mill Street, or
So-
on the that back alley, or where?
Steve, are you familiar with the nonfiction collection?
Yes.
It's under the 300s. So it's
Okay.
It's on
The 300
west,
section, okay.
the northwest side in the lower level.
Between autobiography.
That was a
or-
fantastic
That is a
answer.
librarian
It's by-
answer for
it's
sure.
by
Fantastic
religion
answer.
and
Now you're pulling our
language
leg. I knew
learning.
it.
Yeah.
You're gonna come back and get even.
It's not like.
Well,
you
I
know,
know, Steve's in the building all the time,
how to
so
fix.
he would know.
How to fix stuff. Is it in there?
Right.
Ironically, it's not.
DIY.
The home improvement section.
Plumbing
Don't do
for
this
dummies.
yourself. Oh, that's good.
DIY.
Good question. Thank you, Steve, for the levity. Okay. Thank
Anything
you.
else?
Anything else?
No,
That's
just
it?
if you had any questions for us, but, you know. Hopefully
Nice
it'll all
work.
be
Oh,
right.
I just wanted to ask Genevieve. Did you ever hear from Jeff Bear up in Redstone?
No, I haven't.
Boy,
But I'm
he
still
must
open
be,
to
He
it.
must be really timid. I
About-
told him to send you a note.
Yeah,
Oh well. Well,
it's okay. We got lots
whatever.
of time.
Yeah. Steve, you have another question?
Yeah, about the repairs, I was just curious, what, do we have insurance that pays for this, or is it something that we have to
Self-insurance.
put the bill ourselves on doing the repairs?
Question.
John's got the answer.
Yeah, I guess is that
This is
something we
gonna
need
fall to
talk
us, Steve.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
That was my
It's-
assumption, but I hadn't reached out to Risk. Okay.
Those pipes have been there for a while.
Yeah. This is
Like the boilers.
Yeah, this is a maintenance issue. It's not, caused by an act of God or anything. It's an act of expected deterioration and depreciation.
Well,
So
the original deal with the diaper going down the pipe, I think, was not an act, that wasn't your typical kind of a thing. But then I think that precipitated all the other
exactly.
things, discovering other things that needed fixing. Is that correct?
Well, there was no smoking gun. There wasn't. If we had been able to pull out a diaper, that would have been one thing. But it was just
deterioration.
Yeah, 31-year-old
We're on the edge of
pipes.
TMI here.
Yeah.
Do you really want to know what we found?
Campers, or
They
was
call
it
it,
a-
they just call it debris, so we're
Yeah,
sticking with that.
debris.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Thanks.
Thanks
You're
for the
welcome.
update.
Nice to see you guys.
Good to see you.
Okay, folks, we've got a letter writing session going here.
Yeah.
And we're still doing pretty well. We just need to get through them, and I need to get out of here. I have a meeting at, I think it's at
Yeah, so
5.
we have,
Read them all.
Greg, do you want to walk
Oh,
through?
yeah,
or
I
you
can do
want me
it.
to
Well,
walk
we
through?
got a letter asking if we would support this grant from, regarding the new turbine at the Rudai Power Plant from the city, supporting the city's efforts. I think it makes sense for them to be going
Oh,
after
at
this
Rudai.
grant.
Rudai, yeah.
This is the one from Phil Overender, and so he would just love it if we had it.
Yeah, I'm all in on that one.
Was that okay, Steve, Patty?
Yeah.
Okay, so that one's done. We can sign that. Whoever, I guess Charlotte will know that. Next, I've got Jeff Kruger regarding the broadband office grant program. Do we don't need to get him on the phone for this, do we?
I don't have that one.
Is Jeff on?
No, it
Yeah,
says
it
this
should
was
be in your
approved by the
stack.
commissioners on the 7th, or maybe that's wishful thinking.
Here,
Okay.
Jeff is here.
He is
actually.
here, okay.
Yep. We're just promoting him.
Hey, Jeff.
May
Which one
take
is
him
that?
just a second.
Oh, the broadband
Jeff
office.
Broadband. It's the BEAD, I think, BEAD grant.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say yes
Jeff
on
will
it.
be
I
here
don't
in
know.
just a second.
You should be on.
Hey, Jeff.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah,
Just
hey,
the quick
Greg,
explanation.
this was a letter of support from Mavericks Broadband. I think they sent the commissioners email a few weeks back requesting a letter of support. I told you that we would talk to them, confirm what they're doing, and make a recommendation either way. So we did talk to them. They are planning to do some middle mile last fiber within Pickens County. They're a company that's actually based out of the Front Range. They're hoping to run fiber in Old Snowmass, in Soapers Creek, as well as Woody Creek. And so based on our conversations with them, we absolutely support what they're doing. I think it's they're a very strong company, a strong broadband company on the Front Range. They're wanting to do some work in the Western Slope area. They're planning to do work both not only in Pickens County but in Eagle County and Garfield County as well. So anyway, we support them. They're not asking for any funds or resources from the county. This is purely just a letter of support.
Great, thank you. I'm in supportive of all of this. This is
I
an
have a
easy one.
question.
Yeah, go ahead, Patty.
How many, I mean, so they're gonna put down, so we're gonna dig up the side, the road easement shoulders, run cable?
Yeah, they'll be doing a combination of aerial on Holy Cross Energy poles and underground.
And so we don't have any broadband service in those necks of the woods, right? I
We
just,
don't have any fiber there, no.
okay, cause I'm just concerned about, and then the next guy comes in and the next guy comes in and looking at it more comprehensively. And most of it's because of my experience with Thor.
Yeah, and when you have a higher kind of demand right of way, oftentimes you'll put in conduit and such that has to be shared, or you'll require
right.
that at some level. These rural areas don't tend to have multiple providers coming in, so I don't know if that's going to change in the future. We're just barely getting
We had this discussion
fiber
on
up there.
Castle Creek.
Yeah.
When that private property owner wanted to run his private line up there. I just want to make, I know
Yeah.
construction impacts to neighborhoods, especially rural neighborhoods, are big.
Mhm.
We hear about it all the time. I just want to
And then they
make
also
sure
want
we're
internet.
looking ahead,
So do we have approval on that?
I guess.
Yes,
Okay,
for
thank
me
you.
you do.
The next one
I
I've got
would
is,
want to be, Greg, I'd want to make sure that, I mean, I presume it's being paid for by some wealthy individual or individuals to get the fiber to their houses. I would want to have it be available to the whole community at
Yeah,
at
no,
some point, that it
This
could
is
be
not
connected.
good question, Steve. This is not a wealthy donor that's contributing to this. This is a private company that's doing this on their own. they have to put up, the grant requirements are 25% match, which is great. So they are putting the 25% up match. The Colorado Broadband Office in the BEAD Fund is putting up this other 75%.
Okay, that,
Well,
that's
we'll
fine.
see what
He gave-
happens.
he's- I heard a yes.
that's good, yep.
Okay, I'm gonna keep us moving here. Thanks, Jeff, if that's it.
Thank
for
you.
Moving on,
a good
Williams
evening.
Hill State Land Board lease renewal. So lease renewal for 472 acres in Pitkin County, 10 miles northwest of Aspen.
It's Williams Hill.
Williams Hill, yeah.
And so basically CPW is going through and renewing, they're going through some of their state land leases and renewing them under same terms. This one was originally approved in 1991. We don't see the need for any changes. I do want to consult with the attorney's office
Gonna ask before we
just to
sign.
ensure we don't have to go through a whole resolution or ordinance process. But if we are able to just issue the letter stating our intent to renew the lease or desire to renew the lease, we just like authorization for the chair to sign
I
that.
have a concern about this letter. There's this name at the bottom, this Ty Jacober person is listed, Francie, at the bottom of the letterhead. Did you know that?
What are you talking about?
CPW,
CPW letter.
he's on their
I
letterhead.
don't have a letter from CPW.
Oh, here, take this one. Now she does.
At the bottom. That's
Okay,
pretty cool, Francie.
I want to keep us moving. Thumbs up?
Yeah, I will do a thumbs up as
Oh,
long as it's
he's
cleared
on
by
the
the
board.
county attorney on the process.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Steve, you good with that one?
I did
Okay,
see this
Steve's
earlier,
good.
I thought.
I'm good. Okay.
Yeah, I
I'm
saw
going-
it earlier.
Moving on
Let's
to the
do
next
the
one.
easy one.
Okay,
First.
Colorado
Okay.
Department of Higher Education, Cozy County Allocation Letter of Support. Colorado Mountain College Foundation's single application for Colorado Opportunity Scholarship matching student scholarship program in the amount of $2,000. They need our permission to apply for this.
John, we do this every year, don't we?
Yeah, and sorry, I'm going back into my memory banks here. I believe this is the scholarship
Yeah.
Yeah.
funds, and so yeah, we're basically a conduit, but CMC manages and awards these funds, but they come through the county, and so we issue this letter every year. I think it used to be $1,200, so it's going up, which is good.
Yeah, it's something we do all the
And,
time, so I'm good with it.
Compared to the cost of education, it's chicken feed. I'm in support. Anybody else?
Bless you.
We are okay supporting that? Okay, so we got supporting them all so far. Now here's the next one that came in today from Cara America All In, climate leaders committed to the goals of the Paris Climate Accord. I think this is something we're pretty familiar with signing on to.
Yeah, I just, is that
Climate
all they're
science.
asking? I don't
They just
see.
want us to sign in on as America All
I
In
believe
individually
it's
or
in
together.
reaction to the incoming administration's commitment to get out of these international agreements, and this is
So
just a
we're
quick
signing
reaction
this
to
letter
that.
and,
So we can sign this from
I
Pickett
mean,
County.
but yeah, I'm hoping it does some
Okay,
good.
are we
but
okay with this one?
I don't know, I haven't read it. I've never heard of
No,
this group
it doesn't
before.
really say, what would it look like?
If you read
Would
the
it be
bold
signed?
print.
I scanned the whole thing, I just don't understand. It would be signed as Pickens County Commissioners, I don't understand exactly.
Yeah, we could sign it from Pickett County if we all agree, or we can sign it individually if you would just want to do that, you personally, but I'd like to have the county.
I don't know who these people are, do you? Have you ever heard of this organization before?
It's a coalition of institutional climate leaders. This came from Kara. Kara expects that we're going to get a lot more letters like this going forward with the new aggressive stance toward climate policy, against climate policy that we're seeing. So we're probably going to see more of these.
But I just don't know, I don't have any idea who America is All In is.
I wonder if Kara has more insight on that.
Hold on, let me, I think I may have
Maybe
an
Michael
email.
does.
I believe we're
Yeah.
a member,
I think,
actually.
Okay, well, that would make it easy.
Yeah, if we're already a member, if not, I don't know who the other members are. I don't, I'm not that I'm against it, I just don't have enough information.
You'd like to know.
Okay, yeah, hold
Why don't we,
on.
can we say we'll tentatively
This
sign
request,
it? And then,
can I, this request is coming from International Council for Local Environmental Initiatives, an association Picken County is a member of, and Michael Port represents as climate action analyst. So I think it's just a really general lobbying effort in response to commitments that the incoming administration has made.
How'd we get this?
came through Michael Port
Oh, so
to
it came
Kara,
through
and then it
Michael.
came to
Yeah,
me.
through the International Council for Local Environmental Initiatives, of which we are a member.
Okay, fine.
I've got a thumbs up. I see 3 thumbs up.
Yeah, I'm okay. I
4
just
thumbs up.
like more
Okay,
information when
we're
I
good.
sign my name on
Charlotte,
something.
we're good on all these.
Thank you. I'm just waiting for your signature on this one. It'll be the easiest.
Oh, great.
Which one is it?
You
Can I
need to
ask-
come up to a mic.
We need to
I
check
think
with
we're
Roy that
done.
don't
Aren't we
need a
done?
resolution.
Steve,
Do you have any other open discussion, Steve?
Otherwise, he's
I have a Club 20 question for Steve.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Francie.
Did you sign on to the petition to pause the wolf reintroduction that came from Club 20? They asked us to add our own, to write our own letters and support Club 20 in their petition.
Not supporting.
I don't think I put my name onto that. It came, I remember reading it and it was at a bad time of the day or a bad time of the week and I dropped the ball on it.
Well, it was strange to me because the petition went out, but I hadn't been a part of deciding it, and you hadn't either, so I don't know how they did the petition, but now they're asking us to include more letters and I'm obviously not going to because the CPW is already doing the 5 things that were listed in the petition. So, anyway, I was just wondering if you'd had any interaction with that. Doesn't sound like it.
Yeah, I remember, I think it came in just a general, Club 20, what's going on this week kind of a thing. So there were other things on the email as I remember, and that was one of them.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I think we're
Thanks.
done. Are we done? We're done for the day. Thank you,
I
and
think Charlotte,
Amy.
you just need
You're
correct.
going to the meeting tomorrow?
I'm gonna run down to Rawapa. I'm gonna go to the meeting tomorrow also. Yeah, I'm driving down.
In Rifle?
Yep.
At the brick pump.